say like the um, the carriers, the common carriers, or were these being shipped some other way? Because they would have to. You would think that they would these type of items, because of how they are, they're restricted from export in such a way from the U.S.
That
And I
was,
was
sorry to interject, right at that last point that you made, right, about the carriers. I know some of them, from what I understand, ended up not in the Baltics, but ended up in Germany. And this was shown from the fact that, and I don't want to speculate about the Texas company. I don't want to speculate whether, and I'm not being a smart aleck here when I say this,
oh
maybe the
no
Texas
no
company didn't exist. Maybe the Texas company immediately went to the authorities. I don't know about the Texas company. What I do know is they became so frustrated, the Russians, because they were in the time crunch after the full-scale invasion, that they said, let's just turn to Germany regarding the German supplies that had already been shipped to Germany for them to get. So whatever carrier, like literal logistical carrier, multimodal carrier that brought it over, did ship some items from Ukraine, USA, to Germany at some point. Which of those items were shipped over would have been something that would have allowed for export control to be sent to an allied country, although not onto Russia.
okay, all right. And then the purchaser, wouldn't the purchaser would have had to go through some kind of check himself, and that may have been the flag.
He did go through the check, significant background check. His companies went through the background check. This is the Ukrainian that had the Latvian and Estonian companies. And there was something, and again, there's a lot redacted, something tipped them off after he passed the background check. Something tipped them off that these items were not going to be utilized as an end use in Latvia and in Estonia. You brought up a great point, and what I speculate was the tip off is that, simply put, some of these items would only be used in space programs, nuclear programs, or really hot zones, things that were not going on in Estonia and Latvia during the time frame that this guy was signing off on the export licensing for.
Okay, and then thirdly, uh, is this suspect to be because this network just couldn't appear out of nowhere? And I am suspecting that this may be a secondary line, possibly, that was set up. That is also something that is very closely aligned to an Iranian line that may be set up, and it just rings that type of bell with me. Is that this may not be the only one, but the secondary one, because who would have put this in order except for somebody that already has a line in doing this?
I believe what took place here, from everything I've read and from just the way it played out, this Yuri Orakov, which is the Russian oligarch who was on the Ukrainian sanctions list, who had been living in Germany, I think he was the main actor. He had the money and the wherewithal and the connections to basically source items. So while I believe this was a first line conspiracy, there's more like them. It just so happened that this was the guy with the money and connections for these items, or attempted connections for these items, and for the oil smuggling, et cetera, in Venezuela. So I think you're correct in surmising that there's multiple groups, but I do think this one was a main group that was tasked with very specific, uh, very
Procurement.
specific asks to carry out.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that, Sarah. Stay safe out there.
Thank you, Daryl. And
Appreciate.
I'm glad you brought up some great points, especially regarding the technology that was involved, and not just the radar systems and the fighter jets, but especially some of the other, nuclear hardened and radiation proof items.
All right. Thank you. Be well.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, this indictment's it makes for incredible reading. Sensitive US technologies, from quantum computing to hypersonic weapons development. They just wanted to nick this stuff. Forgive me, but these bastards couldn't produce it themselves, so they just tried to steal it. And they just went and got themselves lifted by the old bill, detained by the authorities. Yeah, this is incredible news and fantastic.
I'm going to put up, and I'm not trying to plug my newsletter, but I don't know anywhere else to put it. I'm
Please
going to
plug
go
it.
ahead and, okay, well, it's on Substack, Sarah Ashton's Words from Ukraine. You can go to my Substack, which is a newsletter site. By tomorrow morning, I will have all the court documents up for everyone to read themselves and to take a look at it. And I'll go ahead and tweet it when they're up. But for those listening and interested, I would say by 8 o'clock Kyiv time, I'll go ahead and upload them. As I said, it's a significant amount of PDF documents, and it's two separate indictments, one from the Eastern District of New York, the other from Connecticut, but they are both tied in together. And again, this is not information that I'm looking to, that's secret. What it is information that once it came across my purview, I understood it to be important in a way that that journalists were not looking at. Journalists were looking at it from the Venezuelan oil embargo side, whereas I immediately said, holy cow, this was a massive blow to Russia's early part of the war. Not early part of the war, early part of the full-scale invasion.
You need to do one thing. I need you to promise me one thing that you do.
Anything
in
access.
return.
Yes.
Find something leopard printy and make a photo with it, please. I don't care whether it's a scarf, a handkerchief, a hat. I don't care, but something, and put it out there, because prior to the Free the Leopards Day on the 20th of January, we need to have a Sarah picture with some leopard print.
I promise you that I can definitely take care of.
Excellent, because I'm sure we're going to get Annalena Baerbock into leopard print soon.
Fantastic. Durban. Oh, sorry, you had your hand up there, Durban.
No, skip over me. Go ahead.
All right. Don Croxford, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. Okay, so the other thing you mentioned about the nuclear hardened got me thinking. Sorry, I'm cold. I'm sitting here in the truck.
Anyway, I'll let you go on that, and I hope we free the leopards on the 20th. Anyway, I gotta go, so I'll just listen.
Just before you go, Don, I think you may have been sitting on a piece of technology crucial to your communication on this space. Could you just repeat the beginning of your question? Because I, for one, missed all of it.
I'm sorry about that. No, I turned the truck on because I was cold, and I think the Bluetooth came on. Anyway, so the nuclear hardened stuff, don't they already have this technology? And so why do they need to go shopping? Anyway, go ahead.
I think it's a case of them having the knowledge of the technology, but not the components or composites necessary to produce the technology.
So it's like being aware of a PlayStation 5 and but not having it. Okay. All right. At any rate, I hope we free the leopards on the 20th. Thanks. I got to get going here, so I'll just listen.
Let me cycle beyond up, and we have CJ who just dropped in.
Yes, hello. Getting caught up after a busy workday. It's already some incredible news for Ukraine, so got to hear it here first, you know.
Yeah, not only did they manage to assist the US in stopping absolutely important technology not to be transferred, not only do we see that there is more than 10 challenges coming, not only do we hear that the Norwegians and everybody else is willing to contribute, not only do we hear that the Poles are actually making good noises today in a slightly more convivial fashion, but we also hear that Kuleba and Baerbock, seemingly for 3 hours today in Kharkiv, have discussed what Mr. Kuleba has stated, not only to the happy Kiev Independent, but to a number of sources, that yeah, they're quite comfortable that the outcome on the 20th of January will be a vast coalition supporting Ukraine with Leopards, ones and twos. CJ, what say you?
What say I? I say 15 upgraded Polish tanks, according to Ukrainians, made all the difference in Kharkiv, leading the way in what the Russians forever called the tank fist. And so those were T-72s upgraded. Could you imagine what some of the best NATO kit could do in the hands of some of the most incredible soldiers in the world? It doesn't take much of an imagination to figure it out. It's going to be the complete liberation of the country in a timely manner, and one where less people have to die in the meantime. And that's why all of this aid is so important. We know Ukraine will win regardless of what happens, but it's going to be a question of how many people have to die before that day.
Well then, if only we could get Sarah to talk to the people who are there in Kharkiv and Kyiv and get us a little bit more information in the next 24 hours. CG, you got your hand up. Come on, talk.
I just wanted to add one thing, Axel. Don't forget, we have a contingent of Ukrainian armed forces soldiers going to Oklahoma next week to begin training on the Patriot missile batteries.
Yes, exactly. I apologize. You're absolutely right. That message came out today as well. CJ, you wanted to say something about that?
Well, yeah, having been stationed there twice, I've tweeted a couple of times some bar recommendations, and I know we have some MriyaReport moderators that live close by that probably will be trying to take them out for a beer. So it's definitely not a bad place to be. A little cold, a little windy, but nothing they can't handle. I'm sure of it.
CJ, I'm not quite sure. You have the hand up the whole time. You can keep talking.
Well, no, I don't want to be. I don't want to be rude. A question for Sarah here. So, when she was on the space last, I asked her about General Budanov, the head of Ukrainian intelligence, making a really interesting point that Russia was down to only firing about 20,000 rounds a day. And then today on CNN, a U.S. defense minister of some sort or level, an official at least, put out one of the most insane things I've ever seen. The fact that in the last week, Russia's been only able to fire about 5,000 rounds a day. And that is a lot of artillery. That is a lot of damage to Ukrainian infrastructure, of course. Do not want to underplay that. But what that means is it means that Russia is shooting less than they have guns. And that is just unbelievable to me. And, I've heard some people perhaps suggest that this is nefarious. Russia is saving ammo for something else. But I was just curious if Sarah, who's of course been on the ground for so long and knows so many Ukrainians, if this is sort of, not just what Americans are saying, from DC, but perhaps what's reflected on the ground, if the rate of fire has really dropped to that low, which is actually for the first time in the course of the war, at least for what we can see on open source, Ukrainians are firing more than the Russians.
What I believe we have to look at is the reality that we have 1,000-kilometer front line, and there's going to be waxes and wanes on both sides. So there's no jubilation over the fact that they're firing less. It's better for the people in that sector who, are right there, who take the incoming shells for our soldiers. But ultimately, there's no basis for thinking anything beyond the fact that this is Russia. They do things that don't make sense sometimes. And until we have further proof as to why they're doing something, you always have to presume the worst.
No, and I don't want to, seem too optimistic, of course, because, when they run low on ammo, of course, they turn to Iranian drones and many other things to remain being terrorists in every sense of the word. I was just curious if, it seems as if the most remaining fire, and again, this is just what open source can say, and last week is, there's no break in the fire in Bakhmut and, of course, Soledar. So to some degree, it's, not helping them at all, but perhaps in other areas, there's a little bit of a brief respite. We'll see how long it lasts for, though.
The last time I was at the front was now, I think, 12 or 13 days ago in Bakhmut, and it was incessant. It was incessant. There was, as you said yourself, in Soledar and in Bakhmut, there was no break. Again, one of the issues that I have when it comes to following the war on social media is that sometimes, for better or worse, we become focused on just one axis, on one sector, on one theater, without really thinking, hold on, and I'm not saying the people here in this room, but without looking at the holistic totality of the war and the front lines. And sometimes, Sumi's getting shelled. Kozachelopan, Udi up in, Kharkiv Oblast, all along the border, all along the Luhansk, Kharkiv border region, pushing out there, down into Donetsk, down into Kherson. It's over and over and over. So the numbers, while less currently, as you said, it's still a whole lot. 5,000 a day, down from 25,000. If this is still going on a month from now, then yes, it's jubilation because it means less people are dying. I remember what it felt like when they could no longer shell us with artillery in the city of Kharkiv. Getting hit with rockets, even though we were being hit with rockets all throughout the summer and into the beginning of the counteroffensive, felt like nothing compared to what we were going through in March and April when we were being pounded with artillery all day. And so it is time this respite is something to be, it's something to acknowledge, but not to become too excited about just yet.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, CJ. Chris, you've had your hand up a while. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I understand Russia's equipment's starting to fail and whatnot. So I'm just trying to get an idea when they're lobbing 20,000 rounds now down at 5,000. What kind of percentage of targets hit? Are we talking with that? Are they just volleying these things and hoping to hit something, or are they actually able to hit something at the peak of their effectiveness, let's say, before their guns started to go on them? I'm sure it's a lot worse now than it was before, but just gonna get an idea of what the success rate, I guess, accuracy of these of the artillery that they're firing.
While I can't speak for percentages, I will state that they're wildly inaccurate to what we would understand as being proper, proper targeting and where we would want them to hit. That said, there was a time at the beginning that it was terrible. Then during the summer, it became better and better. As they've had to deplete some of their stock, the quality degradation has been such that they've become inaccurate again for different reasons that they were inaccurate at the beginning of the war. It's simply because their shells are degraded so greatly. Unfortunately, because of the type of war we're fighting, and this is what I was seeing 2 weeks ago in Bakhmut, is that it's such close proximity and it's so constant that even without accuracy, it is still something that causes great consternation and concern to everyone who's at the front lines.
Yeah, thanks for that answer. Another question. CJ earlier talked about the tanks being pretty much the end of the war once we get these tanks in there, Leopards in there, and we hear so much on this space about the Leopards and giving Ukraine these tanks. I'm just curious, what about them? Why with these tanks is it going to be such a huge game changer? What's their capability that's going to push us over the edge?
CJ, please go before I start a 3.5-hour lecture.
Yeah, I mean, this is just from, General Zaluzny himself, right? This is what Ukraine has said multiple times now. They need to end the war. And it's changed too, as expectations have changed, as conditions have changed. It's anywhere between 300 to 500 main battle tanks, 1,000 artillery pieces, 100 HIMARS. They've laid it out. And for a long time, people weren't really listening. And it seems now, and hopefully on 20 January, it'll be listened to in a way like never before. The difference is, basically why this is such a big jump up in capability is the range of the optics and the protection. So, yes, we all know pretty much in the space, because we talk a lot about weapons, that HIMARS can hit about 80 kilometers. That's great. But that doesn't really matter if you can't, go half of that in a day. And the only way to do that is heavily armored vehicles. So that way you can move up 40 kilometers or 80 kilometers. And now your HIMARS have moved up too. And now all of these Russian ammo storage sites, all of these Russian headquarters that have survived somehow for this long, mainly because they're so far away, are suddenly in range. And this is why this will go a lot more quickly if Ukraine can get what they need, because we know that their troops are skilled. We know that their planning is extraordinary. They're going to use these systems in ways that don't look like NATO, don't look like anything else. They look Ukrainian, and they're going to be successful because the Ukrainian strategy has one goal: defeat Russia in Ukraine. And when you have that kind of unity of effort, that they can take anything. And that's why I do not understand why people are giving anyone crap. 10 tanks from here, 10 tanks from there. Yes, it's a logistical problem. Who cares? They will make it work because they have to. And that's really what the important thing to stress here. It's going to be such a jump up. It's going to be incredible to see what they do with them.
If I could tag on to the back of what CJ was saying really fast, and not about the weapons that are coming in, the armor that's coming in, but 2 days ago I posted an interview, it's translated, with a Russian tank mechanic. It's again on my newsletter site, Sarah Ashton's Words from Ukraine on Substack, totally free. Check it out. But it's an extensive interview with this tank mechanic from Omsk who praises the Western tanks compared to what he's having to deal with. And even in some of the points when he's trying to do a compare and contrast, he states that, electric is better than the electronic systems due to the fact that it's like you need to do less work to repair it. But even the enemy praises what we already have, let alone what could be coming. And it's extremely insightful interview where in the end he laments the fact that he's even having to fight Ukraine.
I think just to add on to that briefly, people that have been basically equipment explaining to Ukraine what they should or shouldn't have. I mean, just listen to what Ukrainians say, right? Yes, an Abrams tank has a lot of maintenance involved. So does a 50-year-old T-72 or a 60-year-old T-62. You know what I mean? So what are we doing here? We're talking about the country of Ukraine that will hopefully, and if they want, be in NATO one day. They're going to need NATO equipment eventually. That if that's what they want, they know what they need better than us. Because the other thing too that people on Twitter don't know is what Ukraine is planning, right? Obviously, the end state is the liberation of all occupied territories, so that's clear. But how they're going to get there, they're going to do it their own way. So they haven't let anyone down. They still will continue to fight for democratic ideals. It's just crazy to me that you got someone we spent 2 years in the military telling Ukraine they can't handle a tank. Well, they just handled the second largest army in the world and kicked their ass back out of 4 different fronts. So I think that's the evidence in and of itself.
See, I don't have to add anything. That's grand. Let's move to questions. I love it when CJ simply ties the knot on something.
Sarah, I've got a question which kind of ties back to what Daryl was asking. With these dozens of shell companies, corresponding bank accounts throughout the US that were used in the scheme that were identified, does this perhaps skim the surface, or is this an enemy operation, an operation designed to procure technology for their own country because they simply can't produce it themselves? This investigation involves the tracing of people who are conducting commerce using cryptocurrency. Is it fair to say that, Sarah, mic check?
I'm here. I was just listening.
Sorry, is it fair to say that this is a demonstration of the capability of the US authorities, and given the wider global collaboration involved in this investigation, this is a demonstration of the capability of Ukraine's allies also in this regard?
So I alluded earlier, I didn't allude, I specifically brought up the Fortune article. When it came out, I'm surprised it wasn't a bigger story, because Merrick Garland himself, the Attorney General of the United States, even made a statement relating to this bust. And I do think it was a statement that was that should resonate when the Attorney General himself is making a statement. It should resonate across the globe that the United States is not sleeping on any aspect of this war. Again, unfortunately, because of some of the inherent biases within the news media, including the fact that sometimes it's just easier to write stories about what you're familiar with, Fortune was the only one that really picked it up, focused on the money laundering side regarding the oil. But it was such a complete case showing the strength of the United States and its allies across the globe. It wasn't just Ukraine. You had the Estonians involved in bringing these people to justice. You had the Germans involved in bringing them to justice. Certain that you had Panamanian help, even though that wasn't advertised, because you had the Panamanian bank involved. So you have all of these different tools in the toolbox to take on the enemies of freedom and the enemies of the rule of law. And what I was hoping, because I had to get permission to come on here and talk, and obviously it was public records, but sometimes if it's coming from me because of being a bit of a public person, it can be construed the wrong way. But there's no negative way to construe this unless you're an enemy of freedom. Because simply put, it was all the best aspects of law enforcement and the rule of law coming together to take on the enemies of freedom.
Fantastic. Yeah, reading the indictment of this, Sarah, of these people, Grinin, Ipolitiv, Lipschitz, and Skutsova, they tried their damned hardest to conceal this, fabricating business records with Lipschitz to conceal ammunition shipments, described as auto parts. Now, the US exports a heck of a lot of auto parts. So yeah, I think, like you say, Sarah, this shows an incredible capability and a very successful operation.
I just went back to the press release, not to the indictment, and we even had Italy involved, arresting at the same time another Russian national. At the same time, Orakov was arrested in Germany. I mean, it was truly carried out with precision and strength by the US and all the partner nations.
Fantastic. I'm going to bring in Daryl, who's kind of my muse right now. Daryl?
Sarah, with that, now I am just sussing on the fact that if it was only released in Fortune, could it be that it was news, but they wanted to downplay it per se, to where if there are other actors out there, they have to put out the press release because of what happened. It was going to be known anyway. But in this case, being that they are delving into places that is like new territory, in a sense.
I think Daryl may have just got a call. Just see if we can get him back.
I wasn't sure if that was me, so I guess it was Daryl then. Okay.
Daryl, if you can hear us, you just faded out there. Just give Daryl a minute. Daryl, give us a quick mic check.
While he's waiting to reconnect, I wanted to add that it wasn't just Germany that the parts made it to. Looking back at the notes, the jig grinder was shipped all the way to Latvia before it was recognized that it was not meant for end use in Latvia, and it was in fact intercepted in Latvia after it had been delivered to the straw company.
They must have thought they were half the way there, Sarah, getting it out of the US. But yeah, what one incredible testament to the collaboration of Ukraine's allies this is. We've got a sea of hands for you here, Sarah. I'm going to go with I think the batting order is Waypoints, Miriam, and Dave. So Waypoints, welcome up.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. Hi, Sarah. Greetings from Northern Germany. A question. They've obviously detained a lot of people from various nations within the world. Are they going to be then like transported into the United States where they can actually piece together the whole story in one place and obviously take these various people to court and to charge them? Thank you very much.
Yes, extradition proceedings are underway against those who were outside the U.S. and fighting extradition. And one of the reasons that the charges were sealed, not redacted. There is still redacted information, but the charging documents were sealed was due to the fact that there were so many moving pieces, as you just reiterated, so many different individuals involved, that all the names were kept quiet until the arrests were made, with the idea that they would bring them into U.S. jurisdiction. 7 will be charged or 7 have been charged in Connecticut. The other 5 will go on trial in New York.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you very much, and amazing work you're doing. Thank you very much, and for also being on here tonight. Really great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in.
Fantastic. Thank you, Waypoints. Anyone who is requesting, just do bear with us. We've got a few tech issues at the moment, but we've got the incredible Sarah Ashton-Cirillo up, graciously giving us her time to talk about this recent news concerning the investigation of the arrest and indictment of several actors and agents working on behalf of Moscow to procure high technology from the US relating to everything from missile, fast jet tech, all the way up to satellites. They try to hide it. They try to use cryptocurrency, and they got busted. That's great news. So Miriam.
Hi guys, I'm from Vienna, Austria. I'm no military expert at all, and I have 2 questions. The first one is what we read lately a lot in newspapers here is that the international alliance, especially the Western European part, could so it's crumbling away. So is that something that is true? And the other thing is that I would like to know how relevant is the Russian infiltration in countries like Germany, for instance, but also in Austria, because those are countries that used to have very strong bonds with Russia and also the Soviet Union. Thank you very much.
Axel, are you going to answer that since it's Germany and Austria?
As I'm currently making mistake, I can hardly say much about it. But what is true is definitely that strong bonds have existed in Austria, even stronger than in Germany. But other than that, I can't see any evidence for the alliance crumbling. On the contrary, as we saw in recent days. But please.
I think you can look, Miriam, and thank you for calling in. I think you can look at the fact that groups like Russia House and some of these cultural, what are called cultural organizations under the terminology that the Russians use, indicate nefarious means. And there's been enough busts of these places across the globe to indicate that if Russians have a chance to use civilians or to input members of their security services into civilian sectors, they're going to do it. So the risk of infiltration isn't just high, but it's been proven across Europe and even into the United States. Relating to your first question about a fraying partnership among the coalition of countries fighting for liberty and freedom alongside Ukraine, I think that's just more Russian talking points. You're going to always have disagreements among friends about the best way to achieve victory, but I don't think anyone is questioning the fact that we're all going to stand together to achieve victory.
Thank you very much. And I, Sarah, want to thank you again for giving us so much information and for sharing. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
Heroям слава.
Heroям slava, Miriam. Sarah, thank you. Yes, the director of Task Force Klepto Capture, I can't help but note this, Sarah. He said that today's indictment demonstrates the reach of those controls and the United States' commitment to choking off access to military-grade equipment by the Kremlin regime. We will continue the steady pace of seizures, indictments, and arrests while the Kremlin continues shopping for spare parts in North Korea. It can't be missed, can it? That they've tried to get this technology from their greatest ally, and therefore they can't produce this themselves, and they must have a doubt about their own ability to produce this themselves going forward. You know, where does China tie into this? With China being the only, perhaps the last ally, aside from North Korea, which you know, it can perhaps give it a few 100,000 artillery shells. We're yet to see. It's pretty questionable that North Korea could produce this kind of technology, and of course, completely impossible. What kind of role do you think China plays into this equation now for the Kremlin?
So when I put up the court documents, you'll see where China came in this specific case. But China was being China. China was the end recipient of the oil because, you know, they have an addiction to getting as much oil as they can. China is in a tough situation because as much as they have to support their ally and make no doubt that they are allies with Russia, they have to be careful about what they've unfortunately been preaching for them. It's unfortunate, but they've been preaching for a generation now, which is this global equilibrium and also sovereignty of a country. So their demands over Taiwan, their demands over Hong Kong, their demands over Macau push back directly against Ukraine's sovereignty. And they also understand, and you may have seen in the news or in those listening in, and one of my, and by the way, I've spoken of Substack several times tonight, but one of my favorite Substacks is E. Rosalie, and she's here, Novel Sai on Twitter, and she's in here, so she could probably talk a lot more about this. But ultimately, when you have the bad guys in China, you have these ebbs and flows of how they behave. And there's been an ever so slight approach towards toning down their language. They just moved their foreign affairs spokesperson to a very invisible role. He had been quite the provocateur when it came to some of his statements. There's going to be a meeting between Blinken. I guess Blinken's going to have some meetings, high-level meetings, coming up in China in the next month. And so you have this issue where China has almost, the People's Republic of China, has almost boxed themselves in as to how far they can go in helping Russia. Because if they do anything too much, they are showing themselves to have been liars the whole time in their own approach to diplomacy. If they don't do enough, it's de facto help for Ukraine.
100%. Thank you, Sarah. We've got a sea of requests, and I'm delighted to say Rosalie, hopefully coming up. Just trying to cycle her up now. In the meantime, welcome up, Chris.
Thank you, Wendy. Hi, Sarah. Nice to meet you. Substack's getting a lot of plugs. Can I just thank you for following me back on Substack? I really appreciated that. I was a bit stunned, actually, but thank you anyway. Just like, you know, talking about like the general infiltration, you know, of Russians everywhere around the world. I mean, can you like ever see us getting tough enough to in any way stop it? Because they're never going to stop, are they? So just a general question, but you know, what do you think?
One of the issues we're fighting for is this notion of liberty. I hate to use the term democracy because sometimes democracy is inherently a check on liberty. And right now we're fighting for liberty and liberation. But when you have liberty, especially in developed countries, such as those in Western Europe and the United States that have had long histories of the rule of law, you have to be willing to accept that you're going to have bad actors running around. So as opposed to getting tough and stopping them from coming in, I think what we have to do is what Merrick Garland talked about in the statement that Wendy read a little bit from, dating back to 3 months ago when it was first announced that there was this takedown, is that basically the reach of the good guys is so far that, yes, you're going to have freedom of movement. You can come into the country. However, understand that it's not Big Brother that's trying to watch you. It's the rule of law that's watching you. And if you're going to do things that are going to infringe upon the notions of liberty and freedom and democracy, to put it in a very loose term, then you better understand that you'll pay the price. And I think that's a better way to do it than put in some blanket ban on folks being able to, say, move around. I don't mean during this time of war, though. I'm talking about after the war. Currently, I think we should all revoke visas of every Russian until the war ends. There has to be some sort of punitive actions taken against all Russians to put pressure on them internally. But after it happens, I think we just have to be prepared to react and have robust measures enough, measures that are robust enough in place to react properly if they ever get out of line again.
Sorry, if I could just say, but Sarah, it's like such a high risk. I mean, you know, like they're never going to stop trying. You know, why should we allow them to have access to it?
That's why I said, Chris, during the war, we pull all visas of all Russians during the war. What we want to do, though, is hopefully create such a generational change with this loss that Russia is going to feel. This dismantling of their colonialist, imperialistic tendencies over the last 100 years, hundreds of years, not 100 years, hundreds of years, these genocidal behaviors that we proceed to transformatively defeat them to the point that we see if they can become a working member of the global community with those who remain. Again, it's not about what's happening during the war. It's what happens afterwards that we can show why we fought this war and what pathways we want to take going forward, both as allied nations and the Ukrainians themselves. Because ultimately, we have to show ourselves better than them. But until that happens, we ratchet up the pressure and we make certain that there's no free movement of the enemy.
Extremely well said. Transformative defeat. This is exactly what Japan and Germany had to suffer to come around and open up and become members of civil society in the open society world again.
I'd like to recognize Rosalie. It's good to see you up here, Rosalie. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Sarah. That was so kind of you to say.
It's my pleasure. I mean, the work you do is stunning in both depth and breadth. And it's you, I think of all people on Twitter, your work is the least recognized, but some of the most potent when it comes to explaining the ins and outs of just how nefarious the dictators and bad actors across the globe are. And that's why I can't recommend your work enough, and it's always a must read for me.
I feel the feeling is mutual.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but all I do is spout lines. You actually work hard.
There is a sea of love for the work you both do. Thank you. War Doggo, you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening or good morning, depending on which part of the globe you are. Hi from Ukraine. You just rightly said about the transformative defeat of Russia. Two hands up supporting what is mentioned, simply because that is the big reason why Europe miscalculated on Russia earlier, and that was provoking, in some sense, Russia for the attack. How to say, feeling the weakness, because practically you cannot make trade with the one who didn't lose its imperial wars still. And that's exactly the case, because they didn't understand that it's better to trade than making war. Just simply, wise man looks on the wall and understands that there is a wall, but the stupid man just simply needs to face the wall with the nose to understand that there is the wall, and that's the reality they're living in. Speaking about the importance of Russia losing the war, what do you think about kind of bad peace agreement that may countries be pushed for, like in attempt to how to say, to make trade and stop war, just if you know what I mean, trying to make the bad peace agreement, and with Russia recovering and attacking again. I mean, what how high is that risk? And of course, having this beautiful discussion here, I encourage everybody to retweet the space, knowing that many good people are here speaking about Ukraine. Thanks. Take care. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
I think we have to look at it with the understanding that the peace can't come on any terms, but the terms that the Ukrainian people demand. President Zelensky is an incredible spokesperson for the Ukrainian people and an incredible representative of the Ukrainian people. But he himself has said it. Any peace is going to come based on what Ukrainians are asking for and demanding. And currently, overwhelmingly, as you know yourself, because I believe you're from here, it's the 1991 borders, it's the return of all those kidnapped and infiltrated, and it's the other 8 points of the peace plan. And so ultimately, the president has laid out clearly where peace is going to come from. It's going to come from those 10 points. It's going to come from the will of the Ukrainian people. And until that time comes, or the Ukrainian people make additional demands of what peace will look like upon the Russian invaders, I don't think we have to worry about foreign voices, which of course I'm a foreign voice, but demanding trade-offs at the expense of Ukrainian liberty and liberation. Henry Kissinger, folks from all the different people on the left and the right and the center who think they know best do not know more than the Ukrainian people do, and do not know more than the representatives of the Ukrainian people, such as civilian and military leadership.
Thank you, Sarah. War Doggo, does that answer your question?
Yep. Thank you so much. That was exactly my ideas were, but just boring, because the second or third, because we know that the 9th month of the war that is there for 9 years, and the war there was for centuries, in fact. And we know that another attack would be with Russia already making the lessons from their main mistakes, making that from the attack they did in February. And practically to avoid that, there is no other way than Russia just losing the war and losing their attempts to humiliate the neighbors instead of developing themselves and working on their prosperity.
Before anyone else answers, I just want to add one thing, War Doggo, because you're Ukrainian. I was in Kyiv. I had been in the field with my unit, with the Crimeans, with my company, and I was called back to Kyiv before my trip to the United States to go over briefings. I'm walking on Kreshchatek, and a Ukrainian stops me and said, "I know you. I know who you are." And it's really bizarre because it happens enough that it happens enough that I try not to go down to Kreshchatek too often. But on this particular day, I was on Kreshchatek walking. I was stopped by one of your country people, and he had a clear message for me. And I want everyone to know this is not some parable or some a nice throwaway line. It happened exactly this way. He says, "I know you're going to the United States. Tell them we are not afraid of this idea of Russian escalation. Please tell them not to be afraid of that either." Because he was Ukrainian, I took that message to heart, and I said, I'm going to actually deliver this as he said. Over and over and over again, in my more than 20 meetings with legislators, with legislative staff, and with committees and think tanks, I made that message. Don't be afraid of what happens. Allow the Ukrainians to win and do what must come after. and to a person, the bipartisan support in Washington is so strong. They all want the same. They want the peace that the Ukrainians want. They want the 1991 borders. The good news is the people who are controlling the finances behind the United States assistance to Ukraine are fully in Ukraine's corner. The voices are coming from those who either don't have real power or are attempting to undercut the work of those who are carrying it out. But as much as we become aggravated in our bubbles on Twitter and on social media and in the news when we read headlines and we hear things that really we know to be wrong, I can tell you, War Doggo, that the government of the United States on both sides, Republican and Democrat, have the backs of the Ukrainians and plan to make certain that peace comes on the terms of the Ukrainian people.
Thank you for that. Thank you for taking your part and making Ukrainian voice heard. We are actually the first, probably globally well-recorded war, and practically is not the first war against or Ukraine against Russia, Russia against Ukraine, but is the first war when everybody has clear understanding where is good and where is evil. That brings a hope that that's not the first war, but this is, I would not say last, but most probably the one that will bring peace through victory, and will bring peace not only for Ukraine but for the continent for a long time.
And that, oh, I'm sorry, I was just going to say, and that's thanks to every single person in Ukraine doing their part, either in uniform or out of uniform, for those who are still within the borders, for those who have left and are earning money to send back to the country. It's just amazing what the Ukrainians have done to show the world what sacrifice means for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Warthog. And I can tell you, sir, this century will be noted by many things by historians of the future. One of them is this will be a Ukrainian century. So thank you, Warthog, for that, and thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sarah. We've got a sea of hands for you, Sarah. Miriam, please go ahead.
Hi guys, hi again. Talking about because Sarah, we were talking about peace right now and peace negotiations, which will have to take place after Ukraine's victory, obviously. My question is, how can we, and when I say we, I talk about we as the democratic world, how can we ever trust Russia again, or trust Russia? I mean, how can we ever expect
just don't
peace negotiations and sustainable peace with this kind of Russia, with this kind of government?
Sarah, if you don't mind, the answer is don't. And you don't negotiate a peace. You declare an armistice when you've reached your own borders and tell them that they can stay on theirs or within inside theirs. And then you contain them. And it doesn't require any kind of peace negotiations. You tell them you're not going to shoot unless they shoot. That's that.
Axel said it perfectly. There's no asking for peace. There's not going to be a suing for peace. There's going to be a total victory by Ukraine, a transformative defeat of Russia. And in October, was it October? I think it was October. In October, I went, or maybe it was guys and ladies, sometimes I don't know the months. I was taken to Rocket City in Dnipro to meet with scientists of the Ukrainian space program. And I did some interviews. Maybe one day the interviews will be released. And one of the questions I asked was, would you work with your Russian colleagues again? Because scientists had been notoriously known as being agnostic to politics, right? Until this war. And they said, yes, they would. They would work with them again with the understanding that they were not answering, that they were truly independent scientists, that they were not answering to the state in the way that they have to answer to this cult of Putin. And I think that was a great way to look at it, is that we all know in this room that Putin is a disposable, and by the way, shout out to Mark Lindquist, incredible ally of Ukraine who had been on a concert tour. He just popped into the space here. So when we look at that, we know in this room that it's not just the cult of Putin. We know it's this cult of Russia believing itself to be this colonialistic, imperialistic master of all in its neighborhood. However, again, to use the term for the third time, a transformative defeat, a generational change that will take place in a year or a year and a half after victory is possible. It's conceivable. We saw it in the Axis powers during World War II, and we will see it when we defeat Russia now. But until that time comes, we continue fighting, as Axel said, until we reach the 1991 borders, until we keep sanctions in place, until we return every Ukrainian who's been kidnapped, who's been filtrated, and until Russia pays reparations, until Russia has seen the international criminal courts try the worst of the offenders of the war crimes. And we have to just follow President Putin's peace plan that he put out there, roadmap for peace.
I think that, thank you very much. I think that it's really a pity that we are talking about all this, especially about what you said now, Sarah, in our Twitter bubble here. I think this is the message that should be spread much more, because then probably some of the, especially leftist governments, parties, and also people would understand that there will not be any peace negotiations on any terms that are not the Ukrainian ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miriam. Rosalie.
I just wanted to point out, because it's Russia really controls a lot of conversation by shaping the way we talk about things. And I just want to say how unbelievably low the bar is for what Ukraine wants. People talk about Ukraine's demands. Okay, they want their borders. That's it. They want you out of their home, and they want the people back that you took from their family. And that is just like, these are not like the kinds of demands that I think, like, they're not unreasonable. And I think we should stress how reasonable they are being in what they're asking for. It's pragmatic. It's not, they're not being difficult. They're not being bitter. They're being firm, and they're asking for what is just. So one of the things you mentioned earlier, and we don't have to go back to it, but I was curious, one of the things I noticed early in the war, and this was quantitatively, that what I took from the data was that it had to be the case that Russia and China were coordinating their messaging formally. Now, of course, we have, since found that is the case. Do you feel like the Ukrainians are really adept at dealing with the disinfo that comes from Russia? Do you feel like China changes that at all? Or like on the ground, like how do you feel about it?
Rosalie, it's interesting because I do a lot of work with Stratcom here in Ukraine. And I know I've mentioned in the past, and it's not a super big secret. That's one of the parts of the ministry that I work with. we when confirmation came out, whenever that was, a week or two ago, like the confirmation, when the leak happened, showing those documents that you were referencing and the connection between the two, it was almost laughable because Russia was getting very little out of the trade-off with China. They were running all kinds of Chinese news and propaganda in their papers, and China just was not running very much of the Russian side. Russia is an incredible propagandist on their own. The China influence didn't change much of anything when we looked closely at the stories that were running Russia to China and then China back to Russia, vice versa. China was getting a much better part of that deal. And so Russia is truly heinous when it comes to their, as you know, this is literally your specialty. You're a doctor of this, I believe. But the disinformation is Russia's specialty. They're very good at what they do, but China doesn't add anything to it, especially among Western audiences or in the global South. You know, China has reach in Africa, but again, not in the ways of propaganda, but more in just hard diplomacy.
I do just want to add, just so that I'm being fully honest, I hope to be a doctor someday. I am not now. And I just wrapped up my master's. So, but I am looking to get my doctorate. I am really, I'm kind of glad to hear what your impression was there, because that was what I was like, yeah, like they're helping, but are they? Like, I think it was more scary, like, to hear. The way that I perceive it is, in the future, like the threat that they pose together is that Russia has the know-how, but it's not going to have the money and the tech and all that stuff. But China has that. And so my concern is to the long term. And I think if you look at, intelligence, projections into the next decade, that's the most concerning thing. But yeah, China's not great at speaking kind of with like an authentic voice yet. I do notice that they are trying out, like some of the styles that Russia is known for, kind of like playing the groups that we have in country and stuff. So it's just something I'm kind of keeping an eye on.
I'd like to throw something else out there regarding this before we go to the other hands. And oh my gosh, if any conspiracy theorists are listening to this one, this is just going to add to it. I lived in the People's Republic of China for a year. I lived there from 2009 into 2010. I traveled there also in 2011. And I was not a teacher. I was there on a business visa so yes. So there you guys have it. Of course, add to all of the stuff that the Russians want to say. What I learned, and even though it was a decade ago and so much has changed in the last decade in the People's Republic, you brought up authenticity. You brought up stylistic ability. China isn't just far behind. China doesn't understand that type of communication. I would be more concerned about ChatGPT mimicking Russia's talking points than I would the Chinese, especially because within the United States and some of the other groups, some of the people who support Russia, I hate to use the term support Russia, but who are anti-Ukraine are also vehemently anti-China. So they're not going to be necessarily taking anything from the Chinese when it comes to propaganda, because they're already looking at China as this unipolaristic enemy of the United States. They only see China as the enemy. And so that also stymies China's ability to help propagate Russian garbage and disinformation.
Just since you brought up the chat GPT, I just sort of wanted to see what it could do, and how concerned we should be about it. And so now I am writing an article that is going to be titled, "I'm a public health researcher. I asked chat GPT to write Kremlin disinfo. We're screwed." So yeah, we already don't face it. Although maybe if the threat gets more, like there's an elevation in the threat, that they'll finally act. We just don't think of it from a health security, national security standpoint, and we must.
We're too busy making like eerie pictures from Stable Diffusion to worry about, national security implications of ChatGPT, apparently.
Rosalie, if I ever suffer a bad case of Kremlin disinformation, I know which doctor to call.
But I'm not a doctor, so who are you gonna call?
Unless ChatGPT decides to make you a doctor.
It can do a lot. I had it tell me a story. When I published it, like I was floored. I was like, this is so good. I want to keep reading this story. I was like, let's use pigeons with microchips for censorship, government censorship. And then it made a good story. I was like, wow.
The worst part is ChatGPT is blocked here, and I can't even get through with a VPN. We have to use like 3 different ways to get through, like 3 different steps to get through to it. And therefore, because of that, I still haven't been able to, I can use Stable Diffusion, but I haven't been able to really play around with ChatGPT, unfortunately.
I'm also not a medical doctor, but like our friend Yehuda, I have stayed at a Holiday Inn once.
I just want to add, my phone's about to die, so if I disappear, carry on without me.
It's always great speaking to you, Rosalie. You're truly iconic and amazing. So thank you.
There is a graveyard for old iPhones in the west of the United States. You just need to ask for the address and then bury it there. Can we please go to the raccoon?
Well, as part of the MriyaReport management team, I hereby confer onto Rosalie the title of Doctor of the Space. Go forth and keep in mind, this is more like Doctor Who than actual doctor. You can go forth and call yourself doctor. I just want to. I had so many thoughts going through my head. It was like a fireworks display going. And the nature of the conversation was changing so rapidly. A little comment on China. Let's not forget, China knows which side its bread's buttered on. And allying itself with Russia, that has the GDP of a turnip, they don't like. Let's not get anything wrong. China doesn't like us. They don't like us at all. However, they need us to consume their products. And if they get into bed fully with Russia, then they may be subject to the same sanctions as Russia. And I think that terrifies them. And in fact, the consensus of the experts, the actual doctors, is that they are quite unnerved that they would one day become subject to these sanctions. What I wanted to get to, because you just came back from Washington there, Sarah, is although there's strong partisan support, did you ever get a flavor? And this might be coming from more of the hawkish types in Washington, that we need this war to be prolonged so we can bleed the Russians' capacity to make war ever again.
I heard that not in DC, but among the people on the street. The legislators are looking at it in a very serious manner. Not that that's not a strategy, not that it's not an actual strategy to do, but they understand there's real lives that are at risk here. They understand that there are Ukrainians who are dying every day for this global battle for freedom and liberty. And they're also taking so much pressure from the taxpayers in their districts that they want to find a pathway to victory as soon as possible. Now, it's not the same way we look at the pathway to victory, which is to listen to our generals here and give us everything we need at one time so we can finish this off. But not only do I not get it from a moral sense that they're trying to bleed it out in exchange for Ukrainian lives, but I don't see it from a political standpoint because they're already having to stand up to so much pressure from those who are questioning what's happening to the tax dollars.
That's all I had, Axel. I'm fully out of colloquialisms, dry humor, and I'm about to get in the shower.
That was so little information. We can deal with that. Not a problem. Let's go to Skykiss.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Sarah and Rosalie. Thank you for visiting. And before your phone dies, I just want to say, yeah, we can call you the head nurse, maybe, or oh, medical student. That's right. That's right. Sort of like that, that level where they're not doctors yet, but they're working on it. And I really appreciate your working in this field. It's so important, and I'm not going to take very much time because I want to hear you and Sarah talk. But I totally agreed. I mean, when Axel said don't, this is what I said. Going, yeah, okay, we're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They want their full country back, every bit of it. So, Sarah, thank you very much for, first of all, what you did developing into your combat medic position out of your journalism. And I followed you since the early days of the Walter Report, and always just so enjoy and learn so much from your excellent reporting. And thank you for bringing this story that you talked about, this takedown. It's really important to know about these things, and that the rule of law is working. It doesn't always work as fast as we want, but it works. And just thank you for continuing your reporting, because and I look forward to whatever you write in the future, your memoirs, whatever you can divulge. So just really a huge thank you to you, and also to Rosalie for coming before she drops off. Thank you.
Sky Kiss, I appreciate your words. And you mentioned the early days. I just put in the nest a tweet that I made 2 days ago called "War Changes Us." I didn't recognize the person. I didn't understand what almost a year. It's been 300 and whatever 12 days that I've been involved in the war. What it did to me physically, what it did to me emotionally, what it did to me mentally. Not saying that physically it's a little bit bad, but what it did to me mentally and emotionally, it's changed me. But one thing that I stand by is I came here as a journalist. And the journalism that I try to invoke outside of the videos of the horrors of Kharkiv were this more holistic approach to the war. And part of that is making sure that stories like the type we're talking about tonight are still being covered, and not just if you guys have heard me say this example before, well, you're going to get it again. When I worked at the Kharkiv Media Hub, so I've done so much stuff in here for the different organizations, governmental and not. At the Kharkiv Media Hub, where I would work with the journalists and escort them to the border and sort of do background checks on them, and et cetera. vet them, not background checks, but vet them. They would come and they would say, we want to see, this was at the height of the M777s and the HIMARS. We want to see the M777 fire. We want to see the HIMARS. And I would say, what else are you going to cover? We don't know. So you want us to find you an escort, to get you checked out, to send you 7 hours to go see an M777 fire. For the 99th time, you can be the 100th journalist to go see a fire. And then you're going to leave. And you're only going to take the same picture that everyone else took. And while we never told journalists what to do, I would always suggest that they do more to cover a more full picture of what the people of Kharkiv were going through, both from the ZSU perspective, civilian perspective. And coming into the military, despite the fact of me not being a journalist anymore, it doesn't mean that I still don't hold clear the values that informed me as a journalist. And so tonight was sort of harkened back to that Sky Kiss, which was, this was important news. How can I best get it out directly to the people? No gatekeeping, no filtering. And that's when I knew, that's when I approached Yehuda and said, listen, I have this story. It's not been covered in the way that I'm going to cover it. We've been working on it here in Kyiv, and I have the documents. So I want to talk directly to the people, because ultimately, what good is news if it's not being consumed by the people who can appreciate it and understand it?
Absolutely. And thank you so much for taking that step and bringing us this report. I also wanted to just underscore part of a really important statement that you made, the transformative defeat of Russia. They just really, they touched my heart and my mind and brought up everything that when we're talking about culture and Russia's appropriation of other countries' culture and how that sickens us. That touched that whole strata in my thinking of everything that is actually not theirs, that they say is theirs, that they promote. The same, it's part of their disinformation, but it's that long-term, centuries disinfo. So the transformative defeat of Russia includes so many things, and just not let them out. What you said about the visas, just nothing. They're every one of them is persona non grata. So, the people who thought for themselves and still do and are fighting for their own freedom, and they got out, the brain drain, as we call it. I'm not going to hate them, because I know some of them, and I know what they went through to get either to the United States or another freedom-loving country. So we'll call it democracy with a small d, but also it's freedom and liberty. Just as you said.
I want to back you up on this, and oh my gosh, this is going to be a controversial statement, but I think if anybody can make the statement, it's me. I don't hate all Russians. I hate what Russia is doing to the world, and unfortunately, for those Russians who disagree with the Putin regime, if they're not doing anything, even passively, they have to pay the price of being persona non grata. But my thinking is informed by people wiser about the situation than me. People like the defense minister, when he reached out to the Russians and said, get out while you can, to those who run our sanctions list here, which is ultimately under the authority of the prime minister and president, where there are directions on the sanctions list on how you can get off the sanctions list. And if Ukrainians themselves can find it in their heart to at least accept the acknowledgement that Russians can go ahead and modify their behavior, then that's where the notion of the transformative defeat comes in. I'm not looking to throw them a lifeline. All I'm saying is, first we must defeat the visible enemy, which is the Putin-led regime of terror and crime, and then we have to be able to sort as to who that next layer were. I am not interested in seeing a babushka, no matter how venomous she is towards us, dying of hunger somewhere in the far east of Russia. It doesn't help my life whatsoever to wish that sort of vengeance upon a babushka there. And so that's how I try to look through the fog of war and understand what we have to look at in 20 years from now, because the Ukrainians are still going to have to live on the border with these people. So step one, we win. Step two, we inflict a transformative defeat. Step three, we lead by example for all the countries that were former members of the Soviet Union, excluding the Baltics, who are already doing a good job on their own, to show them what freedom and liberty truly are. And I think that's a step that could mean 20 years from now, the war was not in vain.
And on to today, Sarah, thank you for that. On today, on a day noted for the demonstrative power of the justice system of Ukraine's allies, as you have highlighted to us this evening on this space, Ukraine's allies working in collaboration for the cause of Ukraine, for the cause of its liberation, right up to its 1991 borders. The effect of your work, Sarah, bringing the world the Ukrainian voice, and your work right up to your decision to join and continuing throughout to join the liberation, the cause of liberation of Ukraine through your work with the ZSU. You have consistently brought this story to us, and we're very thankful for it.
But thank you for that, Wendy. And by the way, Skykiss, I think, so in addition to the newsletter, which I've talked about a few times, I write a weekly / twice weekly column for an outlet called Resolute Square, which is published by the founders of the Lincoln Project. And I think my newest column is going to be titled Transformative Defeat. And I'll go ahead and publish my full thoughts on what I meant by that and where I see it helping to the pain now can very much help to ease the pathway to the future reconciliation of neighbors over the next generation. It's going to be difficult, but it's possible.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Skykiss. Dr. Rosalie.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe share and kind of echo what Sarah was saying in the defeat of Russia is transformative. It's happening now, and we're being changed. But how quickly that's happening, and how profound it is I have hope not just for Ukraine. I have hope for the people in other countries who have been changed by this. The way that I found my way into focusing on the disinformation coming out of Ukraine is that for the 2 years before that, I had spent time tracing and following the disinformation that Russia was targeting the US with related to vaccines. And it was because of that that I felt so strongly that they would invade. And the thing that I feel that we've learned over and over is that anyone can make a difference. And it sounds so cheesy, but anybody can. Nobody showed up to my house and was like, will you help Ukraine? I decided I was going to do that. And I think it's been a very edifying process. And the sharp focus that Ukraine has on justice is something that I think about when this is over, how we can make things more just where I live in the United States. And it's really Ukraine that has shown me that.
Thank you, Rosalie. I think Ukraine has led its allies and its friends in quite. It's been an exemplary force for good in 2022 and now 2023. So thank you for your comment, and I'd like to welcome up Yehuda. Great to see you. How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks. I'm just listening in. Hi, Sarah.
Hey, Yehuda. Thanks for popping in. Still here 2.5 hours later.
Great. Yeah, no, I thought I'd catch you, and that's great. So I hope everyone took the news well. I think a lot of people were worried about Soledar last night, talking about how many Russians were dispatched to have a meeting with the, upstairs. Any news on there? Or did you talk about that at all, or no?
I can tell you that last night around, because I tweeted a lot yesterday about Soledar, and there were these rumors that it had fallen, and I received my briefing from my commanders, and basically it was very clear: Soledar has not fallen. Just because some parts of it are being contested, it doesn't mean that we've lost it. And we've had many towns, and I like to bring up Udi in the north of Kharkiv Oblast as having been a prime example. We have many towns that go back and forth. There's ebbs and flows to it. And ultimately, if the Ministry of Defense of Russia even says it's been taken, I still don't believe it, because too many times they've lied. Too many times they've made claims that are factually not true. And if you have half of a town, you don't have the town. And most importantly, if my fellow, folks in ZSU, National Police, the civilians who are there, if they're still battling Yehuda to take it back, even if there's the ebb and flow, then it hasn't been lost. And so until President Zelensky says that Soledar is no longer under our control, I can tell you what my commanders are saying. My commanders are telling me and everyone else, we have not lost Soledar. And I can't be clearer than that.
That's great. Yeah, I know I got a little baby here. I get a lot of criticism. People tell me, "Oh, you're optimistic." I said, "Listen, the Ukrainians control the operational tempo. They'll bring people in. They'll let the Russians advance. They'll smack them, and then they'll push them back, and they'll do it over and over again. As long as the Russians are dumb enough to keep trying to attack really heavily fortified positions, it's in the Ukraine's best interest. If they lose a bit of ground, so what?" I think some people think that I'm just like I'm being overly optimistic. I'm too pro-Ukraine. Someone said, "Listen, Ukrainians have showed over and over and over again their ability to draw the Russians in. It's an ambush, and then the Russians run in, and the Ukrainians just smoke them and push them back out, and they rinse and repeat." Last night I had a lot of pressure. People, it's gonna fall. You gotta see. Like, listen, until I actually said, if the Ukrainians are gonna lose, quote unquote, Soledar, they'll withdraw on their own just to do something bigger later. They control the tempo here. And to our audience, I'm so glad that you said that, Sarah, because starting to sound like a crazy person, and so now we're just sounding like two crazy people. But listen,
You're not. And no, this is as an example of what you're just saying. I can talk about it now because it's been. I can't talk about current activities. I can't talk about future plans, but I can talk about the past. About 3 weeks ago, and I brought it up in the night that Chuck was on. So maybe it was a week ago. But
I think we just lost Sarah through a phone call.
Yeah, phone call or bad connection. Yeah, so Sarah's gonna get back to us, but just for all those people messaging me yesterday, I was, just have some faith, eh? I mean, the Russians are not like palpably they're not better than the Ukrainians at the whole war fighting thing. There are no surprises on these static lines. It's not like the Russians can move a sizable force up and the Ukrainians don't know about it. If things are moving and things are happening, I'm very confident that the Ukrainians are allowing for the Russians to move in certain areas. I actually speculate that Ukrainians want to fix more and more Russians in the area. I thought maybe perhaps the Russians were trying to reorient their forces to where they should have them, and instead, the Ukrainians said, "Oh no, maybe you can. Oh, we're so weak over here," and then the Russians go and lose 590 soldiers in half a day. 590 killed Russians in Solidar in half a day. Just you got to stop. I mean, anyways, Sarah's back. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you guys hear?
Now, yeah, you dropped off. Now you're back.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Sure can.
Okay, great. So about 3 weeks ago, we allowed the Russians to advance what would be west of Bakhmut, relatively far west. We're talking 5-6 kilometers west of Bakhmut, southwest of Bakhmut. We allowed them to think that they were, flanking around the city, and we absolutely decimated them. Over and over and over and over again, they attempt the same moves. We saw it from Hostomel all the way to what's going on 3 weeks ago. Again, I can't talk about current activities, but I can say that just 3 weeks ago, the unit that I visited with the ambulance, that's where it was. They went straight in and they thought they were marching through, and that was that.
So Sarah, stick to that point for a second. I keep saying this. I mean, I honestly think people think I'm lying. It's a very well and true and tried tactic of the Russians don't get many wins. So if literally Ukrainian forces will withdraw from an area, just like you mentioned on the southwest of Bakhmut, the Russians just get all excited. Oh my God, we're winning, and they just start dumping people in there, and the Ukrainians just counter move and decimate them. And but what happens is you hear the Telegram channels go off, you see a map on the internet, and everyone's like, oh my God, they're losing. I'm like, stop. Who's controlling the tempo here, right? So please do go on. I love this.
I was in a briefing yesterday, and my commander brought up a great point. You just said Telegram. There was an 11-second clip of Wagner running around Solidar. If we think we're losing a battle because of an 11-second clip, we shouldn't be in the military. And we don't want the public to ever think we're losing a battle based on an 11-second clip, because if that's all the Russians are putting out there, it's because it's lies. It's simple as that. They can edit, they were in the middle of Solidar, but it was running gun battles. That there's the ebb and flow to war, Yehuda, as you know. And ultimately, they put out these little clips on Telegram, they put out these statements, they put out their fake maps, and they do one thing consistently good, and that's die on the battlefield.
They're very good at that. Yeah, no, it's really, and again, I was explaining earlier yesterday, people will say, well, why aren't they moving forward? Why would the Ukrainians want to move forward? They have a sweet spot. They have a sweet spot where the Russians keep, running, like they have a kill zone set up all in Bakhmut, for example. The Russians keep piling in, and the Ukrainians just keep doing it. And I hate to say it, I don't like glorifying violence, but you've seen the videos and the pictures of Russians strewn about a field. Ukrainians have no, there's no requirement for them to push up to Lysychansk at this moment. You know, there's no they have a situation where the Russians are eager to advance into death traps, and the Ukrainians are going to keep on doing it until they're ready to liberate that part of Ukraine. They're not going to move, and it's not, I definitely would tell people listening, and I get a lot, you know, some doom and gloom, that oh my gosh, they're losing Solidar. You know what? The Russians are being fixed and attrited, and that's good too.
As I was telling the space earlier, you know, I was in Bakhmut twice during fighting. I was in Bakhmut in October, and I was in Bakhmut 2 weeks ago. It's terrible. It's awful. But most every soldier who's there has seen what's happening in Bakhmut, in either Kharkiv or Kherson, or both. It's nothing unexpected, unfortunately, because Russia is attempting this forward movement scorched earth policy. The rebuilding is going to be horrific, but what is Russia really getting when they've taken half of a town like Soledar? What are they really getting when they have the bank of one of the rivers of Bakhmut, if that's in fact the case? They're getting a whole lot of nothing except a use of their resources that, and you stated it perfectly, they move forward into this cauldron and they pay the price. They do it over and over again. And while I can't say anything, I can ask this rhetorical question. Where are we supposed to march forward to? Where are we supposed to go through after Bakhmut? So we go to Lysychansk. The amount of people that it would take to do whatever we would need to do is not something that makes sense right now. The war is not going to end in a day. The Russians have been preparing for this war for 100 years, you know, or in reality since 1991. It's not going to happen overnight, especially in the Donbass.
And
it was amazing what we accomplished in Kharkiv and in Kherson, but the Donbass is different. It just is.
And another thing is, while there are still 40,000 Russians in that Bakhmut pocket, if they're there thinking they're going to win Bakhmut or Solidar, you know where they're not? They're not in Zaporizhia, and you know. So the good thing is that it's very much to everyone's in Ukrainians' interest to keep the Russians fixed in Bakhmut. And you know what? They want to get chopped up there over and over again. They really believe they're winning it, or they have a chance. I actually think that even Prigozhin knows he doesn't have a chance in Bakhmut anymore. But I think that that's why he was kind of aiming at Solidar, to be honest with you. Let's go to some hands.
I just wanted to share that I just retweeted a tweet, and it's from January, late January of 2022, before Russia invaded. And I say something like, you know, it's like if their courage or their bravery could win the war, it would be over before it started. And I still very much feel that way, but I underestimated the how important that was. And so I'm, you know, kind of like Sarah, unless I hear that something has been lost, um I trust that they want to win this, that they will. Yeah.
Sarah?
No, I'm here. And ultimately, and again, Rosalie puts things so succinctly, until we hear it, until we see it, until there was one time I was a half kilometer or a kilometer away from Udi, and I'm reading on Telegram that the MOD of Russia had just made a statement that they controlled Udi. And I'm like, wow, that'd be really something, because if they controlled Udi, I'd be prisoner right now. And it's just the nonsense that they put out there. I've seen it too many times to ever accept anything I see on Telegram now. Really, anything. And then we all saw it when they claimed that they hit bunker, or not bunkers, but barracks number, or dormitories number 28 and 47, resulting in 600 dead. The stuff they put out there is so ludicrous as to almost be a sketch, as to almost be a comedy sketch, because it's so unbelievable. We're almost hitting Iraqi first Iraq War levels of cognitive dissonance here.
I was too young to kind of remember that, but the thing that I am most enjoying is the sarcasm of the Ukrainians. Like, they've taught me something about dealing with disinformation, because I was always very, very serious. Like, we need to counter and, be very polite and respectful. And, sometimes you don't need to spend time and give respect to things that aren't, showing that to you. And some things are ridiculous, like weaponized pigeons. And and you can, there is so much that can be fought with humor. NAFO is all about that. But the way that the Ukrainians just kind of roll their eyes, like, oh, we're Satanists and we weaponize pigeons, and what else do we do?
I had this thing. So Rosalie, this is so ridiculous. Back in, I think it was May or June, I was seeing so much nonsense. They were pronouncing so much nonsense on Telegram that I would take whatever they put on Telegram, including the pictures, and just post the opposite on Twitter. And this is before I blocked like 65, I think I have 65 or 66,000 people blocked. Before I blocked everyone, I could tell which stories were correct and which were not, based on the collective outrage of their attacks on my stealing of their stories. So if the outrage was real, like just tremendous amount of comments, then I knew that maybe their story had some kernel, some nugget of truth to it. And if it was silence, then I knew it was a complete lie. And more often than not, when I would, take their stories, I heard nothing back. And we're talking some of the larger Telegram channels that would just be posting absolute garbage.
That's really interesting, because we'll have to talk about how we tell which which narratives are false. One of the things that I have noticed, and this won't be like earth shattering, I'm not spoiling anything here. I knew that the story about the 600 in the barracks was false when I saw that Iran was publishing it. When you see because when things are true, you don't have to put a bunch of energy behind it. People will talk about it. It happens. But when things are false, they have to put a lot of muscle behind it.
Yes, because they have to push it out. That's a great point. When it's false, then they have to own it even more. And when, as we were talking about before Yehuda came in, when you're relying on the Chinese and Iranians to push things, you are in trouble.
Yeah, because their disinformation's not effective, but Iran is. They have much fewer resources, and that's another one though. I wonder. We don't have to sidetrack, but I have noticed Iran. Maybe they're just choosing to, or this is part of how they're supporting Russia. But I have noticed them kind of sharing more of their information space.
They pay so much attention. So when I mentioned earlier that the Iranian came and visited me in Kharkiv, it was in response to me appearing on Iranian dissident television and saying that the Ayatollah had to be deposed, and the Ayatollah was next, et cetera, et cetera. They watch everything, and it spooked me a little bit to have this guy show up. Especially that he was so well known. And it showed me that they do take their propaganda seriously, but it also showed me that, and you working in the field that you do, if they're taking it that seriously, they're also capable of being taken, because they will apply their own reasoning to stories versus trying to look through it through the eyes of liberal democracies.
Yeah, that's an error that, I think Russia makes all the time. A lot of times when you hear stories, they sound a little bit like we let the most paranoid person in the room like say something. And I think if you it's kind of like, I really think that there are probably leaders that feel the way that some of these stories that are ridiculous are, but they don't perceive the world at all the way that we do. Yeah, so it's sorry, my dog's barking.
Well, think about, and I know Ben has his hand up, but on that line of thinking, they chose to, I don't mean the second attack when they put me on television, but the first attack when Zakharova attacked back in April. Some minion of hers in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was paying attention to some American journalist with whatever, 4,000 followers at the time, 3,000 followers, like nothing. And they decided to attack. They punched down in a way that was so stunning that it's almost as though they couldn't believe that maybe I wasn't relevant. So they had to attack me because in their mind I was relevant. However, in doing so, they made me relevant. And that was one of the more crazy aspects of that attack, right? You never punch down. You don't go after the low-hanging fruit if you're this, this big behemoth. And yet they did. And so by the time they really attacked me and put me on TV, that was the funniest thing ever because they had already done it 8 months before. And that alone showed how little understanding they had of our way of doing things.
The kind of the pettiness to their kind of the things that they'll do, it really always just kind of makes me laugh. Like, can you imagine like a US diplomat finding like a person with like 4,000 followers and like trash talking? Like, it's just like, you are losing a war. Like, get off of Twitter. What are you doing? Like, it's so sad. And they discredit themselves. Like, let them, but it's hard to believe.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So I know there's some people with their hands up. So I guess maybe, especially when one of them's the host, I guess we should turn it back over to them.
Thank you. Well, first of all, there's people with only 3,000 followers who are very nice and worth listening to. But no, that's not what I wanted to get into. Sarah, you came here about 2 hours ago, a bit more now, and you had a very interesting breaking news for us. For all of those who are just rejoining us, would you be so very, very kind to give them a primer of what you told us and how important it is?
Absolutely. And to me, Ben, it was one of the more important stories that I have seen come across my purview in some time. On October 19th of 2022, the U.S. Justice Department put out a press release stating that 5 or 6 Russians, a Ukrainian, some Venezuelans were all arrested on charges of money laundering, mail fraud, and most importantly, attempting to break export control laws in the United States. However, at the time, the indictments were sealed. They've now become unsealed, and I was reading over them last night extensively. There are approximately 70 pages in total. And let me pull up the list. Excuse me one moment, so they can get the readout. Among those items that were attempting to be exported, and in some cases were exported, were 18 tactical air navigation interrogators and 18 multi-mode receivers, which were going to be used in the 2022 version of the Russian Su-30 fighter jet's navigation system. We are also finding out that they were getting their hands on radiation-hardened flash memory drives, small terminal interface circuits, advanced communication engine terminals, other parts that were suitable for their missile systems and their satellites, as well as a precision jig grinder, which was going to be used in most cases for creation of nuclear armaments. And they did this through a money laundering operation where they were purchasing oil from Venezuela, having the oil shipped from Venezuela to China, having the money washed that way, then handed over to shell companies operating out of the Baltics, where the export control licenses were being assigned. And then the exportation was taking place from the United States to the Baltic countries and to Germany, at which point the end user was going to be the Russians. However, in the Donbass in 2019, Russian weapons started to show up with American-made technology and technology belonging to the Allies. And as such, American authorities realized there was something wrong and began an investigation. The investigation continued until after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, when a Russian who was on the sanctions list of Ukraine was found out to be the main funder of this operation. And he was arrested in Germany a couple of months after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, along with all of the other criminals involved, alleged criminals. And at that point, they're going through the extradition process at the moment and will be held, once they get here, the trials will be held, one in Connecticut for 7 of them, and 5 of them will be tried in the Eastern District of New York.
Wow. Your research so far, can you give us an idea of how difficult it is to source those items? Is it something that if they don't find it with that company that was not mentioned, they will never find it anywhere in the world? Or is it something where it's more likely that they launch 4 or 5 such operations, hoping that one of them would succeed?
There was without going through all 70 pages, there was this one moment where after the full-scale invasion, they were waiting for one of the companies to deliver, as you alluded to. It was never named. They were out of Texas. And they said, forget it, let's just look in Germany, or let's just get it from Germany. And so I think in a couple of the items, and didn't specify which one, there were multiple suppliers. The jig grinder was so specialized that one jumped out, especially because it was actually exported to Latvia before it was intercepted. And it was not a setup. It was actually exported to Latvia before they realized that the investigation showed it was supposed to move from Latvia to Russia. And so due to literal detective work from these agents, they were able to piece together the scheme. And one of the reasons it was very difficult to piece together, and they know it's been going on since prior to 2019, because it was the same people behind the weapons technology found in the Donbass, was due to the fact that it was so decentralized, except for the money man. You know, he was the key part of it all, but you were looking at a multi-pronged, multi-front effort that involved folks from across the world. You had Venezuela involved, you had China involved, you had Panama involved, you had straw companies in the Baltics, you had one guy was arrested living in Italy, another guy was arrested living in Germany. And so you had the Ukrainian who was the owner of the straw companies, who was basically what I call a trader, a Ukrainian who was living in Estonia running these companies. So it was decentralized across the globe. And luckily, it was found in time before any damage could be done, or more damage. Damage had been done, but more damage could be done after the full-scale invasion.
Thanks a lot. yeah, there's.
And sorry, Ben, for those listening, I will be putting up the court transcripts of the indictments on my newsletter, which is Sarah Ashton Cirillo on Substack. And they're going to be free to look at, but it will be put up tomorrow morning.
Brilliant. Those of us with an eye for this sort of documents will be able to go through them and hopefully report their findings and their opinions. I think that's the sort of things where we can have a very interesting debate on the different takes people will draw from them. Rosalie.
I just wanted to thank you guys for your time. I have to head to an interview at the hour. So I wish you guys good night or good morning, whatever you are. And thank you so much for talking with me.
Have a great interview.
Break a leg. That's that sort of interview. Otherwise, well, good interview.
No, not that sort. More like, tell us what bad stuff's going on.
Well, hopefully not too many bad stuff, or whatever is bad, we help compensate with, well, everybody's presence, everybody's contribution, and Sarah's reporting. Oh, Sarah came back up. You're floating a little bit. CJ, are you here to tell us about M483A1DPICM?
Only if you'd like, because it is controversial, but it is good news for Ukraine. So I don't want to interrupt the flow, but I can talk a little bit if people are interested.
I'm sure Sarah will love to know everything about the M483A1 DPICM.
I'll
Sarah,
just say this,
CJ.
You definitely need to check out that interview with the Russian tank mechanic from Omsk, because he really lays into the Russian versus Western tanks. And for tank aficionado, I think you'll find it very interesting. I hate to do this as well, Ben. I've been on for 3 hours now. I think I'm going to have to wrap it up as well. It's 1 a.m. here, and I still have to write some briefings for my commander in the morning. So I'm going to have to say goodnight. It's been amazing. It truly has. And what I'll do, Ben and several others, I'll go ahead and text you once the documents are up on the site, and then you guys can disperse them. Because as I said, it's open records, difficult to get, but it is open records. So I'm happy to share them for everyone to see.
Thank you. Sarah, if you have a quarter second, Ryan just popped up of his box. Maybe he has something to tell you directly.
I just wanted to clarify on behalf of CJ that he's an arty aficionado. Tanks are not really his forte.
Ryan, no, you missed it. Sarah and I were talking earlier, and you know, I love a good tank, even if I misidentify them at times. So definitely,
Yeah, that one time there was that one time, but you know, for a 14-year-old kid, you're pretty good at identifying artillery and tanks.
So
okay,
sounds good.
Sarah's
Ryan, I appreciate it. Y'all have a great night, and thanks again for giving me so much time up here in this space.
Thanks, Sarah. Take care.
Yep. Bye.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing all this information. It was tremendously helpful and interesting. And I don't know for you, but I think that she richly deserved to be paid twice as much, and we will count her 6 hours of presence. On that note, CJ, what about the M483A1DPICM?
Well,
that's a
it is. DPICM is a little bit easier, or cluster munitions. So let me just preface this, because this is quite the controversial topic. We got to go back to about May or June. The Ukrainian government officially requested these rounds be given from the United States. What they are, for those that don't know, it's a 155 shell, so a standard large caliber artillery round, but inside are 88 bomblets. So basically, think like smaller than a baseball hand grenades that pierce through metal, people, trenches, everything. And if you don't have the ability to shoot a lot of artillery rounds and you have a lot of armor in front of you that's shooting at you, it's the perfect weapon system. So if the answer would be that simple, it would have been given long ago, but these things have a somewhat complicated past. It's important to clarify here that cluster mines and cluster munitions are two very different things. Cluster mines that people are thinking of generally are the Russian ones, where they have the butterfly, easy, basically very easy to detonate. So kids pick them up, people walk by, they blow off limbs. That's not what these are. These are supposed to explode right upon above impact and destroy military forces. And the controversial part here is they have about a 2 to 3% dud rate. So not all of them explode. However, if they're not sensitive enough to explode the first time, it's not likely that they'll be triggered that easily. So again, not comparable. But the weird part here, and why it's newsworthy, is they were requested for a while. No one seemed to really do anything about it or give them, because while the U.S. has not signed the treaty against cluster munitions, it followed the treaty's provisions pretty closely, including no exports and no use of them after 2004. President Trump in 2017 reversed that, and then President Biden looked like he was going to reverse it back again to the original way. And lo and behold, they show up, and Turkey gave them. They gave them the American ones, which can only mean one thing, that the Americans approved it. Because if Turkey were to give that without the approval of a weapon that's already not allowed to be exported, that would be pretty crazy. So I'll start off with that and see if anyone has any questions that are pertinent.
Apparently not. Well, the legal aspect is essential. Just to be absolutely sure, what's the issue that people tend to have with cluster munition?
Well, the issue is people say they're an indiscriminate weapon because they blow up over a large area. Well, this is a full-scale war, right? So the idea is, look how Ukraine uses artillery. They use it against Russian military positions. That's how these would be used. The strongest argument for these things and why it's relevant to the space is because we're all here trying to get aid for Ukraine, primarily, military aid, of course, in terms of what we talk about. And these things mean that you don't have to fire as many artillery rounds. So it's as effective anywhere between, it's basically worth or has the explosive potential or 2 to 5 other ones. And that may not seem like a big difference in the short term, but in the long term, the amount of damage you can do with one artillery system before you have to replace the barrel, I mean, that's a gigantic leap in terms of what you could destroy. For example, to take out a Russian tank with regular high explosive rounds, you need to either be dead on with a precision guided munition, or you need to shoot anywhere between 30 and 50 artillery rounds, which is a lot to destroy one tank. With these things, you only got to use 6 or 7 and it's done. So you can target more quickly, you can hit more things at once, and that's going to allow Ukraine to move more quickly in the battlefield as they quickly take out targets that they need to and move on to the finish line there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I thought it was the question of them not detonating.
Yes, I mean, some don't detonate, but that actually happens with all rounds. We've even seen a Gimler's missile from a HIMARS, which is a $160,000 missile, not detonate. The Russians said they shot it down. It very clearly was not the case that they shot it down, yet they toted it as a prize. So, everything that explodes has a very small chance that it won't explode. This is no exception.
Thank you, CJ. Before we go forward, Combat Trash Panda, please go ahead.
I just want CJ to expand a little bit on indiscriminate fire, because before the Ukrainians started sniping tanks with 155 shells on the first round, artillery was an area effect weapon. You go into like a 37 round fire for effect, and you're destroying a grid square. So I understand, and I hope the listeners understand that there are elements of area effect weapons. Now, this doesn't play very well for Ukraine because that's expending ammunition they don't have.
Yeah, so the real benefit here and why I think it was given at this particular time is the fact that there's a lot of trenches to overcome. And so with trenches and you have artillery, it takes hundreds, if not thousands of rounds to break through a trench. However, with these things, you shoot one above the trench line and everyone inside is dead. We've all seen the videos of Ukraine, dropping these very small grenades. Imagine that times 100 with every single round with, almost the same level of accuracy. So this is a weapon meant to clear a lot of space quickly, and this will allow Ukraine to regain its territory faster, even though there is a small risk of some of them not detonating.
All right, guys, if you'll allow me, I'd like to do something a bit special right now. CJ, thank you very much for the explanations. If you're still there, in a few minutes we'll return to you. I'd like to give the floor to Søren in a little bit of a solemn circumstance, and to talk to us about someone who was dear to him, and who, well, he will tell us more about it. Søren, welcome on board.
Hi guys, thank you very much for this. Thank you for having me and for opening this space for this occasion. Also, it's a different topic, but also of course connected to what we are discussing here every day. And I just want to point your attention on a topic which is very relevant for hundreds of Ukrainians, of course, every day right now, unfortunately, but now it's also relevant for me for the first time since this full-scale invasion has started, and this is personal loss, individual loss. And I would like just to share the story of a friend of mine whom I lost 2 days ago on the first Christmas day of the Orthodox Christmas at the Zaporizhia front line. And his name is Denis Tarasov, a citizen of Ukraine, a citizen of the beautiful city of Zaporizhia. And I want to share this with you because I think that Denis' life stood for, yes, basically everything Ukrainians are going through since independence, basically, of their country, and especially since 2014, and especially since the start of this full-scale invasion. And that's why it's worth to talk about it. And you can see him, thank you for sharing this, you can see him in the nest on the right side of this picture, a wonderful man in his late 30s. And basically, it would also have been nice to invite him to this space someday. And it's sorry, unfortunately, it's not possible anymore because he also stood, as I think, as a role model for many topics that we are regularly discussing here in the space, including defense in his later days, but most of all, freedom, democracy, rule of law, bravery, and also empowerment of Ukrainian people. He was really empowering Ukrainians. And you have to know, and maybe many of you will know, that trust is lacking in the Ukrainian society, and trust is lacking outside the private life everywhere in Ukrainian society. And many problems are related to this lack of trust, which finds its roots also, of course, in the Soviet past, and where this was really trained away from the people. Let's put it like this. And that's why this empowering element of individuals, of people who are empowering others in Ukraine is very, very important. And Denis was really one of them. He was a husband, he was a father, he was a lawyer, a brilliant lawyer, by the way. He was a politician, and in his later months now also a soldier. I met him the first time 8 years ago in 2015, when I had organized with some colleagues, we call it this mobile platform for civic engagement. And we were traveling through the country looking for people who would be willing to talk to us, to talk to local and regional politicians from Germany and from other countries, to get involved in local politics. And there was Denis in one of those meetings, and he had a great performance there. This was a difficult time right after the Revolution of Dignity and after the hard Yanukovych years. And Dennis turned out to be a brilliant communicator, and in everything that he was doing, and I then learned to know him better and better. My experience was that he was simply ignoring all of these hardships around him and trying to ignore all this corruption and all this mess in local politics, where it's really, at this time, it was not about politics, it was about bilateral interests only and about making money. And he was simply saying to the people, come with me and we go through this together. Yes, step by step. Let's ignore this and stick to the rules that we also have in this country, stick to the laws and go for it. And this was a wonderful experience. He really believed in the rule of law, and he really called for the rule of law in a time when this was still very, very difficult and even dangerous in Zaporizhia at that time. He also experienced violence from opponents and from gangs, let's say. Yes, Dennis, he was a very talented lawyer, and he filed lawsuits against corrupt politicians, local politicians. This was his main thing in the last years. And I remember one event, and this is also the one that is shown in the nest, when I visited a park in the middle of the center, in the very center of Zaporizhia city, a huge park. And he told me, we are standing here because we are defending this park, because a corrupt local politician had purchased this communal property, which should not be possible at all. Of course, this was a big corruption thing. A politician of the Party of Regions, the former Yanukovych party, and he wanted to buy a shopping center there in the very center of the city. Of course, totally illegal. And he was filing a lawsuit against this corrupt guy, who is, by the way, today a member of the Verkhovna Rada. I will not name his name now, but it's the case. And this was a fight for years, and they were attacked by Titushki and by mafia thugs and all this dirty stuff. In 2019, years later, they won this lawsuit. And this was an amazing event, and they were celebrating. And many, many people were following this experience that they had together with Dennis. And some of them also then, when the full-scale invasion started, decided to join the armed forces together. So they together took up arms. They together voluntarily applied for military service. They joined the territorial defense forces, and they joined the 114th Battalion of the 110th Brigade of the Zaporizhia Oblast Territorial Defense Force and went to the front line and fought for weeks and months. And they are still fighting. But 2 days ago, unfortunately, such a shining light, such a wonderful man, Dennis, died in the artillery fire of the enemy. In the very corner where the oblasts of Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Dnipro are coming together, there's just this one triangle where they all meet, and this is the spot where they have been at this very moment. So this is just a little story about an individual whom I know, who I was friend with, and I would like to see his dream, his Mriya, ongoing of a democratic Ukraine. That was his life motto and the life motto of many of those who are now fighting and who are all willing to give their lives for this ultimate dream. And I'm in contact with his wife. I'm in contact with his close followers and friends. And we have decided to set up a little fundraiser to supply exclusively to his military unit equipment, most of all drones. And this is what I would like to share with you also. So if you would like to support us in this effort, and I will also I'm thinking now since 2 days how I can get personally more involved. I'm thinking about maybe joining the funeral don't know if this will be possible, but I will try. But for sure, I will bring the goods personally to Ukraine. So this is the story that I wanted to share with you. Difficult topic, but also an everyday topic, of course. And I think it helps us from time to time to look into the biographies of people and not just talk about the numbers. So thank you very much for providing this space for me. And if you have any questions or if you want to say something or yes, any remarks, I'm here. Thank you very much. And let's think about Dennis and let's try to live our own life in this sense and support Ukrainians, because there's so many people out there who have the same dream that Dennis had. Thank you.
Thank you, Sören. Yeah, he's an example. He's an example for the Ukrainian people. He's an example for all us hearing the story, how the Ukrainian people are fighting against corruption before 2014 and still fighting, and they are still a society which is in war, but which is alive, which is fighting for democracy, for our standards, and for our values. Thank you for sharing the story, Sören. I think CJ has a question. Please, CJ.
Yeah. First, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Soren, thank you so much for sharing. You know, for a lot of us, when Russia invaded the first time, we paid attention, but not like this, of course, where most of us have been in the space hearing about these heroes firsthand, and then in some cases, like this one, hearing about the sad ending. I was wondering if you feel open to it, we'd like to hear, or at least I would like to hear, what changed his mind and what happened when he gave up his life as a lawyer to become a soldier, if you know, and sort of what he's done since his time from transitioning over. That's a pretty big life change as a soldier myself. If you're open to it, we'd love to know how that came about and what he's done since, now that he's made the ultimate sacrifice.
Because I think he was always willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. I think that he didn't think about this for a second, because for him and for many others who think in the same way, this is just one fight, you know? This is one fight. Be it as a lawyer, be it as an honest politician, and they are there in Ukraine, yes, and they are becoming more and more. Be it in every job that you are doing where you are fighting, or where you just don't call it fighting, serving democracy, rule of law, and your society, serving your neighbors. This is the same fight than going to the front lines and fighting against the Russian occupants. And why is that so? Because this fight, the people are fighting in their civilian jobs, is much more than in our countries of the West, in our democracies over decades now, much more an existential fight, has always been an existential fight. And I just mentioned before the lack of trust in the society. So, and trust is one of our most valuable goods that we have. We know it's from our relationships. If the trust is not there anymore, everything is gone. So that means that in the society where the people live in and still do in Ukraine, it's still a developing story with the trust in society. You know, you don't have the regulations, the rules, the laws, where you can simply blindly trust, yes, and put your trust in. You cannot, or you couldn't. The revolution of dignity was, of course, the turning point. That's why the people went on the Maidan, to fight for exactly this. But you couldn't trust the official in the local administration. You couldn't trust the policeman. You couldn't trust your politician. You couldn't trust anyone out of your family. You couldn't trust business partners. You couldn't trust even the doctor. You couldn't trust even the teacher in the school. And that's the problem. Every point in your personal life could be, in the past, the existential point to wipe out, be it your professional biography, to end your career, to harm your family in any way, to steal your car, to beat you up by sending Titushki to your home. This is what the people have gone through. And that is why they are fighting so hard against the Russians, because they never want this back. And they know that the Russians stand exactly for this old model. And they don't want to have it back. And that's why suing a corrupt local politician or fighting at the front line against the Russians, for them it's basically the same. Does it make sense?
No, it does. I completely agree too. You know, there is a fight for democracy that happens at the beginning, I think, of almost every country, right? And so, you know, regardless of the way it takes place, everyone has a role, whether you're fighting against corruption, fighting to maintain the rule of law, or fighting on the front lines. I was just hoping, you know, if you wouldn't mind just explaining his military career, if you knew any information, just because I know that in the space everyone here is well versed to kind of hear about, you know, whether or not he was conscripted or he joined. And if you don't feel comfortable, that's perfectly fine too. I know we would all really enjoy that. I think, especially at the end.
So he joined together with his comrades voluntarily. I remember a video on Facebook with one of his closest friends, whom I talked to also in the last hours in preparation for this meeting, and Ihor is his name. And I remember a video on Facebook when he was on the 25th of February putting rounds in his magazine of his AK, and recording a video for his friends in Zaporizhia, showing that he's ready to go. And that's what those guys did. And they did it in the first days of the full-scale invasion. And there was no question about it. And the families had to swallow it. Of course, I think many women and many children have been very afraid and are still very afraid about their husbands and fathers going out to the front line, but they have never questioned this, yes, because it was the same fight they were ever fighting before. So there were volunteers applying for the same unit of territorial defense in Zaporizhia, and they have undergone a very basic training. None of them have been professional militaries, soldiers before, and they don't have those experiences, but they were ready to learn, and they learned quickly. As far as I know, his unit was not among the best equipped among the territorial defense. In the territorial defense, it's more than in the military that you also have to rely on organizing your own stuff with the help of your network and your friends. So the grade of equipment is very, very different. And I would say, they were somewhere in the middle field, not among the top-notch equipped guys, but they did their best. They had some support. I shared with you this picture with the Stars and Stripes. So they had some support also from abroad. They also had a drone in their unit. I don't know what happened to it. But anyways, I have asked the guys who are still serving in this unit. Maybe we can also bring someone from them on the space, and maybe, after a little pause. After Dennis is buried, I can ask them, and then they can talk. Then they can tell you a little bit more details about all this. You know, I'm not. I don't know how far it would be appropriate now to share more. And in regards to the details of their equipment, I'm also not well informed enough here. for sure, I asked them what they need most, and they said drones. So this is clear. And
no, and I really thank you for sharing. I wanted to hear you say it, right, that he was a volunteer.
Yeah, volunteer.
A citizen soldier. And this is what is stopping, one of the largest armies on earth and, one of the most indiscriminate terror forces on earth, right? It's citizens, it's lawyers, it's doctors fighting, having given up everything. So thank you really again for sharing.
Yeah, thank you guys for listening and for your questions. Thanks.
Danke dir, Sören. CJ, citizen soldiers fighting against overwhelming force? Does that ring a bell somewhere?
A tale's old as time, but yeah, and I think, as I said earlier, Axel, at some point it becomes necessary. All of those key jobs must be done in peace and war, but at the end of the day, this is the one that's going to take your life. So all the aid that we can get, whether it's drones, heavy equipment, cold weather gear, this is what these citizen soldiers need to win the day.
All right. Sören, thank you very much. And yeah, like we always keep to say, Ukraine is sending the best of the best of the generation. Are voluntary fighting for their country and for their freedom. And yeah, that's really the impressive and really the spirit of Ukraine.
And they are getting killed by former prison inmates and criminals and looters and the dumbest of a regime that has to force them to go. And this is really the very hard to suck thing. But Ukraine has to go through this, and they are going, and they are not complaining, by the way. Yes, but from time to time, it's necessary to honor this, because it's really the greatest price you can pay.
So everyone, if you want to support these people who are fighting, there's a link up in the nest. You can donate. If you don't have the possibility to donate, we know how it is. You can share it. Make other people see it so that they know where they can help and what they are doing. Ben, do you have questions for Sören? If not, I have one.
No, please go ahead.
All right, Sören. Would you like to talk a little bit about Zaporizhzhia and what's important of Zaporizhzhia in Ukraine?
Thank you for this question. It's the sister city of your hometown, Philip, Bionade. Yeah, that's the most important thing, of course. No, but it's an amazing city. I have been there many, many times, and it came a little bit by chance because when I was a city councillor in Magdeburg, we were voting for a partnership with a Ukrainian city. And I tell you something, my faction, my political faction, including me, we voted against it. This was in 2008 and on 2007 or 2008. And because we had no clue about Ukraine and none of us have ever been there. And the request to have this city partnership came from the industrial chamber here. And it was just like, such an official thing. And there was nothing behind it, no projects, nothing, just a Potemkin village somehow. And then I was invited to a conference in Odessa with all sister cities of Germany who have a sister city in Ukraine. And during this conference, an interesting project in Ukraine, in Odessa, was presented. I visited this project, and then I thought, okay, we have no projects ongoing with Zaporizhzhia. Now we have this partnership, and now let's fill it with life. So this was my starting point with Zaporizhzhia, and then I was looking for some people who could be involved in this project. It was about environmental protection. It was the start of many other things. And so it turned out some months later that I visited this city, which is a large city of 750,000 inhabitants approximately. Now it's maybe a little bit more than half of this. At the beautiful shores of Dnipro, it has a large island in the middle of the river called Chortytsa, and this island Chortytsa is known to every Ukrainian because Chortytsa has a mystic meaning also for the roots and the self-understanding of Ukrainians, and therefore also in this time of war and aggression against Ukraine, it's very important because Chortytsa was the basic starting point of the movement of the Zaporizhian Cossacks, yes, who were people of armed farmers, let's say, yes, self-defending farmers. Also, interesting picture. Thinking about the tractors, yeah, and they were opposing central government, basically. And therefore, they were the cell of resistance and the cell of Ukrainian understanding. And that's why you will see many, many references to the Zaporizhian Cossacks today, also in symbols that you can find, be it on tattoos or on stickers or whatsoever, or on the names of units and brigades who are currently fighting. Maybe you know the famous picture by the Russian painter Ilya Repin. The Zaporizhian Cossacks are writing a letter to the Sultan. So the Sultan wanted to rule them, and they were writing a letter to them, all of them drunk. And of course, this letter was full of insultings. So this is the history of Zaporizhia and Chortytsa. And the city, until the Bolsheviks came, was comparably small, called Alexandrivsk. And then it was discovered by the communists as a symbolic place also for their policy of communism is Soviet power and electrification of the whole country, as they called it, yes. And they decided to build a big dam there next to the rocks in the river near Chortytsa Island. There are some rocks in the river, and they are giving, by the way, the name for Zaporizhia because Zaporizhia means hinter den Stromschnellen, behind the rapids. Yes, thank you very much. Behind the rapids. Yeah, thanks. And exactly next to these rocks, they built this big dam, which is standing still today. And this dam was the development project for the larger Zaporizhia, let's say, yes? And around this dam, everything was then built. There was built a so-called model city, Soviet model city, Sotskvorod it was called. And interestingly, in the 20s, when they started this project, it was built with a higher aspiration of having interesting architecture in your city, because the designers and the architects in this time, they oriented themselves on the movement of modernity, yes, which came from Germany and Western Europe, Bauhaus movement and so on. So this Sotskvorod, the first buildings that were built there, first streets, it's a huge complexes, were built in this modernity. So if you go there today, you can still see the remains of this. Remains, why? Because later on, Stalin changed his mind, and modernity was then bourgeois, and then everything had to be covered with ornaments, and so all this clarity of modernity was destroyed, and they put stars outside on the buildings, and it was very ugly. And then the next period of clear Zuckerbaker style, yes, sugar baker style, as we call it in Germany, a little bit downplaying this gigantomanic Stalinistic architecture. The rest of the city was planned in this way. So you have a large street, the largest whole street in Europe. It was, of course, called Prospekt Lenina. Now it's called Soborny Avenue, which means Cathedral Avenue. 16 kilometers long, yes. And it starts where the dam is. It starts on the dam, right on the dam, and then it goes through the whole city, yeah, from the west to the southeast of the city. And around this street, everything is oriented, let's say. So this is the main route through the city. And then, due to this huge amounts of power that were being produced in the water power plant connected to this dam, there were two turbine halls built. One at first, and then some years later, a second one. And today, I think the power production of this plant is around 1,500 megawatts. So it's really a big one. And because of all this energy, they build heavy steel and chemical factories next to this. So this is the landmarks of Zaporizhia are whole city quarters that are black and red when you drive through them. Yes, because the snow is red because it's raining down from the chimneys. Yes. And everything is dirty and it's heavy industry, and then workers are going in and workers are going out. And today everything is owned by Akhmetov, yes. And the other side is this main road with a ugly but interesting architecture. It has something, and the river and the nature. And this is making, for me at least, a very interesting combination. And I've made friends with many people in Zaporizhia. It's an amazing place. It's a place to discover. It's a difficult place also, but I like difficult places. It's a really interesting experience to go there. And if you go there in the summer, you can experience pure beauty, because going around Hortica Island with a ship, you have high walls of rocks going up 40, 50 meters. This is an amazing scenery. So after victory, everyone is invited. I can head a group of interested tourists from MriyaReport, and I can tell you something about it. But also, if you have more questions. By the way, maybe last sentence, the dam at Dneprohes, it's called, this power plant, and it was recently attacked. The turbine hall, one of them, on the western side of the river, with cruise missiles, unfortunately. But I don't know about the damage.
Ben, could you please bring Yehuda up?
And if I may say, Søren, the funny thing is that you just highlighted Zaporizhia or Zaporozhye. It is the first city I saw in Ukraine.
Cool.
And it really is, because we went there, we flew there and arrived, and I went straight away to Zaporizhzhia. And I can definitely attest to one thing. It is what the Germans call imposant. It is impressive. And then you go out, and after having seen this industrial heart of Zaporizhia, and you see the beauty of the location, the astonishing resilience and charm of the people. It is an exceptional place.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's amazing. And we will preserve it as it is. And the Zaporizhians are willing, and they know that they will preserve it as it is. Yes. And after they have repelled this brutal attack, and they will do so, and the Zaporizhia front, of course, we all know it, will become very, very important very soon, I guess.
No, I'm glad you said that, Søren, because we've been saying that here at the report for quite a while, that there's just this one front that has been pretty quiet. You know, people think that maybe nothing's going on, but I think we've said it here before. I sound like a crazy person sometimes, but there's a whole lot of something on the Ukrainian side ready to reach out and say, hello, Russia, is it me you're looking for? And, you know, it's going to be very interesting. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
And then go down to Melitopol. And
Bingo.
I don't know how many times I've driven this street through Vasilivka. Vasilivka is now the front line directly. There's a crazy spaceship standing on the roundabout. Maybe actually you have seen this, or have you been there in this region? It's crazy. It's such an old police post. You know, the Soviet militia, they covered all the main road crossings because they didn't want it to leave people move freely. So they wanted to have everything under control. And in Vasilivka, which is now unfortunately temporarily occupied by the Vatniks, there is such a crazy spaceship, a flying saucer on the roundabout.
Just so for
However,
the record, it's not operational, right, Zoran?
It's operational, I don't know, under the Russian occupation, but it was the Patrulna Policja, the new police. They always have been present there.
I meant the flying saucer. But
Does it come with the space laser, Yuda?
well, there's we can't talk about space. The first rule of Space Laser Club is we don't talk about Space Laser Club. But I'll tell you, I'm glad you said that, Soren, because you know, it's definitely a you know, it's going to be a big part of the next major offensive to liberate Ukraine, and it's definitely I would say it's in Ukraine's favor. Just the terrain, to the access, and I have no idea why the Russians have only maybe 4 or 5 BTG minuses rifle brigades in the area, and that's great. I actually know why they don't have bandwidth, they don't have the troops, but very keep your eye on that. We've talked about that. Draw a line down from Zaporizhia straight to the Black Sea. It's also one of the biggest concentrations of Ukrainian partisan and soft special forces activity for a reason. So we can only wait and hope and see.
Excellent. Will we talk soon about partisan activities?
We never talk about partisan activities, they just happen.
All right, then they will just happen.
Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao. Can't wait for that song to come out. If anyone who wants to know, you can Google it or find it online. It's an Italian partisan song that most Italians. It's like a folk song in Italy, and it's a great. I mean, some people think it's a pop song or something, and some people have done a remix of it. But it's a beautiful song if you hear the original. And Ukraine is showing, will show those who are going to do the right thing when the time permits. It's going to be great, and we'll say Bella Ciao to the Russians. We'll say ciao to them, not Bella. They're not very pretty. Anyway, well, thanks for being here, Soren. It's really nice to hear you.
And for the people who are interested in Zaporizhia, I just put up a reference to a Spectator article written by someone I do respect, and there you can see a wonderful photo of the rapids.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, guys.
Sören, would you like, for the end, to shortly summarize what we talked about, who we talked about, and how they can keep a good memory about the NES?
Thank you, Bernardo. Okay, I started this little session in memory of my friend Denis Tarasov, who was killed by the Russians 2 days ago on Orthodox Christmas, serving his home land and serving his family and his people in defending his country against an unjust aggression that is not being justified by anything, and which is basically the case why we are all here. And I wanted to talk a little bit familiarize this community a little bit with Dennis and what he did, because I think his fight during life was the same fight he was fighting with the arms in his hands against this Russian aggression. And this is saying a lot about him. This is saying a lot about his friends and comrades, about the Ukrainian people who are the bravest in the world at the moment, and who are also role models for us. I very often think about my Ukrainian friends when I have questions to solve or to reflect on at the moment, because then I think, what would they do in this situation now? And this gives me very often a very good orientation. And together with comrades and friends of Dennis, we founded a little fundraiser, and you can find it not yet in the nest anymore, but you can find it on my, when you click on my profile, it's up in the header there. It's a PayPal account, and you can donate what you can afford, and we will buy equipment, mainly drones, for this unit and deliver it personally in memory of Denis Tarasov. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Nazi.
Yeah, we're trying to avoid. Yeah, we're gonna try to avoid the last parts, guys, because just the sound of nation in Ukrainian. Moving right along, we have a lot of Russian disinformation creeping in. It's everywhere. And, all right. Thanks, Soren. Great to listen to you towards the end. I wish I was at the beginning. And so, are we gonna just jump into Solidar or what? Everyone's CJ?
Yes, please.
Well, are we going to wait for Chuck a little bit and do it at the top of the hour? There is one other thing I'd like to cover briefly if Ryan's still here. Is Ryan a ghost speaker, or is he really here? Either way, I'll still talk, but I'd love if he was around.
He's not. You're going to have to deal with just me. I'm so sorry, CJ.
Well, I was looking for, it's nothing against you, Yehuda. I was looking for Inoki, as in, for those that don't know, someone that's lived in Oklahoma before. So just briefly, there was a pretty big development today. That's great news for Ukraine. And that is that Ukrainians are headed to the Midwest, Southwest. Not sure how people want to exactly describe Oklahoma. Perhaps Texas's distant cousin might be the best way to put it. But long story short, Ukrainians are headed to the Fire Center of Excellence, to the home of the U.S. Field Artillery and Air Defense Forces. What are they doing there? Well, it's pretty obvious. They're training.
Field artillery.
No, they're not doing field artillery. They're doing air defense. They're doing Patriot missiles. And also it was announced that they wouldn't just be training for one battery. They would be training for two. So the promise from Germany to give one will materialize, and the U.S. one as well, with them in action back in Ukraine in March, which is not that far away. So a pretty incredible turnaround, in my opinion. And it's going to be a lot of people. It's 8 launchers worth at least, if not more. So several hundred people training in America, which is the first time publicly that this has been announced, as far as I'm aware, unless someone can think of another circumstance. So a pretty large training regimen going on in the United States, in what we call CONUS, or the continental United States. And it's a sign of more aid to come, defending Ukrainian skies, obviously a priority for everyone here, but just a good piece of news that was starting next week. So wanted to share it here.
Hey, CJ, and they're also, even if, probably even more than that will train, even if they don't have that many batteries, they're going to have a lot of crews. They want to have a lot of crews training on it, probably, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 8 launchers is a lot. I'm not sure exactly how many radars they're being given, but it will be a gigantic leap forward in Ukrainian air defense capabilities. I mean, each one of these batteries is about $1 billion a pop, so nothing to scoff at. And they can see pretty far and shoot pretty far as well. So
it's amazing.
I'd imagine they would probably, I would say 3 to 1 Yehuda is what I want, at least as a starting point.
100%.
So
yeah.
3
full crews.
run 8-hour shifts. Yeah. And also, it probably will go more than that, though, to be perfectly honest, because there's a lot of countries with these systems. So as soon as other countries jump on board, they can, the people will be ready. So really just a good thing here.
Help me out, CJ, off topic. I'm not trying to be funny. I keep seeing a joke, an American joke online. I don't understand it. and it said something like, "I'm from Tennessee, but probably Texas, maybe Tennessee." Or I saw something to do with Tennessee and Texas. What is that about? Because I tried to Google it. What does that mean?
If you're asking honestly, it's probably a reference to
Yeah.
people people confusing most of the places in the Midwest or the center of America. So I grew up in Iowa, but people confuse that with Ohio, which is about 1,000 miles away, or Idaho, which was another 1,000 miles away. So
That's weird.
People on the coast, of course, say it doesn't really matter. So it's one of those just kind of funny rivalries.
Okay, no, I didn't know because I've seen it on a few people's bios. It says I'm from, or it's like I'm from Tennessee, or maybe I don't know. It says I can't remember, and if anyone knows can explain it. I think it's a reference to some kind of, I think it's a pop culture reference, and but it's from Tennessee, but maybe probably Texas or something. Anyway, that's interesting. I didn't know that that just because they start with the same letter that people get confused by that. Anyway,
well,
go ahead.
The only other thing I would add, Yehuda, is, imagine what you were doing perhaps this time last year. Do you think you would be in a spot 1 year later? Would you be able to tell the export differences of Kherson in Ukraine and Melitopol? I mean, what a incredible knowledge that's been spread about a country that most of us knew not too much about beforehand.
I knew 2 years ago that every single thing that's happened today was going to happen. No, I did not. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I can't wait to hear Chuck. I mean, I'm not saying I feel vindicated or anything. Because a lot of people are like, "Oh my God," in the mornings. Apparently, there's some pictures of from the Luhansk Oblast administration Twitter account showing pictures of the beautiful mines of Solidar, and Prigozhin apparently is in a neighboring town far back, not even close to Solidar, and he's pretending he's in the salt mines of Solidar. I thought that was pretty funny. It's I mean, the truth is, it could be in Solidar. It doesn't even matter. But I doubt he's there, and I doubt. I think the people on the ground know their town better than I do. But yeah, that's pretty pathetic if you ask me. Look, we're here. Maybe it's a field of dreams. Kevin Costner. If you build it, they will come. Or maybe if you dream it, then maybe you'll magically get it. Who knows? It's weird. It's weird. It's very strange. Like, here we are in Solidar. Let me go to the mines of Solidar. That'll really prove I'm in Solidar. I'll be underground in a cave. I don't know. Not the brightest move. Speaking of bright, there is a bright light shining in our space. He's coming up to chat. He is a hero to me and to most people. And well, not the bad guys. The bad guys don't like when they see the light of Chuck Ferrer piercing the darkness and saying, "Hello, I'm here for you." And he's here for us today. But don't worry, we're going to survive. He comes in peace. Chuck Ferrer, get up here. CJ, I should have been a radio announcer, I think. I think I missed my calling.
Maybe we'll hold that on a vote.
You think so? I just think I think the jokes, the humor, I think everyone loves it, frankly. I think they, like dad jokes, when jokes graduate to dad jokes and they become apparent, I think it's apparent to everyone that my humor is top notch. Top notch. Speaking of top notch, top drawer, the indefatigable Chuck Ferrer.
Yes, I have a new movie going to be made about me. It's called Top Bunk, because I am a geezer. And Yehuda, you are a radio announcer, my friend, and you've created a global Ukrainian worldwide radio network that we all listen to, and especially on nights like this when correct information is going to be hard to sort through.
It's an easy task, Chuck, when you have such amazing people who actually push through. They're the engine that drives it. I'm talking about Daryl and Bionata and Axel, and not CJ, but everyone else for sure is really helpful.
Poor Ben, CJ, who just went to bed.
Ben's a quitter. He went to all of the team. I mean, gosh, How could one not succeed in creating it with like the best team ever? And that's the MriyaReport team. Thank you. There are also, besides the people who speak, just for the audience, there are dozens of people behind the scenes who don't speak, who are doing bleeps and bloops, and they're texting and they're saying, you know, this is this, and here's the speaker card. Like, they're the unsung heroes as well. We wouldn't be able to do any of it with the team. I'm just I'm a cat herder. That's all my job is. So I do appreciate kind words, Chuck. But as you know,
You're
there's
my
no
hero,
I.
mate.
There is no I in Team America. So
But there is a me. So
that's Team America World Police, best line ever. CJ loves it. There's no I in Team America. All right, Chuck, take it away.
well, I wish I had better news, folks. But let's just go right to the headline, which of course is the town of Soledar. Previously a speck on the map to most people. It is home to, if not one of the world's largest salt mines, but certainly a significant salt mine for Europe. After spilling much blood, thousands and thousands of lives, perhaps even 10,000 lives, Russian forces, including some hot dogging Wagner military contractors, are closing in on Soledar. The positions right now, although some Russian sources are declaring that Soledar is encircled right now, just telling you what they are saying. But to give you a little lay of the topography, if you imagine two hills that are sort of arranged like a grabbing mitten, and the high ground would be your fingers and your thumb. The industrial site and sort of town of Soledar is in the grasp between the thumb and the fingers. Yesterday or earlier this morning, probably about 7 a.m. North American Eastern Time, I put up a map that made I didn't know, but a prophetic observation that the Russians had managed to grab the high ground on the thumb of this grasping hand. And given the way the hill was, they had gotten to the crest of it and were likely to push farther along that hilltop to the south. That was this morning. After a day of fighting in Ukraine, the Russians have been able to take the hilltop to the north of the town. They are certainly at the crest. I haven't plotted their advance beyond the crest, but in military terms, there is nothing to stop a force when it is on top of a hill. Whoever is trying to defend them, in this case, the brave Ukrainians, are fighting with a downhill slope to their back, and that is essentially an untenable position. And I frankly expect the Ukrainians to retreat down the slope at night. They may surprise us with a counterattack. I'm not sure it's entirely likely at this point. We may wake up. We will probably see the way out of Soledar to the east, which connects to the TO 513 highway, which heads south into Bakhmut. We may wake up tomorrow and find that Soledar has been, if not surrounded, certainly the way out is going to be constricted. Puts a lot of tactical pressure on the Ukrainians who are in Soledar right now. And there is a problem that when you get into the mine shafts there, this salt mine, you shouldn't think of a mine. You should think of truly an underground city. And galleries is the term that miners use, but some of these are big enough for you to play regulation football in. So there are a vast honeycomb of spaces and tunnels and places to hide for a really long time. So Situation in Soledar is not exactly looking good right now. However, Ukrainian forces are fighting heroically. We're again talking door to door, house to house, in some buildings, floor to floor. And I remind you, everything the Russians take, they have to hold on to. And Ukrainian artillery has pretty much reduced Soledar pretty much to rubble at this point, which means everywhere the Russians are hiding, artillery shells are raining down on them. So that's the brutal end of it right now. And I have other news that's better, but I'd rather give you the bad news first.
Well, Chuck, that's a good.
Hey, Daryl.
You put us off to a good start.
I'm sorry, brother.
But there's always good news along with it. They aren't taking the whole front. They aren't pushing the Ukrainians back all the way to nowhere that it's important at this point in time. So there are places that are won and lost, but it's not the end. So
you are
let's
absolutely right. You're
So-
absolutely right, Daryl. And this little town was something no one was looking at for the last couple of months. And it is not, Soledar is not the key to Bakhmut. So don't let anyone tell you that. Should Soledar fall, this is not the, Soledar is the key to Soledar. It is not the key to Bakhmut.
So you mentioned some better news. Well, let's just talk about Soledar for a minute. What do you think is the main reason why they have been able to advance? We know that that Wagner is there. We know that at some point, we know that they have a little bit better equipment. In particular, one thing I had wanted to ask about is they found a soldier with a infrared, I guess, sensor or warning device. You saw that?
I did, and as fancy as that gear sounds, it's really a very simple. It's essentially a light detector, as you'd have on. Yeah, they're very common. Anything that can detect light, and this is something that can tell him if he's being lit up by an infrared laser, and that's a bit more of a security blanket than a, but it gives him a little warning. If he's being lit up by a laser, he can change his position, hopefully, or hopefully he doesn't. Right.
That's not something that the drones use. It's more or less if he's being targeted by a rifle laser, correct?
Yeah, but I think it would probably also be if he was being lit up by I won't say any kind of infrared laser, but by most types. This would also be something that would be handed out to Russian soldiers with great fanfare, saying this piece of gear is going to keep you alive on the battlefield. But you get lit up by lasers for a variety of reasons, and to our Russian friends who always listen, I will remind you: you get lit up by a laser, and a lot of time, comrade, you're not just illuminated by the laser, your range and bearing has been determined. Also, your 8-digit grid coordinate. So if the laser goes on and goes off, you're still in as bad a shape as you were before your laser detector went off. Somebody knows exactly where you are. And that will usually be followed. And especially the Ukrainians are extraordinarily good at putting artillery shells exactly where they want them. So.
And it's also been said that they are using slightly different tactics, smaller unit tactics now.
There was a video that came out, it was within the last 24 hours, and it was a squad of Russian soldiers advancing from, I couldn't tell exactly, but it was terrain to the east of Soledar, probably around Yakovlivka. I put up a tweet called "Instant Karma." It was it showed me a lot about where these guys came from and how badly they had been trained. They were advancing over open terrain in broad daylight, and for untrained soldiers and generally civilians in any situation, if you're a group of civilians and you are facing danger, there is an incredible human urge to bunch together. And that is a Darwinian sort of compulsion that will generally help you against lions and tigers and bears. But in open terrain on a modern battlefield, it makes you a very conspicuous target, and it makes you a lucrative target. So if those guys had spread out 50 yards between each other, they all knew where they were going, and they all got there by slightly separate routes, what happened to them on that video wouldn't have happened. And what happened to that video was they got hit with a whole rack full of rockets. But that told me the sort of people that are getting thrown into the cauldron here in Soledar. No, Daryl, you wouldn't have let any of your Marines ever do anything that stupid. I know you wouldn't have.
No, nope. You spread out, you fan. Everybody has their responsibility to look, and if you're too close, you'll feel the fire. You don't want to be in somebody else's field of fire, so you spread out and you fan, so that you create that semicircle of sorts, and everybody's got each other's back somewhat.
Yeah, and put it this way: if you're an artillery observer and you see one or two guys every couple of minutes, that isn't enough to crank up, for someone to crank up the artillery for you. But when they want to bunch together like that, that's they're making themselves a target. I say this in relation to Soledar because with that kind of training and those sort of tactics, the Russians are really paying heavily for every game. Because if that's the quality of people you're throwing in there, when those guys left when those guys approached the forward edge of the battle area, these kind of people had no business being in a war. Not one of them made to the contact line. So this battle, we talked about losing those two hills to the north and the south of Soledar. Those had to be taken by maneuver warfare. So I believe that the Russians were using their artillery to clear a path for infantry fighting vehicles and possibly tanks as well to get onto those hills, or to at least make them safe for the Russians. But now they're going to have to be fighting house to house. And we have seen just how well the Ukrainians do in urban combat. And as they did in Severodonetsk, they made the Russians pay for a couple of weeks.
Made
Gotta
the
get those
Russians.
hot dog fingers off, Daryl.
I know it. I was trying to get you up, and I hit the button, and it went to say mute everyone. When I did that, Chuck, pardon. Before we go further here, I just want to say one thing, folks. Please retweet the space. Let everybody know Chuck's here. We got bullet points. That's one of the things I was getting ready to do, was go get the card. Make sure your card was up, and retweet the space. Let everybody know Chuck's here. We are talking about the war. And the battlefront, Soledar, and everything pertinent to the front tonight. Yehuda?
Yes, we are. And I just food for. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Yep.
Food for thought. I know CJ wants to jump in with something smarter, and that's fine. He can do that in a second. Who says? I mean, just got to keep your mind open. Ukrainians are very creative.
Am I the only one that can't hear Yehuda?
No, I don't got them either.
Yehuda, throw that phone away.
Those kids probably got them. You know how they are.
I know it. While we're gonna wait on him and that thought, Chuck. I mean, CJ, go ahead, man.
So I want to maybe give a little bit of a different perspective, and Chuck, of course, feel free to push back. I think that, and I'm not saying that Chuck's done this tonight, but other people online, mainly because Russia is just talking about so much, have kind of perhaps overemphasized Solidar, right? So these two hills that Chuck has pointed out control the high ground. And guess what? Russia's been here before. They've already captured this territory previously. I believe it was the first week in September. And guess what happened? Well, they got their asses handed to them, and they went back
Roger
down.
that.
So this is the thing, right? And Chuck really highlighted it. It's a matter of not only can they adapt their tactics and get their people up there, but can they consolidate, right? Can they consolidate the gains, get vehicles moving, and go on to the next target? Because the idea here is if they're actually in a worse off position than they started, even if they've moved forward, and they're, it's much riskier, especially as Chuck will tell you, it's the most dangerous part of an operation is immediately after you got jackpot, it can go real south from there. So with that in mind, one interesting thing, or a couple interesting notes I just wanted to add is, of course, the artillery side. There was Denintern, who is a Ukrainian artillery commander who's been all throughout Kherson fighting, is currently in Solidar. He's about 3 kilometers, give or take, northwest of the city center, still shooting as of about 2 hours ago. And so what do we make of this? Sure, they could be leaving the artillery that close to the front to cover the actions of breaking contact, or perhaps the situation maybe is more stable than we might think, which would of course would be good news. We're not here just for good news. We're here for to try and understand what's going on. But there's some brutal reports coming out. Of course, it's negative 14 degrees there right now Celsius. So by anyone's standards, pretty damn cold. There was a pretty horrific story of a Ukrainian having to get some toes amputated to frostbite. Russia took that story, ran with it, and said how one person having a medical ailment meant that the whole position was falling, right? So we just have to be careful here. And I think comparing it to Severodonetsk is a great start, right? A lot of tunnels, the potential for a counterattack. But at the same time, the size and scope. Someone just sent me a Reuters article that said, Russia, again, this is Reuters, so take it with a massive grain of salt. Russia looks for major win in major victory in capturing Solidar. Solidar is 10 times smaller than Severodonetsk. And as Chuck pointed out, in terms of how much strategic value it has, guess what? Bakhmut will still hold at the end of the day. And they're really not much closer to Sloviansk or Kramatorsk or any of those areas that they say are soon going to fall. So just thought I would add a little bit of that. Chuck, of course, feel free to push back, but just a slightly different perspective.
No, CJ, I absolutely concur. I mean, we said it earlier. Solidar is the key to Solidar. It is not the key to Bakhmut. Getting a hold of Solidar is not going to give you possession of the TO 513, which is the prominent road in the vicinity. And again, I have not posted a map of the fist closed around Solidar. And I will say this: it is 2:00 in the morning right now over in the battle space, and the Russians don't do so well at night, folks. They don't. And you've all seen videos of what a glowing head looks like on a thermal scope. And the night belongs to the Ukrainians, essentially. And the Russians have got to remember, if they've got those hilltops, they've got to hold them. And the good thing about fighting somebody who exactly what they're going to do, right? The Russians right now are getting pushed down from the Kremlin. Take Solidar, take it now, cut them off, do it now. So Ukrainian artillery commanders, as CJ has pointed out, they have got predetermined fire solutions on both of those hilltops. And I guarantee you those are target-rich environments. So Ukrainian artillery tonight is going to do some harvesting. And when the sun comes up, this is still anybody's city. And again, we shouldn't call it a city. This is the Battle of Solidar, a little town that until 3 days ago nobody ever heard of. And it isn't the key to Bakhmut. And CJ, I'm glad you added some the salt of reason to our discussion tonight. Good on you, mate.
Well, I just want to add one final thing here because I want your input on it. It's been about 4 years, Chuck, since I dug a trench in training. I think it might have been a little bit longer for yourself, but of course I would never say. But
Thank you.
at the I heard. I was wondering if you could comment on some of these interesting reports that I heard of. There's really two things today regarding this, right? Because you mentioned they are now at the top of this very exposed open hill. I just looked on Google Earth and did the 3D angle aspects. You can see, yes, it is above the town, but it is very much so in the open. To hold those positions, they'll have to dig. And we saw in Luhansk today a pretty incredible story, that some OSIN accounts put together from a strike 2 or 3 days ago, where about 80 Russian contractors have been killed. What were these contractors doing? Well, they weren't mobilized. They were paid by the Russian government to dig trenches, reinforce them with wood, and set up positions. And then at the same time, another interesting story, again, anecdotal from Ukrainian soldiers, so take it as you will, that the Russian conscripts, in the Donetsk front were unable or refused to dig trenches in new positions simply because the ground was frozen and half of them didn't even have shovels, if probably less than that. So I wonder, Chuck, what are the prospects of these new Russian positions overlooking Soledar in terms of how well they're going to be defended against all the things you mentioned previously?
You hit it, CJ. And you know what? The good thing about the teams is if we dig a hole, we're probably just sleeping there for the night, so we don't have to dig deep ones. But folks, it's 15 below, right? These guys, these infantry soldiers, they don't even have real shovels. They've got something, the Russian equivalent of what we call an E-tool. It's basically a collapsible small shovel. I carry one for snowboarding avalanches. And to try to dig into that earth with that shovel tonight is going to be utterly impossible. And it's going to be even worse if you're being scanned by thermal and everybody knows where you are. And I'd even say this. The Ukrainian artillery commanders don't even have to know that people are on those hilltops. They can absolutely assume that they're there. And CJ, I think you know what artillery can do to troops in the open.
And the predictive fires point is so important here, and that's why the continued aid to Ukraine is so important. This past week, the United States promised an additional 36 light-towed howitzers, and these are what are in the outskirts of Soledar, still shooting at this late hour, still to the very end, because they're very maneuverable. And now that the ground is more frozen with a Humvee, you can pretty much bring them anywhere, bring them up a hill, bring them on the opposing hill. I remember early on, I got asked questions about Donetsk. Could you put an artillery piece on an opposing hill and shoot across directly at stuff? And the answer is you absolutely. More to come. I think the situation obviously is critical, but I think there's still a sliver of hope remains.
CJ, I'm really glad you're on tonight because it is great to have a trained artillerist here. And let's talk a little bit about how artillery can make the difference here. The infantry, Russian infantry, they've got an objective, of course, to penetrate the urban area and establish some sort of effort in Soledar among the sort of mixed residential and heavy industrial area. They have to get in and out of that city, right? So can you walk us through what a good artillery officer and a forward observer could do to those angles of approach?
I think we lost CJ.
Oh,
we lost him for he was. I heard him mute out for a second, then he was gone.
Well, that is much more ominous on the battlefield than it is here. But I'll keep yakking until maybe he can.
He decided he wanted to go jump.
Chuck, the good thing is, Daryl at least didn't crash the space.
Not again.
Nope. We're still here, folks. We're still here.
Well, I will say a little the little wit I can add until perhaps CJ can come back up and save me here.
Well, you were actually in the middle of a thought when we broke, and my fat finger hit the button.
Oh well, if I had a thought, it probably perished of loneliness. But I I will say this: the Ukrainians are in the splendid position of knowing what the enemy is being compelled to do, and the people in Moscow, they don't want to hear from soldiers at the front in Soledar that they are under artillery fire. They don't want to hear that their lines of approach are completely well known. They don't want to hear that Ukrainian predictive fires are hammering down on the positions that the Russians are in certitude being sent to tonight to occupy those two hillsides. So when you know what the enemy is going to do, yeah, there is this maxim in warfare I learned from an old Master Chief. I never forgot it, and that is never send a person where you can send a hand grenade. And that also goes for indirect fire weapons. You don't need to send infantry charging up those hills tonight to fight the Russian soldiers when you can smother both hilltops with artillery. And that is going on. You know,
Well, Chuck,
I don't.
we have seen some also included with that indirect fire. We also have seen them using aircraft in the process in these attacks here lately, and that's there's CJ. So
There's
that's also,
CJ. You're back up.
but that's also something I think that they can exploit with air if they got it and they can use it, and it's not defended well with the man pads.
Yeah, we can get into that in just a minute. CJ, I don't. When you went off, I don't know if you heard that question I was gonna entertain you with.
Unfortunately, that was household six. Some of you will get that joke, but please, Chuck, if you wouldn't mind repeating yourself, I'd greatly.
No, listen, no worries. You know, we were talking about how artillery is going to play a role in this. I'm paraphrasing the question, of course. How we know what the enemy is going to be compelled to do. Moscow wants people in Soledar fighting it out. What we do know is that they have to approach that city by certain axes of advance. And I was going to get you to comment on what sort of things that an artillery officer and a forward observer could be doing right now in terms of predictive fires, and also making sure that anyone who's trying to dig a trench on that hilltop tonight pretty much might as well be digging their own grave.
Yeah, predictive analysis, or as we say specifically, artillerize the intelligence preparation of the battlefield. So before I throw more useless, well, actually very useful military jargon, but for the purposes of the great people here, they don't want to hear that. They want to hear, they want to see and hear some booms. So basically, long story short, you know, both sides have maps, both sides have drones, both sides have artillery. And so the question then becomes, you know, kind of understanding what the plan is. So if you're Ukraine and you know where the Russians are because they're either dumb enough to post it on social media, or of course you see them first, you can kind of predict for what they're going for. You know, these hills would very obviously be key terrain, right? Because if you control the hills, you can control the observation and direct fires of weapon systems going in and out of the, again, I wouldn't even say valley because it would barely constitute that, maybe shallow draw into the town. So
right.
Knowing that there's key terrain, what people do in our profession is they do pre-planned targets, as you mentioned earlier. So these guns could have been laid ready to shoot at these hills for days or hours or minutes, right? It's not too difficult to do. But once you can even hear the digging on the hillside, I mean, because they're open, I mean, Chuck could tell you, especially at night, sound travels very differently and much further. Obviously, there's the sounds of the battle, but if the Russians are somewhat recovering from their assault or they're underground, you're going to be able to hear those Russian e-tools, so probably worse than ours, on the hilltop, trying to dig in. That's going to be noticeable. They're going to have some light up there to see what they're doing. That's going to be noticeable. And even if you don't hear anything and you want to just, you know, play it safe, you could shoot anyways. You know, obviously you don't want to waste ammunition, but people that are going up there to dig a trench might think twice about it, or they might disperse. It might slow them down. You're going to get some effects. And really, the only other option is to go down the road right into the Ukrainian armored force, which isn't a great option either. So with all these things, it's about presenting dilemmas to Russia, not necessarily problems, as as Thomas pointed out, but dilemmas. Make them choose a terrible decision and stick with it and get destroyed in the process.
Yes, CJ, and as the Russians are going to attempt to flood the zone in Soledar, and again, folks, there are apartment houses and administrative buildings and clinics and schools and also some really heavy duty industrial facilities, and it calls to mind in some locales in Soledar the Azov Steelworks in Mariupol, where of course Ukrainian Marines and the dedicated soldiers there inscribed their names in the books of valor throughout history for the fight on Azov. But in this case, CJ, how can artillery make the Russian urban effort in Soledar? How can they make them pay on the way in and out?
Well, the city, as I understand it, has been almost completely destroyed for months now. And so what that means is it's already a lot of rubble. One of the reasons why Russia is, well, let's go back. One of the reasons they're attacking Bakhmut, we have to start there, is of course control of the railway junction and roads going into Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. Well, they couldn't take the city, so they tried to go around it. That didn't work. They're basically cloverleafing further and further away from their original objective. So they get to Soledar. They tried in September, end of August, early September, to go down the streets. They got 9 this hilltop assault, and it failed miserably. So what do they do in the very end? They as of right now, they committed their reserve, which again is not something you want to do for a tertiary objective that, yes, you're taking ground, but at what cost, as you said. And so they're sending VDV. So there are paratroopers here, and there are, mostly Wagner as well. And so they've already paid a gigantic cost. In order to get more costs, they have to come out of the city at some point. And, to get supplies in and out, they're going to have to use these roads that are on low ground. And because the terrain is so terrible, because the roads are muddy and frozen and in different states, if you have that information in terms of which roads they're using, even if you can't see them, even if you can't directly observe them, Ukraine can fire a couple rounds a day, which doesn't sound like it'll do much, but it's going to make the Russians think twice. It's going to slow down their logistics. It's going to prevent casualties from coming out. Maybe they'll change the criteria for evacuating people to they have to wait for armored vehicles, let's say. And what that'll do is it'll cause such a delay in time and space that more Russians are going to die because of it. More Russians will go hungry. They'll get colder. There'll be cold weather casualties. The effects of just a few small things like artillery rounds over the course of time, if done correctly, is really just going to be gigantic effects that we're not really going to see probably.
Yeah, and looking at the maps, there are no roads that sort of go directly from the east to the west into Soledar. There is a little town 3 or 4 kilometers to the east of Soledar called Yakovlivka. It's no big shakes either, but the road between Yakovlivka and Soledar, as they say in Vermont, you can't get there from here. That road goes to the southwest and then turns farther to the south. And that is perfect. That is perpendicular. That is parallel to the line of contact. And CJ, I think you like stuff that's trying to move north and south on the battlefield so you can get at it. It's also got that a little more Y-axis. So, I think you could have at it.
Yeah, and especially with the announcement today, that the United States not had given, but signed off on Turkey giving cluster munitions since sometime last year. This is such a huge development in regards to what we're talking about now. It means Ukraine has had and will continue to have an ability to detonate these dual-purpose improved cluster munitions over Russian positions. This will affect, obviously, their trenches, as I referenced earlier, but also their armored vehicles trying to move in the open. One of the most difficult parts of using artillery against vehicles is they're moving, right? You have a round in the air for 50 seconds, and you don't know what that car is going to do. Yes, you have the road. You kind of know where they're going, but if they stop or go faster, it becomes near impossible. Yet with cluster munitions, that you spread those effects out greatly, and you're able to take out more moving vehicles, more armored vehicles. So, even if Russia advances here, they're now going to face a completely new problem, which is a new weapon in Ukraine's toolkit.
Yeah, and CJ, let's talk about those trenches, for example, those contractors were working on. I saw portions of that line, looked pretty good, but it was missing one little key thing that I always like to have, and that is overhead cover. And could you tell us a little bit about what a barrel full of cluster munitions might do to someone in a really fancy trench with nice duck boards on the ground and wood reinforcement, but no overhead cover?
Well, one of the problems with artillery, of course, is that it's not very accurate. Or let me be precise, not very precise. So even on your best day, the round could go 50 meters off. And if the round is a large round, like a 155, it has a casualty radius of 35 meters, which means you're always going to be slightly off from where you want, which means you got to fire a lot to make up for it. With trenches, of course, the way to defeat them is by shooting and having it explode overhead. But proximity fuses are hard to come by. Sometimes the time gets messed up. If there's a lot of trees, they'll detonate too far above the ground. So the answer here is these cluster munitions, which will explode overhead once, deploying these munitions, and they'll explode when they hit the ground. And so whatever's below them. So most casualties from artillery, of course, come from shrapnel. It's the steel that breaks off from an artillery mortar round, and you die by it penetrating you. But with these, you're not necessarily dying from that. You're dying from the blast and the fragmentation of all these smaller rounds that are coming right at you. And even if they don't detonate, it's still a giant, ball of steel headed towards your head at about 300 meters a second. So either way, it's a pretty effective thing. The interesting thing, Chuck, I hadn't really considered because the U.S. Army doesn't do it very often, is how much wood you need to build trenches. Obviously, any good student of history, so especially World War I, knows this fact very well. That your trenches, especially in muddy conditions, don't hold up well without wood. And I think that's one of the other reasons why these contractors are here in Ukraine, to provide that sort of professional carpentry that is not present in your average Russian conscript. But even with a wooden overhead cover, which may protect you from the shrapnel, will not protect you to the same level from these cluster munitions, because wood is good at stopping splinters, although it does create splinters, but these will go through it like Swiss cheese. So I think even if Russia had very professional trenches, the best they could, it still wouldn't make up for the fact that they're terrible at combined arms, overlapping fires, and all those other very important things, in my opinion.
Yeah, am I right to think that some of these cluster munitions are actually, HEDP sort of also have a shape charge effect as well?
Yes, they didn't explicitly say the round type in the press release, so we had to do some backwards analysis of what it could be. But I feel fairly confident it is the dual purpose based on the number of bomblets. They did publish that, which gives it away, I think, pretty closely. So you're exactly right. The shape charge aspect will mean it will cut through vehicles. Everyone loved, well, myself included, the Mike 30 Alpha 1. Which is the tungsten, alternative warhead. It's the replacement for cluster munitions, much less collateral damage. But this is the OG. This is what was designed in the 70s and 80s to cut through Russian armor formations. This is what it was designed for, just like the Bradleys were designed to take out BMPs. This was designed to take out Russian armor. So it is finally getting its day in the sun, even if it is after the Cold War.
Well, it couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of guys either. So, and CJ, it is great having an artillerist on here that is because I'm more a consumer of your product than sort of I'm more a customer at the restaurant. You are the chef here.
Well, it is fire support for a reason,
That's it. And if you don't have it, folks, you feel very naked, and I still may be the world champion of anyone in naval special warfare for getting shelled. When I was a peacekeeper in Lebanon, I think I don't think there were sometimes we didn't go, I don't know, an hour without getting shelled. And one round doesn't mean getting shelled. To me, getting shelled means maybe 15 or 20 rounds. So I can tell you that it can be absolutely a very demoralizing thing. And I am here because of overhead cover, and that was what saved my bacon.
Air Force, Air Force, Air Force.
You know what? Peacekeeping in Beirut, we had the French Naval Air Forces, we had the British Royal Naval Air Service, and we had the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, the carrier Foch, and they would all fly over Beirut and eject flares to scare the locals, who would thumb their nose at them and then continue to shell us. So all they did was provoke us, essentially.
Boy, now you know, Chuck, when we were in Lebanon, I was just signing up, so that tells you something. If you're
It
already
tells
there,
I'm a geezer, is what it tells you. But I was, you know what? I was a young whippersnapper, Lieutenant JG, just got my Budweiser. I was feeling froggy.
I do have one question. You guys are talking about the hills, those salt mines. How we know that they are very extensive. Um, my question is, could they and do you think that they would try to assemble? Now we know what happens after they assemble and come out, but I'm just asking, do you think that they will try to use those as an assembly point?
I would think they would, but the good thing about someone in a mine shaft is you can probably control. You might not be able to control when they went into the mine, but hopefully you can control when they come out of it. So the good thing about prowling around in the mine shafts tonight, if you're a Russian soldier, is the artillery won't get you, but and maybe even Ukrainian infantry won't be coming in there to fight underground. And we have a couple of underground warfare experts who are actually listening tonight, and I hope I don't overstep my bounds. But a lot of times, folks, winning the war can, you want to meet the enemy on the battlefield and thwart his objectives, and that is important. But a lot of times you can let them get into something, and then you can make sure they don't get out of it. And what we used to call a maneuver kill. So that could happen as well.
All right.
CJ, I see you're there. Let's hear from you, my friend.
Oh, well, I was just going to add, not to give Russians too many nightmares, but there are rumors, and who knows if they're true, but, the Ukrainians say that the salt mines, not only connect to the other mines in Soledar, but run all the way from Seversk to Bakhmut. So, as per whether it could be assembly point, my question back would be an assembly point for who? So this is something that we're not going to get any situational awareness on, really, unless people release pictures of themselves underground. But I think Chuck might have met and talked with a lot more, Navy SEALs from the Vietnam era, and they could tell you what tunnel fighting is like. And you could be right next to someone and never know it. And you could be right next to 100 people and really have no idea what you're posting for your photo op.
Yeah, and there was kind of a revolution in the later edges of my special warfare career and in my early contracting that we had a couple of guys at Naval Postgraduate School who wrote some brilliant papers on deepened, hardened, and deeply buried targets. And unfortunately, some of these papers attracted academic attention, and then the Pentagon was looking, and a lot of that early mission got handed to the SEALs, so instead of underwater, we were underground, and it is a completely, with a vast industrial enterprise, a mining enterprise like what's going on in Soledar. These places are so big, folks. You could put thousands and thousands of soldiers into this labyrinth of mine shafts, where, of course, a map is going to be necessary. The engineering drawings, who possesses them, will be important. And of course, the other thing is, if you can lure a couple of thousand Wagner knuckleheads, get them to go underground and start wandering around in these places, then it comes back to a demolition solution. And I'm sure you could seal these people off if they are stupid enough to come underground and hope you fight them there. CJ, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's difficult to say. We already pointed out how, there's not really a profession of salt or salt mine analysis on open source, but it's pretty obvious to tell the rest of the country is not covered in mines. So at some point, even if they're hiding there, they do have to come out and take territory yet again or retreat. And I guess what I would ask, Chuck, if you could weigh in, it's obvious that the people the Russians that are in Soledar, I refuse to call them people, I guess, they are some of the better trained Russians, right? They're not only Wagner, but they were probably, ex-Russian special forces. They've been fighting for a long time. They're definitely veterans by any sort of stretch. Are they going to stay and hold Soledar, or do you think they'll get replaced by conscripts or other Russian army people, right? Because this is the thing. They have to set it up as, if they are successful, as an assembly area for the next objective. And I hesitate to wonder, would these salt mines be as favorable to people that have barely any concept about how to do warfare on open ground, let alone underground?
Wow, you've hit it right on the head, CJ, and that's that is one of the almost insurmountable problems for Russia. Is they're about to mobilize another 500,000 people, give or take. They haven't announced that yet, but we see it coming. Sources I trust, like Ukrainian intelligence, they see it coming. It takes a year to turn 400,000 civilians into soldiers. And let's say you did even give these guys what I would consider the bare modicum of soldier making, CJ, which to me would be boot camp and then, infantry training. So I'm looking at 8 months, I would think. And there isn't anyone to train those people, folks. The Russians had their mobilization, and we saw that these guys didn't go to Fort Benning. They didn't go to boot camp. They didn't go to San Diego. They didn't go to Paris Island. They were put on buses and driven into Ukraine. And you're right, CJ. I mean, it's one thing to send some special forces guys underground. It's another thing to send a guy who was a baker last week. He's got a stock AK and it doesn't even have a flashlight on it. And he's going to be just as dead underground as he would be on the open of that hillside tonight, waiting for Ukraine to drop some arty on him.
And, if I can expand on this a little bit, the value of these veteran Wagner soldiers is twofold, right? The primary role that they normally fulfill and have in Syria and Africa is as trainers, kind of enablers, basically controlling other lesser trained people. The secondary value is, they're sort of small unit tactics. But if they're always doing small unit tactics and not leading the helpless conscripts, then, what good are they, especially if they all die?
Yeah, and CJ, there's this fine line for folks actually between a special forces soldier and a special forces tactical element, and there always is this sort of bit of separation between a special forces unit and big army or big navy. And you tend as a Green Beret or as a SEAL to train for a really wide set of missions that the admiral or the general or the theater commander wants you to be able to carry out. All sorts of James Bond and underwater stuff and all this other stuff. And then when you are asked to snap into a larger ground operation, that requires even some more training. And that's something that doesn't come to a young officer or a young NCO. Where do you snap into the larger picture? You're working for a general. What does he want you to do? How does your small group of guys relate to the larger effort? And I'd say special forces guys can do a lot, but could a SEAL platoon take Solidar? No, we couldn't. Could we probably take the hospital? Yeah, we could probably do that, but how long do you want us to hold it for? Because there is the rub with special forces. You can get into places, and that's why you get all the gee whiz training. But when it comes to holding the bag at that hospital, like the radio station in Grenada, things are going to get hot if nobody comes to help you out. So therein lies the trap for the Wagner guys who are sent into Soledar. CJ, have you seen some of that friction between the guys in the funny colored berets and the regular dudes?
Well, of course, as a slight tangent, I mean, for those that don't know, one of the things that fixed U.S. Special Operations was Operation, wow, I'm drawing a blank, not Desert Eagle. Wow, Eagle Claw, that's what I mean. And, it was a terrible day for special operators, but what it did was it solidified JSOC and created a lot of coordination, because the plan was, of course, to go into Tehran and rescue the hostages, after the revolution. But the requirement was for a ranger company, so about 100 to 200 basically souped up infantrymen, to hold off against literally hundreds of thousands of Iranians, right? So I would argue perhaps not the greatest plan on earth, but it never came to that because they didn't come close. But this is the thing I think that's really important to highlight, Chuck. What the Wagner soldiers are doing on the ground is by no means special, right? We talked a little bit earlier that they're able to do squad level tactics, right? Squad battle drills. This is what the Ukrainians noted why they were successful, is because the best Russia can do is what an American infantryman can do after just a couple weeks of training. And so I definitely I want people to understand we are not hyping up Wagner or, saying that they have this sort of special capability. They are at a very base level, even compared to their Ukrainian competitors in this case. But what's different and why they're able to move forward is that they have the whole force of the Russian army and Air Force behind them, with the report today from CNN that the Russians were only able to fire about 5,000 artillery rounds a day. I mean, that's insane. This is noteworthy because in June, July, it was 60,000, and in November, it had dropped to 20, and now 5,000. Ukraine is officially, as of this week, shooting more than the Russians. Russia has, 6,000 to 7,000 guns, only shooting 5,000 rounds today. That's insanity. They are not going to do so well, but almost all of the rounds, of course, are focused right now in Soledar. So, 3,000 to 4,000 rounds in support. It's going to get them some marginal advances, but the cost to the rest of the front, it's going to be felt, I would say, fairly soon.
CJ, let's talk about the shortage of Russian artillery shells. That we both were reading the same reports. Obviously, that Russia was firing 10,000 rounds a day, more, I think. They're still their primary means of contact with the Ukrainian armed forces is to shell the nearest village, and again lacking almost totally lacking in precision strike artillery munitions. But how bad do you think their shortage is? We know the numbers of rounds coming out of their tubes is down. We know that the Ukrainians are very wisely targeting the ammunition dumps. How critical is that to Russian maneuver warfare prospects in the future?
So let's just assume for a second that Soledar is somewhat of an anomaly at this point. And by that, I mean the Russians able to advance anywhere. Again, the front is extremely large and Russia is advancing in a 2-kilometer sector of it. With that in mind, let's say there's a Ukrainian counteroffensive coming, right? I think we all kind of know it. All these countries are deciding to upgrade their aid to include armored vehicles. It's going to be great because it'll allow Ukrainians to be safer and take more of their land back. So with that in mind, if you just looked at, Donetsk and Luhansk, right, still a very large area, but it's a little bit smaller. It's, I believe, about 600 kilometers of frontage total, maybe slightly less. Russia has about 2,000 to 4,000 artillery pieces on this front. In order to defend, as per their doctrine and ours, against a counteroffensive, you need to be firing upwards of 200 rounds a day per gun. What does that mean? That means that Russia has to be ready to shoot anywhere between 400 and 800,000 rounds a day in order to defend against a massive armored push. They aren't going to be able to do that.
Could you say that again? How many?
As per doctrine, right, you have to be firing 200 rounds per day in the defensive. It's more in the defensive because with the enemy moving against you, you're going to miss more. So you need to be firing more in the defensive than the offensive when you're going against static positions. So it's an amount of artillery that they're not going to reach. That's fine. That doesn't mean they're not still effective. So what I would throw back to you, Chuck, is these rumors of why Russia is shooting less. And it matters because it's going to dictate the end of the war here. There's some people that think that the Russians are hoarding ammo at the front. So you're in an artillery position, and people have noted too, the shelling rate has gone down. And basically it's every man for themselves. Every gun is storing as many rounds as they can. So when the Ukrainian counteroffensive comes, they think they'll have more of a chance. However, this creates a lot of risk. The risk now is your artillery piece with your 1,000 rounds stored up is now very susceptible to drone attack,
Oh, yes.
meaning a small drone that wouldn't be able to destroy your artillery piece previously now can guarantee that artillery piece will be in flames, as well as all the ammunition. That's one line of thought. The second, a little bit more nefarious, is that Russia is creating some type of reserve of ammunition. They're trying, and this is what Ukrainians have been saying, the reason they're firing less, they think, is because Russia is trying to get about 500,000 rounds in reserve, just in case Ukraine counterattacks or if they want to go on the offensive later. This would indicate that their planning is getting slightly better. It doesn't say much about their ability to produce or get ammo to the front, but it's some level of planning. I guess I would be curious, Chuck, what your thoughts are, if you think this is an every man for themselves type of thing, or Russia is preparing for the worst, or they're just delusional.
I think it's both, CJ. Look, Putin is knocking his head against Ukraine, and he isn't going to stop. In my estimation, Putin still thinks that the Russian/Soviet, in his mind, army will triumph in a maneuver warfare showdown with the Ukrainians. And, so I think it's a little of both. I think it is local artillery commanders hoarding all the ammunition they can get because they've seen supply interruptions in the past. And I think that meanwhile, back in Moscow, some brilliant young major with a grease pencil and a laminated map has just come up with another 72-hour plan to reduce Ukraine to ruins. I wondered if the artillery ammunition expenditure was going down because somebody finally said, "Look, you're shelling meaningless villages that have no military importance. There aren't any Ukrainian soldiers there, and we're just throwing ammunition into the, into fields for no reason." But I don't expect that anyone had that much sense. But I do think, I think two things. A Ukrainian offensive is coming. We're seeing the ground firm up. That blow will fall somewhere between Kupiansk and Kherson. But I also think that the Russians they've got their own offensive dreams, and it's the solution that Putin thinks is going to win the war. CJ, I bang it back to you with your staff officer education. You think I could be right about that?
Well, I mean, I may be a little biased because currently I'm not only a staff officer, I'm a battalion fire direction officer responsible for ammunition management. So this is, unfortunately, my day job is going into my
Spot on.
gig here. But I guess I would to quickly get it back to you, Chuck, because I don't want to make everything about artillery. Let's just go with the idea that Russia is getting better at planning, right? I think we always, when we red team things, we want to assume that the enemy is as cunning and as devious as possible in order to better plan. So assuming they're storing ammo for, a later contingency, how is that felt out by the ground troops? Maybe not comparable to your experience or but if you're a Russian soldier or a Russian junior officer and you get told that you're getting less ammunition, whether it be small arms, crew served, vehicle ammunition, artillery, because someone up higher has decided that it's not right for you to have this now, and it's going to be for the good for the cause. What do you think that does? Is that going to be effective? Do you think that will build trust in terms of what the troops on the ground are getting versus what someone else thinks they might need later on?
Yeah, I think it does affect morale. But look at the way morale is right now. CJ, what would happen if you and your sergeant major just decided to grab a couple guys together, get a cell phone, and read out a letter to the general commanding things that you think ought to change around here? how long do you think it would take for the MPs to arrive and take you off for what I like to point out? Whenever you see one of those videos, folks, it's what we call in the Navy a mutinous combination. So that's pretty low. I mean, do you think do you agree with me there? See, every time I see that, I just go, that's not an army, folks. It's what sort of chain of command is that, and who's reading that statement, and why don't they know the hatchet's going to fall?
Yeah, and what I'm not well versed in is, of course, the Russian internal politics, which some people have brought out, but it is very relevant to this. The idea being, some Russians are allowed to complain, depending on what faction they're fighting for or from, and what complaints are going to be sort of fulfilled to some degree. So, for example, with the head of Wagner going to the front, answering the commands and trying to fix perhaps some of the problems that the Wagner troops are facing, that comes at a cost, right? Because if the way the battle line is for the Russians is absolutely ass backwards, right? They're divided into different sections. There's no unity of command. It's literally units are not talking to each other across the frontage. And what that means is, and I know Chuck can attest this, based on his knowledge of history in World War II, when U.S. Army Marines and soldiers would get different things, right? It creates resentment and competition, and not necessarily in a good way. I just, don't have the Russian expertise to tell you really what's going on, other than it's chaos, it seems.
It absolutely is. I see we have Carlos circling the airfield, and I would just segue before we bring him up to say that as this stuff's going on, folks, Ukraine launched 17 aviation strike missions yesterday, 14 today, and in those aviation strike missions, they hit 6 Russian surface-to-air missile sites, which all comes back to who controls the sky and the plucky Ukrainian Air Force, which didn't exist in January, but is now contributing into Solidar. And Carlos, can you come up?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to reference some of that you just talked about, and also kind of bring in what CJ had brought up with the drones that I wanted to bring in, because, I kind of agree with both of you in terms of it being a combination, in terms of, unit commanders wanting to squirrel things. It's just, unfortunately, we see this sometimes in the Marine Corps because we get less stuff because we're, obviously a department, right? Not a full service, if you will. Marines tend to squirrel things and use them for later, right? Every company gunny will always have extra stuff. But it reminds me of the ammo conversation. And the reason I was going to bring this up, but we interviewed the 2 gentlemen the other morning, Monday morning, my time anyways, about their use of drones. And this was going into also using these field of view, the first person, basically field of view drones, right? Putting on goggles, basically being able to fly these drones and in a kamikaze style. And if you knew where to hit, where that ammo was next to those guns, obviously you could wreak havoc on the gun line, as you were just talking about, CJ. So that was kind of an interesting thing to kind of tie into the school and the level of tactics and things that these guys are able to do with the drones. That's the one little air support piece that I was thinking about. Air support at a very lower level.
No, that's great to get you in there. And CJ, it's all fire support supporting the mission, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the difference, of course, between the a lot of NATO militaries and what Ukraine does, right? So for those of us from NATO countries, with obviously fires supporting maneuver, this allows you to plan a lot better. But also with your attack aviation, being in the Army as opposed to the Air Force, like it is with Ukraine and Russia. I wouldn't be surprised if after this, when Ukraine regains control of their skies, perhaps they'll change that slightly. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, of course, but this is why even now these unguided rocket missions that Ukrainian helicopters are doing, as Chuck, you pointed out earlier, the Russians can only be in so many spots. Even if these things aren't the most accurate, you still can sort of slow them down, harass them, suppress them, and make their life a living hell. Because if it is true, as some have claimed, that Russia has sent their best soldiers into Soledar to capture this town of literally only 10,000 people before the war, probably much less now, then Ukraine will make them pay for every inch, and I think they've already done that to a gigantic degree.
Yeah.
One other thing I was going to ask real quick,
Oh,
Chuck,
please.
and CJ, yeah, or just kind of give you a description. So part of the thing we did today, and CJ, you'll appreciate this. We were supporting basically by flying low, right? Low altitude, air denied environment, high threat, basically environment. And so we had to do the holding and everything low. We were using JDAM, but we had to do pop attacks and kind of do what I was talking about earlier in the space about being able to put that in some type of acceptable launch range to keep standoff and not be able to obviously get shot down. And the of note, the Op 4 artillery as well as the Marine artillery guys were shooting far less than they would doctrinally, which I just wanted to kind of that's kind of playing out on the ranges in the United States to date. Just kind of why I wanted to bring that up as well. So an interesting scenario.
Yeah, I think artillery ammunition is worth more to everybody, more this year than it was before. And Carlos, I'm glad you're up. We mentioned that it's almost maybe 25% of every day's combat sorties for the Ukrainian Air Force. It looks to me like 25% of their strike missions are looking for Russian surface-to-air missile sites. And it's great to have you aboard. Would you take us through a suppression or destruction of enemy air defense missions, given the equipment that the Ukrainian Air Force does have?
Yes, and I would say that this is something that they had been working on for a while, in terms of knowing that they potentially would have to do this, and we're waiting for this to be able to be comfortable in operating that way. And this is the time of the war. That's why I'm happy those numbers are as high as they are. And the reason I say that is because that's where the HARM missile that we have been talking about for a while now, which is good. It's starting to show its presence in a way that's even more meaningful because they're destroying them and not just suppressing them. In terms of the suppression, we've talked about this before, really just that the missile is meant to do just that, right? It can kind of, it puts them in the dilemma of having to stay on, continue transmitting, or they have to turn it off. And either way, they're going to have to deal with the weapon. It just will be less accurate if they turn off their radar. Now, it'll go down for a time. But the point is, there's other ways they can find the other systems that are associated with that SAM site, if you will, or whatever air defense they're trying to take down. And so they're starting to destroy them, meaning that they're using some other type of munition to be able to actually take it out and take that system off, or that chess piece off the battlefield, if you will. Then the reason that's even more meaningful, obviously, is that will mean that they can now basically have localized air superiority to be able to support the ground scheme maneuver in whatever way that they wanted to, and also be able to work in conjunction with artillery. So again, just giving them the future of what we're going to start seeing is air support being more viable, and also being able to just provide kind of, again, that a little bit different type of fire support. But in terms of the mission itself, obviously Intel driven, and this is the important piece of it. However, that those systems are observed, whether it's through drones or partisans or teams that are on the ground that are identifying these targets as they get into place, and then choosing to suppress them and then destroy them. It's awesome.
Hey, Carlos.
Go ahead.
Just
I'm sorry,
quick question. Carlos, in this case, are we starting to see them fly higher, which means that they're a little bit more comfortable coming into the battle space, or are they still flying at the levels they were before, have been flying previously coming into the battle space?
No, they're still flying lower. I mean, the thing is, if you think about it, it's like a backwards, how do I put this? It's a line. If you were to take a vertical line, right, and you were to put it over where the forward line of troops separates the two sides, if you will, and you were to slant it towards your side, that's about how the altitude would look. So you would fly higher the further away you were from the forward line there, right? That's basically saying that those missiles and the systems wouldn't be able to or choose to engage you at those distances, whatever. As you get closer to the front, you have to go into the low altitude environment. It's still the case because there's enough systems still out there. But it doesn't necessarily change the tactic, but what it does do, does give you sanctuary for a little bit of time to go up to, let's call it a medium altitude if you needed to for like an employment, but it's very quick. It's a window still at this time. That won't happen until you start to get rid of some more of these double-digit SAMs. And the reason I say that is because you want to be able to do that because of the man pads. Man pads, that'll never not be a threat out there. So,
all right. Yeah, I was just wondering if they are starting to give some air support. I was just wondering, had that changed, and if they are using fixed wing or helos, because if they can get the helos in there, they can get their wounded out too. That's one of the main things I'm looking at for the rotary wing.
yeah, still not there. I think though, I can't remember who was on. We were talking about possibly rotary wing could start coming up to a certain distance to the front line to maybe be able to make that mobility a little bit better for medevac, but it's still again, they're only talking about it. It's not necessarily happening at this point. The rotary wing is still pretty much being used the way we've talked about CCA style and or close air support, but with the lofting.
Yeah, because it's and again, you got a Pedro mission, folks. If the helicopter's coming in to get the wounded out, of course they've got to land and sit there and turn while the stretchers are brought in. And even if you are motivated and you're moving fast, we're still talking, 90 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes on the ground, and boy, that's a long time in combat.
Yeah, it's a very complicated mission for a lot of different reasons, right? So you're taking some of your combat power to provide security. You're having to sweep for mines and make sure that obviously when that helicopter lands, it's not going to, they're not going to become casualties themselves. Obviously, if they have indirect fires, that obviously could be a problem as well. So there's just a lot of different things, and so to creating that window of time that he talked about, it does take a huge effort, and there's still quite a bit of support that needs to happen, and they need to be protected, right? So you have to earn the right to bring them in and make sure that they're protected on the way out as well. So there's a lot of things that still need to happen.
And Carlos, we got we're swinging it back to Soledar here, and we talked about the suppression of enemy air defense. We dance around this subject a lot, but I think it's not only is it infinitely fascinating, I think it's sort of it's opening the door to what the future of the war is going to be like, and how Ukraine can win it. But given that I may be wrong, but it's I may be off a little bit, but I'm going on Ukrainian briefings. They've taken out 6 or maybe 7 Russian surface-to-air missile sites in the last 48 hours. That is a kind of a pretty good day, I think. And again, these are scattered all over the entire line of contact, the whole front, but they tend to be clustered when I can geographically locate them. They are usually clustered in the headline areas that we're talking about. And could you take us through a little bit how important that would be? For example, if today 2 or maybe 3 surface-to-air missile sites were taken out here between Soledar and Bakhmut, and how is that going to make life easier for the guys on the ground who are fighting this out?
Yeah, there's two things that it does really. It does allow you to be able to use their munitions for those ground force commanders in those particular objective areas, right? And so that's what's, to me, it's an important part to be able to claw back some of that airspace. And so I think what's important is that it gets you a little more airspace within those little regions that are important to, well, either them or to the Ukrainians, right? The other important piece of that is when you take those out, remember we were talking about the windows before, you have much more time in those areas, in the objective areas, so you can use your ordnance a little more effectively. They can stay on station longer, maybe be closer to the objective area and not have to go as far out for their target attacks. They could, now, I've talked about how they're still using low altitude tactics. It does mean that they could go a little bit higher though and get better visibility. But the other piece is the psychological piece, right? When you have enemy air force that is actually in your objective area, that takes a toll on you. It makes you obviously think about that other piece of things, observation, and now you're bringing in just like a third supporting arm, if you will, to go against them. But the other important piece is the psychological effect it has for the Ukrainian pilots, right? You're getting confidence in being able to use your sorties effectively and not just have to stiff arm the fight, so to speak. And it's a very big thing because our number one threat really is surface to air, right? That is what shoots down planes. So we have to keep tying this to, as soon as we take out these surface to air threats, we gain a little more capability to provide air support, and we're getting not just localized air superiority for times that we want it, but it's starting to spread along the line of contact that you're just talking about.
Have we determined what type of air defense systems they were taking out, Chuck? Did they name them?
They almost never say, Daryl, but normally within I don't know 36 hours, sometimes almost right away, I'll get some better information on it. But again, there's a variety of Russian mobile systems. The Buk included, Pantsir. There is a wide variety of Russian mobile surface to air systems, but the Ukrainians are reporting these numbers. And Carlos, I mean, again, I don't have the production figures at my fingertips at all, but it seems to me that if you're losing as many as 7 of these a day, I think the record so far in the war was 12. But it seems like not a day goes by that there's not at least 2 or 3, but generally about 5 of these systems that get interdicted by the Ukrainians. When are they going to run out? Meaning the Russians and mobile surface to air defense.
This is something that eventually we're going to get John and Kobe up here, and we're going to talk about these numbers.
Yeah,
those numbers there are really significant. Now, the only question is, are they in the same battle space, or is that spread across the battle space? I mean, the entire battle space, because that will make a bigger difference in
yeah, and I tend to cluster them around the contact points because if nothing's going on, why shoot it over there? If they're loosing a harm and they've got a limited resource, you want to make sure that I would think you want to put that in the place where it's going to do the most good at the right amount at the right time.
What, Carlos?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't know if you were. Yeah, absolutely. You want to use it. Well, there's things that are going to drive that, right? It's not the pilot picking. This is a very mission planned intensive munition, if you will. It is in conjunction with whatever they're choosing to shape the interdiction. There is the ability to be able to do targets of opportunity, but that's more of like your wild weasel mission, where you're just trying to like get anything to turn its radars on and basically kill them. This isn't different. This is very pre-planned and very intentional from that perspective. And I think maybe CJ can shed some light on something you just asked. I don't
Yeah,
know.
this isn't like going into Vietnam, going the bomber route and trying to get the SAM sites to light up and with the wild weasels. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's a different kind of mission. It's a different kind of mission. But go ahead, CJ.
Well, there is another option too that I wanted to bring up, and of course, insert myself with artillery. No, but these S-300s, of course, which is what we're talking a little bit about here, have been used to some great effect by the Russians on ground targets. Right, they're a big explosive. They can travel far, not necessarily very accurate, but still can be devastating against civilian infrastructure if given the chance. Well, I still cannot get over the story that came out from Ukraine about a week ago. So we all may remember the strike that happened. It was caught in the background of a French reporter reporting in Donetsk, and it allegedly hit an ice rink, which the Russians said destroyed 2 HIMARS, I think 4 S-300s, and all these other things that, upon closer inspection, were obviously not there. Even if the Ukrainians cleaned it up, it was still just very evidently, not true. But what was more interesting was the next day when a person was arrested. And allegedly this person had given the targeting information to the Russians. And what he admitted, though, or was coerced out of him one way or another, was he said he was, he knew it was bad information. He knew there was no people there, but he was getting paid by the Russians. And it turns out it might have been from the GRU. I mean, the Ukrainians fed bad information to the Russians to try and find out where these S-300 systems are, right? There's so many ways to do this, especially when you're fighting in a country that isn't yours, right? The people do not like you. And even if they do all like you, you could still move in a relatively permissible way across the borders, perhaps even across the fronts, in order to get the information you need, because all of this is Ukraine. We can't stress it enough. But there are a bunch of different ways to take out these S-300s, even if it involves some bad intel getting brought out.
Yeah, and for the listeners at home, an S-300 is this big contraption. It's like the moving circus. There's a big transportation, erection, and launching vehicle. There are associated sensors and generators and everything else. And although you can move this system, it is a bit of a happening when you try to get that on the road, CJ, isn't it?
Yeah, and without the radar, which can be relatively easily taken out by harm's missiles, it's somewhat useless, right? You can only use it against ground attack in that regard. So it ends up being somewhat of a liability, and it's not very fast. It takes a lot longer to set up than a HIMARS or anything else. And there is a limited supply of missiles. Even if it's a large supply, it's not something that Russia can easily produce when they're having trouble producing so many other different types of missiles. And one day, a day will come, and I can't wait to see it when the Ukrainian Air Force can win back the skies, because, well, there's going to be a lot of S-300 systems that could have helped the Russians that are going to be out of the fight.
You were reading my mind, and taking something that is supposed to a surface-to-air missile, not your best, but certainly in your the bottom half of your top shelf, and you're using it to squirt at ice rinks and cities and the general direction of a Ukrainian power plant, when it is best served sort of sweeping the sky of Ukrainian fighters. And CJ, I agree with you. Everyone they launch now at some civilian population center, and basically, having it hit with just a kinetic effect of this giant missile, that's one more missile that isn't going to be available on the day when that glorious maneuver warfare element happens with integrated Ukrainian close air support.
And you mentioned coordinated. He dropped on me. George, where'd you go? Because I was going to bring in that ground element there, Chuck. Carlos.
Oh,
we'll get him back. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, I was mostly gonna dovetail off what CJ just said. Really what we see is that Ukraine has an amazing observation plan for whatever type of fire they're choosing to use, and so whatever it means that they're using to find these things, and then basically turning that back to the intelligence guys, who are then, again, assigning it to whatever type of supporting arm they want to use. So whether they're taking them down with artillery, whether they're taking them down with aircraft, they have precision and accuracy, right? So the Russians may have hit the ice rink, but obviously it was not an accurate description of the target and coordinate of what they were looking for. And I think that's just kind of one of these things that we can't also overlook, is that they are having to work a lot harder to be able to identify the types of targets that would be of use for their munitions at this point, right? And so, however we want to look at it, the fact that they're shooting less says a lot of different things, right? And so, I think that's kind of in my mind when I see the air start to play a bigger picture in taking down of the enemy air defense. It is prepping it for that time, for what we're talking about, right? The inevitable, in that they will be able to use all of these things at the time of their choosing. So in coordination with each other.
And while we got you, Carlos, generally, it appears from what I can read in the Ukrainian general staff reports, and somewhat, I am not a Russian speaker or reader, so I'm dependent on translations often. But it appears that the Russian Air Force is sort of, as expected, it is outflying the Ukrainian Air Force in close air support missions. And of course, a lot of these are not much greater than the Ukrainian lofting rockets. It appears that the Russians are doing much the same thing. But how much, given the overwhelming superiority of the Russian Air Force, and the fact that they are sortieing, generally 3 or 4 times the number of combat sorties daily as the Ukrainians are, very understandably, and sometimes maybe 10 and 15 times. Can you give us a clue of what do you think those Russian aviation strike missions look like? Are they constrained a lot by man pads on the ground and the ever-growing Ukrainian air defense network?
Yes, it's kind of 2 things. So first of all, in terms of the way they're being used, it is very much to their doctrine, to the point where it's basically the only thing they can sustain right now, which is lower than what it should be. I'll just say that, right? For a professional Air Force with basically 4th generation aircraft, or third generation plus aircraft, because they do have other things. They're not flying them at the rate that they should be. The second part of that is, they're not, to say that they're using them in a close air support role. I mean, it's kind of a misnomer. I mean, yes, technically, I guess you could say they are, but at the same time, it's mostly the same thing they were doing in Syria, which is to have pre-planned targets, or target areas, I should say, and then dropping within those areas. I mean, at this point,
More of a
as well
harassment,
as
Carlos.
I think I think every attempt is being made to put them on a legitimate target, but again, this goes to that. I don't know if CJ heard me talk about this the other day, but that book on killing piece, right? Like, they're kind of, the mentality is, I'm just gonna get the bomb off, and whether it kills something, or it's good if it does and good if it doesn't, right? I'm mission success is that this thing is coming off my jet, and that I make it back, right, at this point. So they're not going to take even the allowable risk that they do have. That being said, their allowable risk is really at medium at this point, right? They have been having some losses. It's kind of sporadic at this point, but that's kind of the way that they're flying it. So it's definitely not in like detailed coordination with their troops, if you will. I suspect maybe some of the more senior Wagnerites might have radios to be able to talk to some very specific missions they get handed, but that would be the full extent of it. And the only reason I say that is because we did see some of that in Syria, and I know that some of those guys are still around. But I mean, that's a very, very limited way that I would even call it CAS. But to your other kind of, I think there was a second part of your question there. How are they? Oh, they're very much controlled. The rest of it, the air to air especially, very tight control by ground control intercept guys, right? So, and they don't have a whole lot of leeway to go off script and to react to things. That's just not the way that they fly. So, and I hope that covers what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'll just have you expand a little bit on that. You brought up a good point that I did forget. It's sort of emblematic of all Russian military ethos that you got a fighter pilot and he's rootin' tootin' high speed. And in the Russian Air Force, he is going to do exactly what a ground controller tells him to do: go where he says to go and intercept who he says is going to be there. And Carlos, tell us how in a Western Air Force, and I don't mean to call you an Air Force guy, pal, so you don't have to hit me when I see you, but how that differs from a Marine aviator or an august naval aviator working from the boat. How are they controlled differently, and how does initiative figure into it?
Sure, and this is one of the great things when we had some of our other guest speakers on. But if you think about, and I consider myself to be in the I guess the Air Force is not capital, if that makes sense. So
Yes, absolutely.
and because that's the great thing about it's a supporting arm at the end of the day, right? And so kind of that's the way we click it. I like to give grief to the Air Force guys because a lot of times they don't leave the cockpit ever in their career other than to do some staff schools, which is all important. And that's great because they're a master of their craft, right? So the thing that's different about Western Air Forces, to include, all NATO countries in the way we train, because we do large force exercises. And for the most part, we're basically just bringing our equipment. We're speaking a common language. We're using similar tactics. We're using similar weapon systems, and so that's just the technical part of it. In terms of the initiative piece of it, and this is the important part, right? We give a lot of agency to our flight leads. And by the way, when you're a mission commander, you may not be the most senior guy in the squadron. A lot of times it's a qualification. It could be even, believe it or not, it can be a captain, and there'll be lieutenant colonels that are wingmen within that. So it's a completely different way of fighting. The point is they've been trained and prepared for those types of things. They have a plan, and they have almost like a quarterback where you have a lot of different plays, but you're trying to execute those plays. And then when things don't go according to that, you are now using that important gray matter up there to be able to one, accomplish the mission, and two, stay survivable. You and your wingman bring everybody back, right? And so in terms of the way that China and former Soviet Union countries fly, they don't have agency. Their mission is X, and they have to support that, and that is what they do. Any audibles are done from somebody on the ground that has passed through that controller, and they call it tight control, right? And so that is the huge difference in the way that we fight. It's the same way that the ground troops are talking about, giving that authority down to the lowest possible unit, if you will. It's the same thing. We have a commander's intent. And the other piece that's different for our air forces is we work for the ground force commander. At the end of the day, that's who we work for, right? And so our missions should be supporting something that is in conjunction with that ground force commander and his intent, and we walk with that. That's what we mission plan to, and that's what we walk in our mind with.
That's spoken like a real Marine Corps aviator. And I'll remind folks, if you don't know, if you want to be a Marine fighter pilot, the first thing you learn to be is a Marine infantry commander, and that training, wandering around in Quantico, you never forget it. And if I have a Marine pilot working with me, I don't want to say working for me, I there is a real rapport there, because I know that he or she can at least empathize with what's going on the ground, and a lot of times you can actually get solutions suggested to you, and it's a really good thing, and that's unique in the services. There's as far as I know, I don't know another armed force anywhere in the world, Carlos, do you, that trains their pilots first to understand the ground problem?
Yeah, I can't really, I don't really know. I know the closest thing I know are maybe the British Harrier guys. They were very much along the Marine Corps, because we were basically modeled off of them. But
Well, you know how well they worked, and no, I really mean it. It's not sun. If I'm blowing sunshine up your skirt, it's well deserved. Another thing I will say is I didn't get Marines bingoing quicker than I thought they would, and I always felt like they were in the fight with me, which most of the time I felt. But there are guys who are in it to win it, and I always felt that Marine Aviator was doing everything he possibly could for me, and that was good for my morale.
yeah, and I think when I kind of put an overlay to what the Ukrainian Air Force does, if you think about it, they have far less equipment, right? And they're supporting an army, and I think, especially because they have that fighter and attack mentality, attack meaning that they attack things on the ground, that they their ethos and the thing that they're developing is very much in line with what we just kind of talked about. That's kind of what the few interviews that they've granted, and just from I was able to talk to some of the National Guard, Air National Guard guys that have been working with a lot of and conducting liaison with a lot of the Ukrainian pilots, and that was one of the things that they kept mentioning was, again, this piece of being very much tied to a ground force commander and commander's intent, and all that stuff was coming up when they talk about their mission briefings. So I thought that was an interesting side note.
Yeah, and we've circled back on that a lot of times on bullet points, folks. You've heard us say commander's intent, and how wide a latitude is given to the people on the pointy end. The briefing explains to you as the combatant, whether you're in the sky, swimming ashore as a frogman, or an infantry commander, you understand what the boss wants. And
Chuck, I got to jump in. It was actually an exam question.
Oh yeah,
2 days ago. What does commander's intent allow subordinates to do? And the answer was exercise initiative, not focus on the plan. And he tried to trick me, the DS staff at the college, not the other two wrong answers. And it's exercise initiative. They said exercise critical thinking. That wasn't the right answer. You tried to trick me, but I got the right answer. So there you go. And if my DS is listening, as I think one of them said he would, you're really great, and I love you. And this is the best course ever. Sorry.
I think so. CJ's thumbs down button is stuck right now.
I think it is. It's also.
No,
it also.
I noticed that.
Yehuda was close. His answer was close, but not exactly there.
And it wasn't. It was the best answer, CJ. That was out of the four. That was the answer. And I know because I didn't control F any document and find my previous notes at all. It was from memory. And it was an open book. But Carlos, question for you, Harrier. Why you're that close to British pilots to know that, I don't know. But is it a different skill set when you land a Harrier? Like, I'm obviously it's somewhat. Could you do it? Like, is that something you'd have to do a lot of training to figure out how to land that sucker?
Yeah, it's completely different skill set. actually, I flew with 2 Harrier guys today. It is completely different because it's considered to be power lift, by the way, not considered to be kind of this fixed wing. It's very strange. So they actually don't get gas turbine engine time. It's hard to explain, but they get power lift. They have nozzles, and it does take quite a bit of pilotage, some skill, and it's the most dangerous thing they do because it's got the anhedral wings, and it just wants to flip on its back. It just naturally speaking. But that's it. Once they got the forward motion, then they're okay.
Interesting. And that's just for, they do vertical takeoff for the people listening, and they move their engines, and it goes all these weird things. So I just wondered if it was like a super hard thing. Interesting. Thanks for that. Sorry.
I had a roommate who became a Harrier pilot, and he had a T-shirt that showed a fighter, and it said, "This is your brain." Oh no, I'm messing this up. Forget it. It was a dad joke. Let's move right along because I forgot it. So Yehuda, come back here and save me here.
No, Raver's got something.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So, Carlos, one for you, and then Chuck, one for you. Carlos, you've probably been following it way more closely than I have because I have no idea what I'm looking at when it comes to the air war. But do you think Ukraine's air defense is punishing any of the Russian pilots who have aggression? And do you think the Russian Air Force is going to come out of this war with a lower overall standard of training rather than higher? And for Chuck, have you seen Kadyrov's apparent statement that 21,000 Chechens have been mobilized for Ukraine since the war began, and now there's 9,000 there, leaving open the question that where's the other 12,000?
Carlos, why don't you bite on the air, and I will think of some expletives to say about the Chechens.
Yeah. So the first thing I'll tell you is General Mick Ryan was one that came on the space and said that the air war part of this has been hugely underserviced in terms of where we've been putting some of our analysis and brain bites, if you will. I will say this, that the lessons learned have already been stacking up for both sides. And there's only one side, and I will give you the answer, the Ukrainians, that have been adapting to that. So it'll be interesting to me whether the Russian Air Force, I just think they can't quite bring back information and adapt to it because they don't have the leadership, they don't have the brain trust, they don't have the equivalent of weapons and tactics guys who are sitting there absorbing this stuff and taking it back to their units in order to train to it. So, whether they do that in the future remains to be seen. But from their past track record, I would say that no, they seem to work in tranches, and they're still in tranche World War II, if you will, from kind of this air thing. I don't know when that next tranche will come. So I'm not trying to I'm just trying to say the evidence that we've seen so far is that they're not incorporating, other than don't fly over Ukrainian airspace anymore, right? That's an easy one though. So I think most people can mess that up. In terms of the Ukrainians, obviously we've seen the opposite happen. In the beginning, they had to allow a lot of risk to the pilots because they were defending their country. Nobody knew what it would turn into presently. And so again, right, you're saving your homeland. And so they had a lot of losses in the beginning. As soon as the air defense was able to basically reconstitute itself, disperse and do new things to deny the Ukrainian airspace to the Russians, then their air force was able to kind of get back into the fight, and which was a huge lift for their maintainers that they did that and gave their air crew the best aircraft they could possibly have in terms of I'm just saying reconstitute a lot of their jets that were not flying, the dispersion, all the rest of it. And so that's kind of the way that I see it.
Spot on. And and Raver, regarding the Chechens, they've made themselves infamous already with their staged TikTok shooting at unseen enemy videos, unloading their magazines with a single pull of the trigger, jumping up, doing almost everything that it is possible for a combat soldier to do wrong. They put
Hey,
on a
Chuck,
clinic
you know
every
what
day.
else?
Yeah.
Someone should make a song called TikTok Make It Stop. I don't know, maybe Kesha already did one. I don't know.
I can only watch TikTok when it's on something else because I don't need to give my money to the PRC.
Definitely, I do not have TikTok and I do not use it. It is it's just a gateway to Beijing to find out all the silly questions I ask my Google. Is there water on Mars? Sometimes I have some dumb ones.
Was that on the exam?
No, that was not. I should have.
Does Mars have a navy? Well, let's say they have water.
Exercise initiative was that when I got it right. I don't care what CJ says or Carlos.
Hey, Yehuda.
Yes, Raver.
Just to answer your question, one of the rovers actually found an opal on Mars, so there definitely was water there, since that's a silicate blend that requires water to form. And Chuck, my question was apparently there, if you read between the lines, the Chechens have taken like 12,000 casualties. They have mobilized 21,000, got 9,000 left.
Yeah, I wouldn't at all be surprised. There was some earlier footage that was showing Chechens in urban combat in Mariupol, and I grabbed a freeze frame from that, and it showed a Chechen soldier with an RPG getting ready to fire it, and standing directly behind the tube was one of his buddies. And folks, when you fire an anti-tank rocket, the sort of death comes out of both ends. The missile or the projectile will fly out the front, but out of the back comes this incredible rocket blast that will definitely take your head off. And these two guys, I guess they were the Laurel and Hardy of the Chechen armed forces, and maybe that's why there's 9,000 left.
He didn't like his friend too much, Chuck.
Guess.
He didn't like his friend too much.
I know you wouldn't have let that happen, my brother.
It depends on who it was. but no.
That's what we say. That's when we say a kill is a kill, right? Especially for them.
Daryl, you're hurting my stomach, man.
All I can say is they liberated a lot of goats with that 12,000 that were killed. Oh, Brian, you got your hand up.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Daryl. And good evening, one and all. And Chuck, always great to hear you again.
Hi, Brian.
I've got in front of me, I took a little bit belatedly, finally got myself a copy of your memoir, Warrior Soul, and I know I'm going to enjoy it.
Oh, thank you, Brian. I hope you like it. Thank you.
Oh, I saw the picture in the back of you there at the time, and holy lifting Jesus, I wish I looked that good at the time. I am rather disgustingly well preserved, if I do say myself, if slightly more expansive in girth and rather unflattering aspects. But
me too. I tell my friends when they see pictures of me, I say I'm actually wearing body armor.
Oh,
it's called wealth, natural wealth.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to use that one. What I would like to ask you about, it's sort of a follow-on for something I asked you about before. And then when I noticed the first sentence in your introduction, where you were talking about looking at details such as a blade of bent grass, and it reminded me of something that I experienced during basic training, and I've wondered in all these years whether it actually made sense or not. I'll just give a brief bit of context. I was talking about my friend, the Canadian Airborne Regiment sergeant at the time, who was in our platoon. He used to prepare us for, well, I'm not going to say night patrols, because whenever we went out to do exercises in the field, we always moved at night anyway. And it's in a slightly more mountainous, heavily wooded area in the upper Fraser River Valley of British Columbia. And he'd have us stand in a row, and after we're all camouflaged up and everything, have each and one of us jump up and down vigorously on the spot, and we'd listen. And if he heard anything clicking or clinking or jingling, say, "What's that?" Find it, secure it, or dispose of it. You're going to give yourself away. But it's something that the company sergeant major called, what was that fellow's name? We were instructed to call him Mr. McMillan. Anyway, so CSM McMillan was inspecting us out on exercises up in the mountains there. And our platoon, along with the rest of our unit, was, God, I think they called it the harbor anyway, but we fixed ourselves into our encampment position in a more or less a sort of like a corral, and we're supposed to be well camouflaged or well secluded. You wouldn't, if you didn't know we were there, you wouldn't on first glance know that we were there. And one fellow who was an exceptional soldier, but had a weakness for smoking, one night, for inexplicable reason, he was smoking on sentry duty. Now, of course, the glimmer of that could, of course, have been seen by someone somewheres. But what Mr. McMillan picked up is what he found at the sentry position, which was, I'm going to say, one matchstick and one cigarette butt. And he threw the living bejesus out of my friend for that, because of its potential for unveiling our position and compromising operational security. If anyone had seen that and said, okay, somebody was on center position here, I ought to have a look in this area. Does any of that make sense? And are there any battle spaces in Ukraine where that level of attention to detail would still make sense?
Oh, Brian, I think every soldiering skill you just talked about is absolutely vital to just staying alive at the front. And, that jumping up and down with your gear, that's one of the sort of, you get all your gear the way you like it. And you absolutely, just as you said, you jump up and down, and it can't make any noise at all. And that, that's not something you figure out in 5 minutes. I mean, it's, that takes a while to get it like that. Those are the kind of little skills that are being imparted to Ukrainian soldiers. Right now, there are thousands of them training in the UK. They've got the best instructors that NATO can give them. Norway, Denmark, Germany, France, all of Poland, all the best infantry operators that are available are teaching them all of those tricks, big and small, all the skills necessary to be a combat soldier in the 21st century. That rightly takes weeks, months to produce these high quality soldiers, and they are facing across the battle lines, in some cases, literally guys that were walking around in a Moscow subway 2 months ago, got pushed onto a bus, driven into Ukraine, handed an AK pattern rifle, and are being pushed forward to the front. And earlier tonight, we talked about Russian rifle squad near Bakhmut. Somebody told them to go forward across an open area in absolute broad daylight, under observation from a Ukrainian drone that not only called in the hit on them, but filmed it for Twitter. And again, saw those guys moving forward over an open area. You could tell they were not trained. They were bunching up, which is a human need to do in stressful times, but exactly the wrong thing for an infantry soldier to do in broad daylight. So The long answer is absolutely none of those skills have changed. They are all as vital as they were when you learned them.
Thank you very much, Chuck.
Brian, you are my naval brother from another mother.
What can I say? Splice the main brace. It'll have to be a cup of tea from you at the moment. Come fifth off the cups.
I wish we were splicing the main brace right now.
I think that one's going to deserve some explanation, Chuck.
Oh, well, our Marine friends will know that is Navy term for just start drinking, basically, is what it means.
Yep, I knew that, and because of our naval traditions, Marines are. You can kind of come on, Daryl. You know that one. No, I'm just kidding.
Daryl knew it.
No, it's not for me. I was talking about for somebody else.
Yeah,
I know.
all the
I'm
Marines.
joking. I'm joking with you. I was gonna say, Chuck, if nothing else, let me. I always thought about these things sometimes in the Marine Corps. Daryl can identify with this for sure. Sometimes you do some of the silliest dang things, and they come down to, the discipline piece, if nothing else, right? Like, in other words, I'm trying to think of like a really good example, but I guess what I'm trying to say is these things are. These are all
Carlos,
indicators, right? What's that?
I said letting sand gnats eat the hell out of you and don't move.
Yeah, right. Like, because at the end of the day, like, if I'm not staying in formation, I'm not going to let those little suckers bite on me. But I'm even thinking of just like when they made us fish on our boots, right? The one mistake I made was I had my squad highly buff shine, is what the regulations said. Everybody else was fish shined, and everybody got the knowledge test piece. But when the sergeant major saw that my squad was not spit shined, I got fired. So, I met the regulation.
Ouch.
But yeah, I know. Yeah, had to earn it back. But the point was, like, it was a discipline thing. It was like, in some ways, things can be an indicator of complacency and poor discipline in an outfit, right? And maybe and I'm not trying to give the examples that he did, but sometimes these tactical things aren't always like, okay, yes or no. After you've been digging in fighting positions, have gone back and forth. Sometimes that kind of gets lost in the noise, especially with high tempo. But the discipline of your troops and just the complacency that can set in, you can have casualties that way, and that's invaluable fighting power. But yeah, that's all I was gonna bring up, I guess.
No, but to me, it was inculcating that that discipline that comes in later to it gets said so much now, but it's really true that the attention to detail and those extremely small things that have to be done right every time, or things can go catastrophically wrong. Packing a parachute, preparing your demolition charges, all these things, and just the little tiny things that have to be done right. And my introduction to the military was at Stanton Military Academy in Virginia, where they had about 150 years of, I won't say it was the Lords of Discipline. I'll reserve that for my Citadel friends, but it was pretty close. And it's hard to realize what they're trying to inculcate when they first started doing it. But, it changed my life for the better. And it was hard to go through, but I learned lessons that I was able to apply to other lessons of my life. And Daryl, I'm sure you probably feel that way about the Corps, and Carlos, you too.
How many people still leftover right shoestrings? Something that simple. Something that simple. I mean, it's still there. Raver?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, discipline also becomes part of the corporate culture so that when new people show up, naturally conform to what they see that the local corporate culture is. And you're not seeing that with the Russians because they don't have any. Everybody's being shoved forward. Nobody's gaining any institutional memory. They're just dying. But I'm seeing a lot of it in the videos from Ukraine.
And one of those things for an infantry leader at the tactical level, one of the first things I learned is the platoon is your weapon, right? So take care of it, and that means in that case taking care of your people. And we've heard it again and again. It would almost be a perfect piece of propaganda had I not come to believe it, that there were literally Russian drones leading Russian conscripts forward into an attack, that they put these guys forward. They're untrained. They're literally following a drone forward, which, by the way, is hovering over their position and marking them perfectly for Ukrainian artillery. But I can't think of a worse leadership model, something more pathetic, something more cynical and evil than sitting in the rear with a radio, watching a drone screen and pushing these guys forward to their deaths. And that's the Russian armed forces. It's incredible.
And literally pushing them to their deaths so you can then use their deaths to mark artillery.
That's it. I mean, I always listen to the stuff from the war, folks, and I encourage everyone to. You hear a fact stated, or a fact, I don't know, piece of information. Always ask yourself this: who is saying this, and what do they want me to think? You can separate that. That is context around whatever that information is, and you have to do it with both sides here. The Ukrainians don't always report the difficulties they're having. The Russians are already celebrating in the salt mines of Solidar, if you believe them. So you've got to really triangulate your information in the war.
And information is used both ways. Information is disinformation if employed correctly. You can actually, tell a lot of good things, and the enemy will hear it as information on possibly where you may be, what happened, and they'll adjust. But in the case of the Russians, they don't adjust very well. They go for the carrot. They hear the positives on the Ukrainian side, and they see it as a lie rather than it being the truth. But the Ukrainians see the truth, see the lies the Russians tell, and know that it's a lie. They're not believable. It's just like you said. What do they want everyone else to hear, and not necessarily the Ukrainians?
And I think there's a lot of people in Russia right now who grew up in the age of the Soviet Union, and they've been used to that all their life. What are they telling me, and what do they want me to believe? And most of them just want to get on with their lives, right? You see what happens if there was a video of a woman pretending to hold up a sign in St. Petersburg. She was holding up nothing, holding her hands over her head like she was holding up a sign, and she got clonked on the head and thrown into a paddy wagon.
Wow. Wait a minute. She had nothing on.
Right. She was pretending to hold up a sign and sort of move it around like, hey, I'm holding a sign up and look at it. And a cop just came up, tonked her on the head and into the paddy wagon. So it wasn't even what she was saying. It was almost the fact that she was trying to say anything or nothing. And it was,
it's the gesture.
Yeah. Did you see that, Axel?
Yes, I did. And it is interesting in one regard, because a few months earlier, a woman, oh God, somebody needs to correct me. I think it's July. A woman was taken in, yet again in a paddy wagon, holding up a white sheet of paper above her head. And that aroused spirits at the time, and people went absolutely haywire about it. But then, of course, everything floundered and, it mellowed down and whatnot. So the other one just simply did the same gesture as the one who held up a white sheet of paper over her head. Both of them got imprisoned. So each and every time, the ratchet goes one little thing further.
The ratchet
This is
is,
how they do it.
yeah, and the ratchet is it because it will never loosen up.
We're gonna have to eventually talk about that whole police state and how this is going along with the mobilization. Those forces are very useful. They could be used as well, but instead they're used for a force that will never see battle, except for battling their own people. It's a and that force is quite large, isn't it, Axel? The that police force that they use
Oh, the
in
Oman.
Russia itself.
Yeah, the Oman. They are pretty relentless. They're trained for it. They're also they're trained to be relentless and how should I put this? Gratuitous violence is something which is preferable, and it's honored there, and they are paid in quotas. So no surprise.
Wow, and
Wonder. Go ahead,
go
Chuck.
ahead, please, Daryl.
No, I was just going to say, I wonder how that payment scheme is going right now. Go ahead, Chuck.
I was just saying, as far as the Oman goes, there's modulation of force, and you could have just taken that woman by the hand and walked her to the police car. If you had to strike her with a baton, you might have struck her on the leg or somewhere instead of hitting her right on the head. Which if you've ever been hit with a police baton on the head, and haven't been in New Orleans, and maybe I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, I guess, Daryl. But you don't want to get hit on the head with a police baton.
No. And I will say, I never saw either color stick.
I only saw the black one.
Yeah, because in some places they have the stick with the color on each end. One end is your warning. The other end is your you won't like it.
Ooh, the younger days.
Archie Bunker. Those what are they? No, never mind. I'm not doing it. I normally go into a song when I start doing that, but I'm not going to sing tonight. Doc Bite.
Hi, Doc.
Daryl, Chuck, how are you guys?
Great, sir.
Hey, so the New Orleans thing, just real quick. One year in my younger days, I was standing out in front of Cafe Du Monde during Mardi Gras about 4 a.m, and I'm trying to get a cab back to Tulane University where I'm staying with some friends. And this guy jumps into the cab next to me, and I didn't know him. He goes, "Where are you going?" I go, "Tulane." He goes, "Oh yeah, sure, let's go. We'll ride together." I say, "Okay, this is great. We'll share a cab." Two couples walk up, and they've got coats on and dressed all snazzy, and the cab driver says, "Get the fuck out of our cab." He was going to take this bigger ticket, these more expensive kind of people, right? And so the guy sitting next to me, who I don't know, reaches over the front seat, grabs the cab driver's keys, and takes off running. And I stand up and go, "What?" So I got bonked with the stick because those two guys turned out to be cops. Anyway, that was my Mardi Gras story. It's the only one I'll share publicly, and I'm sticking to that. But
you were framed, Doc.
Dude, they're like, "You don't know him? Why did you yell?" And I'm like, "Because you screwed me." It was great. Anyway, so I saw from Defmon today some video that he posted in his update about frozen ground in Crimea. And he had a video of a tank driving over ground where you can see some ice and frost, but there's a whole lot of dirt, but it's just skimming right over the top. Not knowing that part of the world and the way temperatures are this year, how long is it going to stay frozen? And does that give us an indicator that something is happening sooner rather than later?
I think it is definitely going to happen. And of course, the the condition of the ground definitely is a major factor in getting your maneuver warfare ball going. But again, the Russians have got to cover everything they're trying to hold on to, from Kupiansk to Zaporizhzhia, and from Kherson, rather. I'm sorry, from Kharkiv to Zaporizhzhia, and there's a lot that's going to go into the Ukrainian calculus. Where is that blow going to fall? And it is going to be, of course, terrain, the disposition of the enemy, but also those two things we always talk about, and that is the biggest one, of course, is morale. And the Russians made a lot of hay over one frostbitten Ukrainian soldier in Soledar. But right now, there are literally Russian soldiers freezing to death on those hills surrounding Soledar. They are much less equipped than their Ukrainian counterparts, and everything that has to make it to the Russian front lines, remember, as Carlos said, and CJ too, it has to traverse hostile country. Ukraine is a nation occupied by a foreign power, and everywhere the Russian moves, they're surrounded by Ukrainian patriots, and that's why ammunition depots get hit. That's why command centers get hit. That's why concentrations of Russian forces get hit. And but we are going to see a Ukrainian offensive. It's going to come, and I think after the Russians get a little more punished by winter. But I think Putin thinks he's got an offensive lining up too. We see what they're pouring into Soledar right now. Look, they've lost thousands of people between Bakhmut and Soledar, maybe even tens of thousands of people, and those soldiers are tough to replace. Not to put too fine a point on it, the clothing they wear is tough to replace. Their weapon sights, their weapons, everything that goes with being a soldier, and the Russia's burning through it.
I saw that. Are the IFVs going to make it in time for Ukraine to take advantage of that hold ground to move across?
I don't think they will. There are Ukrainians are being trained up right now on the Bradleys. I don't know if those are going to figure into the timing of the attack. I know that some of them have arrived in Ukraine. I also know that the Ukrainians are really fast on the uptake. And we've heard time and time again, weapon systems and vehicles that take, the U.S. curriculum is weeks long or even a month or two long, and the Ukrainians burn right through it. They are eager learners, and increasingly, if you are in the Ukrainian armed forces, you have probably seen your share of combat, and you are pretty much a wily veteran. And believe me, you are motivated to fight for your country, as opposed to a Wagner guy, which is, I think he's fighting for a paycheck. And those Russian conscripts pushed to the front with no training. Who are they fighting for?
So the other thing was it related to Soledar and the salt mines. One of my brothers works in the oil and gas. He's a landman industry. And one of the things I learned last year, I didn't know, salt moves through pipelines, just like gas does. It's regulated in Texas by the Railroad Commission, in fact, because they regulate anything that moves, is transported, like natural gas or oil. Is it to that extent? Because I saw that Pujojkin, I think that's his name, the Wagner dude, was interested in that area in part because there were salt mines that he could, potentially control. Do you know anything about the infrastructure there? Are there mines linked by?
I do know an absolute expert who we have on right here, and if he is still awake, Axel, you have some great insight into Soledar.
My later Hogan brother?
That's him.
Oh God, yeah. Well, due diligence visit 1997, and yeah, we were tortured enough to travel all around the country, and for some good reason people believed it was a good idea to bring us there. At a point in time, then the salt mine was not as neatly built out, but it was deeply, I mean, it was nicely done already, but it had a bit of smack of Soviet odor still to it. But yeah, so there was already a cultural center in certain areas, and you could have a decent drink. And it's for people who don't like mine shafts, it's a thing. Worse is Ural Kali, which is, by the way, where I think the images the Rushists put up are from, because the way the shaft looks like is definitely not as cleanly cut as the stuff you find in Soledad. None of this, I have not seen. I mean, obviously, I haven't seen the whole network. I just didn't. I mean, this is a one-day excursion alongside a due diligence trip in the region, and I can definitely assure you that most of the things there looked very, very clean and done with exceptionally good equipment. And you can see actually imagery of what Soledad looked like in the past few years when Ukrainians used it for many good reasons, and it's exceptional. It's high precision work, very clean, very well done, different from how the Russians cut into their stone. If you were to look at potash, the potash mines they have in Russia, completely different work. And their salt mines look absolutely terrifying in comparison. And Ural Kali, whilst it has beautiful colors in certain areas, the access shafts and the support shafts look terrifying. It's like, I don't know, Tony Jackson's design for Mordor.
What's the economic what's at stake economically in Soledar, Axel? And given what Wagner is used for around the world, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, is to prop up dictators and train their security forces to be even more brutal, and also to marshal slave labor to exploit the natural resources. Do you think that's what Prigozhin thinks the prize is in Soledar?
I can't believe that. Actually, they know that they won't get it. They know that already. They know that they can't hold it. They must understand that. So that may have been an idea, a crazy one. I think at the moment everything is done out of spite. They like to destroy it because there's a massive amount of equipment and investment in those shafts, and I think they will just try to destroy everything.
Yeah, and all the industrial equipment associated with the mine on the surface is pretty much destroyed, from what I understand now, and the ability to.
There's a lot of Western media and a lot of crazy media who speculate about these things, but this is child's play. This is silly. It's silly talk by people who have never been in the mine, who have never been dealing with any of the economics of this. The stranded cost associated with building out the mine, okay, fine, taken. But the equipment brought there, it's very hard to replace this and bring it back in. You can even have, if they are stupid enough to mine certain shafts, it's extremely expensive to rebuild stuff. You could actually, the problem is that if you were to, for example, detonate stuff in there, you just literally destroy the whole system by means of not allowing access to it again. And you shatter the static structure of the surrounding stone. And it's completely silly. So
right.
If there's one reason not to lose Soledar, is to protect the existing non-used mines, which have other reasons to still exist, to not be destroyed by the orcs.
Absolutely. Again, and I liked it when you said that might have been the plan at some crazy point. And in Prigozhin, we're dealing with a guy who was a small-time criminal. no education to speak of. Graduated from street scams to loan sharking and gangsterism, brutality. Came up in the underworld in St. Petersburg and found a friend in Vladimir Putin who was trying to find his own way in the post-Soviet world and rose to power. Axel, would you agree, hand in hand with the underworld from
Oh yeah,
St.
absolutely.
Petersburg? And that's how
Yeah.
Prigozhin is where he is.
Absolutely, he is essentially a former crime underboss who managed to circumnavigate everybody else ahead of him and then ingratiate himself with the powers that be. I mean, the fact that this guy got himself a position which would then be sponsored by the GRU makes you wonder what kind of criteria they had in mind when selecting people they would have them help to do the logistics for their African endeavors. But then on the other hand, if you think about it, of course, a shall we say, ship logistics or port logistics trained thug fits the bill.
Well, you're right, and this public feuding between Minister of Defense Shoigu and Prigozhin, and the tit for tat back and forth, even in post-Soviet Russia, those little slights are never forgiven. They are never forgotten, and I think that the more Prigozhin is handed goals and things that Mr. Putin wants him to achieve, I don't see that Minister Shoigu is going to float his own boat by helping Prigozhin. And, tonight we're looking at a possible Russian success in Soledar. We didn't get to talk very much about what was going on in Bakhmut in the similar time frame. But actually, folks, it wasn't very much. The Russians did not move the needle very far in Soledar in Bakhmut over the last 48 hours. And they are losing ground in Kremenna. So this is one battle in a long war. The sun will be up in a couple of hours in Ukraine, and we'll see what the morning brings. So again, Soledar is the key to Soledar, not the key to Bakhmut.
Would you be surprised to see the Ukrainians actually hitting back?
Shoigu versus Prigozhin?
No, would you be surprised to see the Ukrainians hitting back against Russian troops?
Not at all. And I think things went on tonight. If I were Ukrainian commander, I know my guys are better at night than the Russians. We talked with CJ and Carlos earlier about predictive fires, and we know what the Russians are trying to do, and therefore where they're going to be. So I think this was a very bad night for the Russians. I think that they had to suffer quite a bit tonight. And I think the Ukrainians were helped enormously by knowing what exactly the Russians are trying to do. They're trying to get into the urban area of Soledar, and they are trying to take the high ground. And I would have been lobbing shells in there all night. So I don't think the Russians will have a very productive night. Axel, do you? What do you think?
I think that tonight is one of those nights where they will definitely get hit. Whether that is enough for them to be circumnavigated and the Ukrainians actually doing more damage to them, I can't judge. I have no idea. I doubt anyone has. But
yeah,
I would think that in the next couple of days they'll get annihilated in and around Soledar and Bakhmut.
Right, and we talked about it. Everything the Russians take, folks, they have to hold on to. And that costs blood and sweat and tears.
If I can comment on this, I was following the Russian sources about the push towards the northern suburban areas of Soledar for a couple of days, and I watched their videos and their updates, and I was thinking, yeah, this is another round of Russian hearsay, exaggregation, and having a little bit of truth and turning it out to a lot of the lies. But seeing how things have progressed, they have seemed to be, let me just play devil's advocate here, quite right about Soledar, especially the northern parts and the suburban parts of Soledar, just west of the forest. hugging the Soledar city itself. And what I heard today from Jörn was that apparently there has been a break in the lines of the Ukrainians in northern Soledar, and rumors tell that they lost a corporal. I don't want to sound defeatist here, and I hope that the Ukrainians will be able to send shells, mortars, and other types of goodies their way to drive them out. But uh, let's say that the worst things happen and that this is the start of the fall of Soledar. Where do we go from here? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but let's plan for the worst and hope for the best. Do any of you great military minds have any suggestions or ideas from what we can do from here?
Well, you know, I think one of the things that if we look at the pullback and look at the maps of the whole Bakhmut axis there, and you know, if you get a chance to check out the Twitter feed, you can see that were Soledar to be completely closed on by the Russians tonight, they will not have reached the TO 513 highway, which goes north and south to Bakhmut. They won't be there. They also won't control the railroad. They also will not be able to push from Soledar down. It's more than 7 or 8 kilometers to the M03 highway, which, by the way, they tried to take concurrently and over the last 36 hours, and they got their butts kicked at Kransa Ora and other places trying to get to the M03. If they get to the M03, that's, you know, that will be an achievement of some magnitude and consequence. But Soledar, actually, it's a bit of a slideshow. It's a bit of a sideshow. But you know, we'll see. Again, like I described earlier, it looks, imagine a mitten reaching to grab an apple. That's where the Russians are right now. The thumb is on the lower southern high ground, and the fingers are on the upper, on the northern high ground. And we'll see if they can take it. But should they take it, they like I said, it is not the gateway. It is not the fulcrum point. It is not the back door. It is none of those things in relation to Bakhmut. Should Soledar fall, it's not of any immediate tactical consequence, in my estimation. Bohar, that's you know, that's the way I see it.
You know, we know that Wagner gets paid.
Can
by
I
the
answer
check.
that, Daryl? Sorry for interrupting you, Daryl.
No, of course. I'd love to hear what you say. Yes.
Go for it.
Thank you. You know, it's like, I don't want to sound defeatist here, and I want to preface what I say now about how good the Ukrainians have been of draining Russia from combat power with the defense of Bakhmut and Soledar. But from how things are looking now, I'm not saying that we have to give these towns up, but let's say that fucking disgusting snowball starts rolling and Soledar falls, they cut off some of the supply lines to Bakhmut, and suddenly we can see a type of... I'm not saying this is going to happen or it's likely to happen, but...
You reaching, that sounds like a reach, though. You're taking. Wait. Just
no,
wait.
let me finish my point there, Daryl. Because what I'm asking is,
it just sounds like you're taking
where
one point.
No, because I just want to know what will be the next line of defense when I'm looking at the map here, and I just think if the worst of the worst should happen, and it doesn't look likely that it will happen, but does those defensive lines run down from Sloviansk to Kramatorsk, or is there any place between Bakhmut and Kramatorsk? All I see is fields.
Well,
all I see is fields. Where should we put that defensive line?
Yeah. Well, listen, the M03 goes to the northwest, as you know, and you can you can look over the map and you can see that there is terrain overlooking the M03. I'd also say this. Let's say Soledar falls tonight. The Russians are going to be spent, exhausted. Their lines of communication and supply into Soledar, they also cross over those wide, empty fields with no cover. The Russians will not be able to use Soledar as a springboard to cut the T-0513. That isn't going to happen. And if the Russian cavalry is riding to Soledar tonight, the Ukrainians are going to hit it.
And whilst you were saying you only see fields, maybe you should open your eyes and open a map. Because if I look here into my reasonably sensible Google Earth Pro, I can still see the same lines and ridges I saw before. So if you take, for example, this is the in this instance the TO513. That's a road which goes all the way from Krasnohora to the north to Siversk, which is the road which our friend Bryce Wilson was traveling a lot of times to about 3 kilometers at the worst and to 1.5 kilometers at best. To the east of it is a rail line. This rail line runs along a ridge. You can see this quite easily. Behind that, if you were to go back further, there's another 7 ridges before you arrive at Ray, Alexandrivka, and Kalenki. So you have heights and ridges to go. You have one big ridge from what is Nikoforoivka to Fedorivka. So there's one which even runs counter to it.
But if it's possible to hit those lines from Soledar.
Do you want to interrupt? Because if you want to interrupt, I'll shut you up. It's enough now. All right, we'll have it any other way, but not this way. You wanted a specific answer. You were making statements which are completely unreasonable. I'm giving you an answer, and you can look at a map next time. Let's do it this way, all right? I'm sorry, but somebody has to be direct here. So if you can't find on the map the ridges, and even if you've never done any kind of battlefield analysis, that's fine. But otherwise, listen to Chuck. There's many more ridges, many more positions. There's a good amount of defensive setup. There is absolutely nothing they can do with spent troops. That's what he's trying to highlight. Over to you, Chuck.
Axel, you are my hero and high cover, and I absolutely concur. And there is no part of this war, folks, where it has ever happened that the Russians have put forth a sort of very costly effort and then been able to fire to use that as a springboard. I just point back to Severodonetsk, a weeks-long battle that the Ukrainians actually disengaged from and staged a tactical withdrawal where, at least on paper, they should have been vulnerable to the Russians, but the Russians were absolutely incapable of pursuit because they were exhausted. They had shot their bolt, and this all comes back. It keeps circling back to Russian morale. And these guys are not to be pushed any farther than they can. They can only be pushed into Soledar. And, the sun will be up in a little bit, and we'll see if they took it tonight. And even if they have, it is not the end of Bakhmut. This isn't them crossing the Bakhmutka River at Ivangrad and cutting the H-32. I'll be singing a different song on that awful day if that should happen. But again, I agree with Axel. The terrain doesn't favor the Russians, and their past conduct does not favor the Russians, and the Soledar is going to avail them very little if their goal is to take Bakhmut. And on that splendid note, I have to hang my head and say that I have to start my fighting retreat, Axel, although I've been covered magnificently.
The least I could do. It was so obvious. But thank you.
No, it was a superb use of your great talents of rhetoric and command of history and tactics as well, sir, and I commend you.
I will take that order and go to bed.
Well, thank you, Daryl. Thanks for riding shotgun tonight.
Hey, I just sat in the chair. You and CJ rolled it.
It's good to look smart when you got a fighter pilot and artillery officer right there to keep you on the track, and my marine swim buddy to help me too, Daryl.
Hey, well, I just want to say thank you. We all here, a lot of times, we've been trying to dispel this whole thing of what's been going on, trying to, people, they get exactly what he was saying. Oh, this one battle, and then what if? You can't do that. You can't extrapolate a whole war from one battle. And that's what he was doing. And it's like, you know, you can't fight people that get defeat. They're waiting for the defeat. It can't be this good all the time. And I was just glad you came in, to kind of explain what's going on here. You and Carlos and CJ, you gave people information and showed them, okay, if this is going on, this is what you can see. They may have the city and they can take the ridge, but they're exposed. They can be taken out. You know, we're not gonna we're not gonna discuss what Ukraine may be doing because it may be something that they are planning. And we don't want to ruin that plan by trying to guess it out. But in this case, the city is they're in the city right now, but that's not to say that it's permanent. So I'm just glad you guys were here to talk about it and give people information. And in the next coming days, we will see where's the pudding in all of this.
Well, Daryl, you hit it right on the head. And one battle in a war, and I will be back on with you on Thursday and probably popping in tomorrow as well sometime, and hopefully we'll have a little better news. But Daryl, my brother, I'll see you soon, and I thank you again.
Hey, appreciate it, Chuck. You be easy. I hope the powder is thick.
Thanks.
Stay froggy.
I won't be getting to
Stay
do
froggy,
that.
Chuck.
Thanks, you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you again.
All right. Well, now, Joseph, I got Whiskey over there slinging his hands are flailing over there. What you got, Whiskey? Hello, Whiskey. You had your hands going all over the place over there. Okay. Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
How you doing? Sorry, my
Yeah.
mic's maybe acting a bit funny. I might have to cycle back. We got Ryan coming up.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Well, there's Ryan. I got Willie. Will. Good evening, Will.
Good evening, Daryl. Thanks very much for giving me a quick microphone for a question timely, because I actually want to put this to Carlos, because I asked it before, and of course nobody was on from the Air Force, and Chuck wasn't comfortable answering, which is fair enough. And I really like that you, in dealing with the earlier speakers or earlier questioners, you just have to be patient and wait till you hear what's going to happen on the ground. And there's no sense speculating too much and trying to game out the whole war from one battle, as you say. But Carlos, I've asked this question before, and in relation to today, where people were talking about how quickly the Ukrainian soldiers are uptaking equipment and material and tactics and new things, innovating essentially during the warfare. And I know that you, American Air Force has a whole bunch of A-10s out in cold storage in the desert. And I'm just wondering, how difficult would it be for a guy who was flying a Ukrainian Su-23, 24, I guess it is, and to get his head around something like the A-10? Or is it so unique to fly, or is there something problematic with it that tool wouldn't be as effective on the battlefield in Ukraine, essentially, which is what it was designed for, as it was in Iraq, where I think it had the best kill ratio of any of the planes on the field. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a this is actually something that we were kind of able to talk to a couple of people about this and get a few different perspectives. So I'll give you, we had interviewed General Lindbergh. I don't know if you heard that interview or not, but he was basically in charge of the Finnish Air Force when they went from MiG-21s to F-18s in Lemoore, California. We actually trained at the same place, not at the same time, but to do a transition, it basically takes about 2 years. Now, I'm gonna caveat this with, he was a very experienced pilot. It actually took him less time. So somewhere they cut out carrier qualification and a few other things. So by the time they had pared down the things that didn't apply to them from the Navy Marine Corps training, it was really about, let's call it 14 months. And if you were to, and that's during peacetime. So if you were to then maybe tailor the syllabus and also kind of pedal to the metal, if you will, flying more sorties and just sort of getting through a training syllabus a lot more quickly, you could get it down to something that was less than that. So, I mean, I would say a year to 8 months, depending on, again, this is just depending on quite a few things, right? One is availability of simulators and all that other stuff. A-10s don't have as much training support as some of the other fighter attack aircraft because they are older, although they did modernize a lot of things. So they're kind of on parity with, let's call it an F-16, F-15 in terms of the training environment, but maybe not quite all the way there. If you were to take an attack pilot that was experienced, so it would take 8 to 12 months. And that's the reason why is you have a transition phase, getting comfortable into the aircraft, which is basically academics, right? Learning about emergency procedures, all the buttons and everything, the switchology. And then you want to take it through the paces in terms of basic air to surface and then advanced air to surface and then flying in formation, because it is a little bit different, and learning how to use that particular weapon system. So, you know, this would, every pilot, excuse me, every pilot would be a little bit different. But in order to make that guy survivable and make sure that he was an asset on the battlefield, you would want it to be something upwards of, you know, eight months. And it just, again, that's me just kind of all the people I've seen transition, wartime environment, and moving to a new platform. And yeah, it's
Right.
unfortunately
So,
kind of complicated.
okay, and I'll accept, and I guess basically all of that has to do with the fact that flying a jet aircraft is significantly more complicated than is driving a tank, because, but the other stuff, I'm just saying that the Ukrainians have shown a capability, of willingness, and a real demonstrated capability of doing innovation in relation to warfare while it's going on. And even though they are taking a lot, they could take a lot more risk on their, you know, risk on their shoulders to wear as a pilot. And if they thought that they, you know, wanted A-10s, I think we ought to put that in the pipeline, even if the training was to take 9 months, because that is one of my signals that if this war is still going on in 9 months, these things are going into action, and they're going to finish off all the remaining armor that's available from the Russian side in the field. That'd be my argument.
Yeah, and you know what, Will, I completely understand where you're coming from, and I feel the same way about it, in the sense that if I guarantee you, if I asked tomorrow if they would take them, they would. And you're right, they have enough pilots that are around, and they don't have enough hardware to fly currently. That is actually a fact. They could use more assets. So you could technically take probably a squadron of guys and use them in a training environment for that amount of time, and they wouldn't, you know, affect the war during that time, but they also don't have anything else to fly at this point. So it would also, a second option is to do a little bit of a mixture of transition,
some experienced guys and some new guys, right? Because you still have to have a training pipeline. You still have to train new pilots, and why throw them on into platforms that you're going to be moving away from. In other words, your experienced guys fly the current stuff, except for a few of them, and then you take new guys, training pipeline. And I know that the training syllabus would be a little bit longer, but the point is you would now gain more combat power, and you would have a mixture of experienced and new guys. In terms of what the A-10 was designed for, you're absolutely right. This type of war, this theater, it can kill everything from armor to obviously troops. So very capable aircraft. It's only gotten better. It's very NATO standard. It's got Link 16. It can carry JDAM. All the complement of things that we would need it to.
And also AMRAAMs and things to shoot down things that want to shoot it down.
Yeah, this is for self-protect. So actually, they mostly carry AIM-9X is their self-protect missile, and so it's maybe if it had helicopters, it would be a target of opportunity. But they're pretty much just attack platforms. But you are correct; they have self-protect for air-to-air, and then of course they're built around the 30mm cannon. But there was another point that I was going to bring up for you, and I can't remember what it is. But anyways, I'm with you. If they're asking for it, I would give it to them.
Thanks very much.
Carlos, do we still operate any of the prop-driven aircraft?
The soft forces do.
Okay, for some reason I was thinking there was still one or two prop platforms that we still operated, and but I didn't know which. I thought one was close air support, but guess not.
No, we don't use any prop for close air support. Except for the soft guys, because they found that they just needed to have aircraft that were basically very expeditionary, can take off from any airfield, like short fields, if you will, and be very responsive to that community. And so that's where you have your Super Tucanos and all this other stuff. That's kind of how they popped up. But nothing that was legacy that stuck around in terms of prop in the combat environment.
Okay. Whiskey? Now, that's the third time I've called.
Yeah, I feel like his mic's
His mic broke or what? Hey, Ryan. Good evening. Are you on the phone? Or you don't want to talk?
Probably
to
just
me?
needs to unmute his mic. He's probably Ryan, you need to unmute on the lower left and try again.
Is that how this works?
Ba-bing. You got it, brother.
Actually, I just got some background noise. Hang on a sec.
Okay, I got you now. Whiskey, the third time. Fourth time. Okay. Joseph?
Okay, I'm back. Hello, Daryl.
Oh, you got a lot of background noise too. You sipping beers? Is that a beer I hear you sipping on?
No, sir. We got Ryan back.
All right. Now, Ryan, when you went to visit that guard unit today, was your mission accomplished, or was it another failed attempt? Which one?
No, they gave me the address for the central issuing facility here in town, and I was supposed to go over there today, but I got sidelined with emergency plumbing supervision. I had to call a plumber out to repair a leaky pipe. So I'll go tomorrow. I have the address. That's the important part.
Onward and upward.
Should have some good news to report about some other stuff getting transferred into Ukraine in the next day or two. Different groups working together, which is always a positive. People helping one another out.
Is this your gear that was been there for like 2-3 weeks that you were mentioning?
I hope it hadn't been there that long. It's been there 2 or 3 days right now, which is longer than I wish it had been there. But things don't always move on my preferred schedule. I can be impatient sometimes. And I'm, I guess, a little bit anxious to find out when Anna gets her current most critical patient approval to move out of Ukraine and presumably into Poland. I hope Yehuda's not listening, because I sent an email way above my pay grade requesting some assistance on behalf of Anna, and we'll see how that goes. But I don't ever feel bad about it if I'm not asking for help for myself. I'd rather beg for forgiveness than ask for permission, and we won't talk about this anymore in case he starts listening.
All right.
What am I going to get called about in a week, Ryan?
Well, I'm not too worried about it. I told Anna what I was going to do, and she's been pulling every lever she knows how to, just because the precariousness of this guy's condition puts him in a situation where he could go into septic shock at any point, and that could be a cascading event that causes his organs to shut down, and it will kill him. And this guy doesn't have to lose his life in any country that wasn't doing triage war zone medicine and having to conserve resources, or needing to, not even necessarily having to. They're probably not sparing any resources to not treat him or to conserve stuff at the hospital. The thing is, he requires so much attention and pain medicine and antibiotics and gauze and expert level nursing care that those resources could be expended on a dozen other patients. So, and his chance of survivability would be much higher. So it makes all the sense in the world to help move him out and free up space and resources for other Ukrainian volunteers and soldiers. I know she's been over backwards trying to get it done, and if I have to send a stupid email and maybe get my hand slapped for doing it, then so be it. It's a time is of the essence situation.
All right,
Well,
I'll deal with the phone call. Sorry, Ryan.
Well, the main thing is we are all praying for him that he gets this sooner rather than later. It doesn't really matter about the politics of it, because it's care. It's a life. It's a person it's somebody that's in pain. And,
That's basically the gist of the email I sent. Was, I don't care who settles the bill or how it gets settled, but we shouldn't be dicking around with this bureaucracy while somebody's life is hanging in the balance. I didn't use any 4-letter words, but you get the gist.
well, let's just hope whoever understands the urgency of it rather than than the tenor of the way the letter comes
Yeah,
across.
I think I think I was fairly diplomatic about it. I just may have you know, been out of turn, but it doesn't matter. It's sent now, can't retract it, and I don't regret it. I happen to know somebody that died of blood sepsis, and they didn't have any visibly external injuries, and it happens very fast, and it can be extremely painful while you're still conscious. But given that this gentleman has such severe burns over such a significant portion of their body, I don't think pain from blood sepsis is really even in the same ballpark stratosphere. But resources exist that can help him. There are at least there's at least one burn unit, if not 2 or 3, that has already been identified that's willing to take him. We just need some paperwork signed, and I don't care who I have to send an email to get it issued.
And is it at
He says help, I'll help her.
Is it at the State Department level or is it at a functionary level?
I think communication has been sent to people at both of those levels. And chancellery of the prime minister level too.
Precarious situation. It's a precarious situation when you don't know where the final yes comes from.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said it's a very precarious situation when you don't know where the final yes comes from.
Well, you know, if they can't issue the documentation or don't have the authority to, they should know who does. And I very diplomatically worded or threaded that into my request. So if they're going to tell me no, then they need to point me in the direction of somebody that can say yes. Excuse my dog. Apparently she didn't get beaten enough with a flip-flop while I was gone. So she has no manners.
Oh, she has no manners, Lordy be.
We call that a chancla in
Chancleta.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Chancla. Yeah. The Chancla Brigade.
It's one of those
grandmothers.
It's one of those $2 Old Navy flip-flops, so don't call PETA on me.
The Chancla Brigade. If anybody doesn't know what the Chancla Brigade is, these are grandmothers that can take a flip-flop and throw it around a corner and hit you.
Yeah,
when
like
you
a boomerang.
Yeah, this is like a sort of a Latino thing, right, Daryl? The chancla, like sort of like the switch or something similar, right?
No, it's a
You get
flip-flop.
stopped with it.
Chancleta is
Yeah,
a
no,
flip-flop.
Sandal,
it's a
yeah.
flip-
Sandal.
Yeah, it's a flip-flop that they can make it turn corners because you don't know where it came from. All you know is it comes flying up, and you like.
I'm just saying for
how did
people who
she
might not
see
be
me?
familiar, it's used for disciplinary purposes. Is that right, Daryl?
Well,
Yeah,
when
it's
they
used for disciplinary purposes.
somehow when they leave the foot, they gain about 10 ounces in weight too. They get heavier. It's magical.
All right. Well, from the Chancla Brigade, we're gonna go Alex and then Lisa. Go ahead, Alex. Good morning. Good evening. No, you're in Canada. Good evening.
You there, Alex? Alex Catelli?
Hi guys, I'm sorry. I just her name Anna looks like she so I can help. Looks like she needs help with translation from Georgian to English. I can help, but just trying to reach her now. But I think I have her contact. I will be trying to reach her.
That sounds like a Ryan thing. Ryan, send up the 911 to her. Tell her she's got help waiting on her.
Okay, I can do that. Actually, I need to make a phone call anyway. I just declined a call to my brother.
She's waiting for your call. If you have the number, just give her a ding now.
Okay, that's the number in Ukraine?
No, she's in the US.
No, it's in the US.
Okay, all right. I'll call her now.
Thank you, Alex.
I'm gonna hop off for a minute. I need to call my brother back. I'll be on momentarily.
All right, Ryan. Lisa. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My granny went after us with the broom, and somehow that broom mysteriously made it around the corners at a 90-degree angle somehow. But we knew better. When she got that broom out, we knew we really did, we did something. But then later on, she used to joke with us when we were young adults with kids of our own. And she said, "You guys better behave or I'm going to get the broom out." And we'd all look at each other, like, oh. But anyways, now, unfortunately, I had some running around to do. I didn't want to do it, but I had to do it. And I missed all of Chuck's Tuesday. I don't think I've missed a Tuesday or Thursday yet. But I think I got the gist of things pretty much, though, just from what I picked up. But I did want to say this to everyone. You will probably see a little bit of a rant. I wrote something very long. I've just had enough of it. But I was very nice. I was very diplomatic, but I had to have my say. And you guys.
Who'd you say it to? Who'd you say it to, Lisa?
Well, somebody who used to be a part of this in the beginning.
Oh.
Yeah.
No need to go
Yeah,
there.
don't need to go there. But no, I had enough. I just really, really had enough. But I did say it very diplomatically. So you can look for it if you guys want to. And I don't care what you think because that's how I feel. But anyways, I will step down and I will let others speak since they are I love listening to Carlos. I could go on and listen to you about your planes and stuff. I wish my dad was still alive. Oh, he would just sit there mesmerized because ever since he was a kid, he was always into airplanes. He could tell you what kind of plane was flying through the sky and all about it. But anyways, I will listen to you guys, and I'm glad to see everyone, and I will talk at you later.
All right, Lisa. Thank you for coming on.
Okay.
See, Carlos, she's got fans.
No, well, and I was just thinking about brooms, and obviously we talk about flying brooms, right? And I'm trying to think of what's the movie Harry Potter, right? They go around on the brooms, flying around. But
yeah.
Anyway, I was actually going to bring this back to something interesting that just kind of triggered the other day when I was talking to the gentleman that had started the UAV school. Did you get to hear that one, Daryl? Were you up that morning on Monday?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
here.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. I couldn't.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was only half checked in because I was a little bit early for me. I'd been up late the night before, but it just reminded me of these things that we're talking about going around corners, right? And remember, we were talking about how they were using UAVs now in CQB, right, which is close quarters combat. And if you think about
Yeah,
the close,
and for everybody, that's when
go ahead.
they're taking the drones and they're going into buildings and they're looking around in the rooms and they are mapping these rooms as well. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. They can
Correct,
they can
Carlos?
map the rooms. They can see what's around the corner, and usually got to be somebody else, using their eyeballs, or you had to use a mirror or something, But it just kind of makes me think about even when we're talking to John Spencer about how urban warfare is changing, and I'm sure he knows about that. But again, these little adaptations of looking around corners and being able to affect things around a corner, which is not a human, and that was pretty impressive. And those two gentlemen were amazing, and their school is quite amazing. And I just remember thinking to myself, gosh, the innovation that we've seen, and just how they have the feedback loop that we were talking about, the training that they do, that was pretty impressive. I can't actually wait to have them back because I would like to find out how their school progresses.
Mic check, Daryl, you there?
Yeah, I can't hear him now. Daryl, if you we can't hear you if you are unkeyed at this point, or if you're keyed up, I should say.
Okay, we'll hopefully get Daryl sorted out. I guess I got to take over in the meantime. Whiskey, I guess it's fifth time's the charm is my hope. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm God, Jesus.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I was like sitting there going, either I left a stink in the room last time I was here, or it's Twitter glitches. But yeah, Carlos, talking about those UAVs, goes back to that Drive article you posted a couple months ago about the Israeli drones working in close quarters in the rooms. And then I put out a video, or sorry, I didn't put out a video. I reshared a video that was talking about these FPV kamikaze drones. So this is kind of what I've been talking about for the last couple of months, of where we're seeing this engagement go, which I find highly interesting, just because I'm a designer and a builder of these things. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the video, I remember now what you're talking about. That was the Israeli drone. That was pretty impressive. Obviously, it had a lot more capability than the ones that these guys were using at their school. But I think what's, I guess, just as impressive to me is, let's say the one that the Israelis are putting out, great capability, militaries that have a lot of money and a bigger budget would be able to use those. And what these guys are doing with I'm trying to think of the name, but the application of the drones anyways, are the ones that we see like in the arenas, what I'm talking about? Like instead of a monster truck rally, they have these obstacle courses. You know what I'm talking about, right?
You're talking about, yeah, exactly.
Right. So anyways, the point that I was trying to make with that, far cheaper. They're taking these drones that are more accessible, I should say, to the average person, and then using them in a very similar application, right? Like they don't have all the beeps and squeaks of the expensive ones, obviously, but the point is they're making the teams a lot more survivable. They're giving them the ability to have eyes around those corners, or look around. I mean, we keep talking about the corners, but just be able to go into buildings or see what's on the other side of them, or into the room. So it's pretty cool. And again, it's about accessibility down to the lowest level, not just about having all the expensive kit, if you will.
So the question I wanted to ask you was, with this inrush of information, this heads-up display, how like from your experience of being, a Marine fighter pilot, um, like how do you deal with that inrush of information coming in? Like, how do you manage that? Um, there's a lot of, like, you're working in tight quarters, you're flying very fast, you're uh, scanning the area. Uh, like, is that something that would, I guess what I'm asking you, is that something that you would feel comfortable working in? Or is this like the next level of needing to be cognitive of everything that's going on around you?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I was thinking about this. If you put me behind most video games, I don't do well. I mean, I am terrible at video games. Even flying airplanes in video games, I'm very terrible. I think it's just because I'm used to being in a cockpit and having the sensory piece of things. The vestibular system, all these other things that are kind of used as a person who pilots an aircraft. And when I put on goggles, if I can see from the perspective of the aircraft, so I'm thinking of these UAVs that these guys are using, I do a lot better than looking at a screen, if that makes sense. So I thought that was kind of interesting, because I'd never quite thought of it that way in terms of the field of view. And all of this is, I think, does come down to aptitude of people. And I think we can all categorize ourselves if you kind of just know yourself. If you've gone to one of these simulators or any of these like consumer places where you can get behind one of these types of systems, even if it's just a simulation, you can kind of test an aptitude. And I think there's an application for everyone, because the programmability of these things also makes them so that some of them can fly themselves while you're consuming the information, if that makes sense. You can just work the sensor without having to necessarily fly the thing. So I think the more complexities you take out, if I have to teach somebody how to fly a thing and use the sensor, like the camera on the UAV, and then apply it to drop a little munition, obviously there's some training involved with that, and you have to get used to all three steps of those, and then put them in some type of application. So that school kind of teaches them all of that. The advanced stuff that they do is more of what we're talking about, putting on more complexity, meaning I'm flying this thing through obstacle courses, which is essentially what you're doing. You're flying them into a building or a room, or even if you're having to maneuver it through the forest, right? Because there's obstacles. And then the programmability piece of things. How do I program this thing to fly a certain profile? And I think it can be taught, but there's definitely an aptitude as well.
And I think this is where the what you talked about. This is where the AI kind of comes into to assist the actual pilot that's flying you. The more that AI is worked out, the more the pilot can actually focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, by the way, I flew to California yesterday, and as I was, the weather has been terrible out here. I didn't realize how bad it was. I was driving from the airport to another airport, and sometimes those little annoyances of the lane departure and all those little things kind of are annoying. I will say I was thankful for it yesterday, as sometimes I couldn't see the road as well as I wanted to because of just the way that California roads are, and the lights that are shining off them, you couldn't tell the lane, but the car knew where it was. And then of course anti-skid working for you, right? You don't realize how much it's actually helping you. So there's all these things that if in other words, if I was manually controlling all of that stuff and not getting those inputs yesterday in the car, I would have driven it more poorly. Now, obviously I did the sensible thing and slow down and hazard lights and all that stuff, but that's only technique stuff, right? I'm talking about the application of this technology piece of it. And so now we step it up to the AI that you're talking about. AI can also do things like taking pictures from the ground and identifying patterns of things that maybe we couldn't see with our eyeballs real time, right? I mean, we used to pay people and train them to be analysts of photographs, and using the human eye, which obviously requires some aptitude, to be able to identify things. You know how some people can tell a fake picture faster than others. It's not that we couldn't all be able to eventually tell that, but it takes some people far less time. AI now assisting somebody who already has an aptitude for that, or assisting somebody that doesn't, is going to speed up that process. And so there's just so many applications that you could use that here, especially for the data that you're trying to, also for BDA, a battle damage assessment. When you actually destroy something that's on the battlefield, Chuck was talking about these air defense systems that were taken down. You know, there's somebody's got to collect that information. And so I'm just trying to use it as an example of an application of where AI would be able to help you collect that battle damage and then basically analyze it to get real-time information.
And the other place that actually comes in handy is actually, just as you said, is actually having previous scans of maybe the theater that you're operating in, and being able to compare that when your signal's being jammed, to actually be able to navigate by dead reckoning.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of ways that it'll be able to help you. That's why if you put about, we have something called synthetic aperture. It's on an iPad, and it's on ForeFlight, this program that we use, a lot of pilots use. Even the military pilots use it, by the way. And the Ukrainian pilots are using it because I've seen it in their videos. It has terrain, and it will show you synthetically where it is in relation to your eyeballs when you have your iPad up, like basically where the horizon is. And it's pretty impressive because it can show you that mountain or that hill and give you a depression angle to it. And then you can look outside and see the thing. And I mean, I used it today to kind of avoid some of the towers that were out here, but it's really great. Like, obviously we say don't rely on that stuff, but we all do. And it's actually, it does give you more situational awareness, but it's a good example of what you talked about.
Were you operating out here in the Sierras today? It's been nasty out here today. Just curious. That's all.
Yeah, we were in Panamint Valley, and I had to go. I had to fly through the bad weather, and then eventually get let down. And then we went to Twin End Palms after that. Yeah. But this goes to like fighting. If you want to think about this kind of winter weather, the icing conditions that exist within, not just there are freezing conditions on the battlefield, but icing conditions that exist within the clouds. And so the pilots, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian, have to deal with those same types of things, right? The clouds, the freezing levels. If they're employing dumb bombs, they have to be able to see something. And unless they do a level laydown or something, but again, you're just dropping on whatever your aircraft is telling you to drop on at that point. It's not going to be precise, or I should say, maybe it's not going to be accurate or precise, to be honest with you, right? It'll land in the vicinity, but these are some of the limitations of the weather.
Well, still, if you're out here, brother, I'm gonna buy you a hot cocoa, gonna feed you lunch, and pat you on the back.
Sounds good, man. I'll let you know if I get up that direction. I think I'll be here for another week, so. Anna, did you have a question for me?
Only if you have time.
I always have time for a question. We haven't even been able to talk for a while, so hello.
Good evening or good morning. Indeed. So yesterday I was in the space. afternoon, I think. And I asked a question regarding the block. So someone was talking in the space about F-16's block 72. And I'm in the back of the class, and my mind went straight to, is that year 72 or something? So I got to ask, and I asked. Jeff, Colonel Jeff, I stopped him with my question. I pulled him from his lunch, and he felt the need to come and help us with this question, and explained that there were several stages of development called blocks for the airplanes, and they have different capabilities, and it's not necessarily the year. Now, my question is the following. For Ukraine, is it, I don't know how to phrase this correctly. For the pilots who are trained on MiG-29, right? Who are accustomed with some versions of MiG-29, because it also had versions, or MiG-21, but less so. Sukhoi. Are these, I don't know how to ask this. Is it worth to give them an older version with which they would adapt faster, or is it worth to have them trained a little bit longer in order to give them better capability going forward? I don't know if
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes.
I get I get the sense of, I get what you're talking about. And so here's kind of, it's pretty simple for me to answer, actually, because in some ways, I would split their forces into two categories right now. You have the experienced guys who can fly their existing aircraft, and there's a lot more of them than aircraft than they can fly currently. So they need more aircraft regardless. If they were to bring on more MiG-29s, that even if they were a different variation, it would be okay because the airframe is the same, right? It would just be the systems that were involved internally. Maybe it was a different radar chip, for example, or some other type of system that's within the aircraft that they could learn really quickly, and they could even do like what they call a mixed air force, or a mixed squadron. Like it wouldn't, if you had, as long as they were all MiG-29s, you could basically have them there, and then for that day, that if you had one MiG-29 versus a different one, you would just know that, oh, okay, today I have this system versus that one. It's not that hard to do that part of it. Then they even still have enough pilots right now that they could take another squadron worth of pilots and go train them on a NATO asset that would be them, the Ukrainians as a customer asking for something. I would say F-16. Thomas Tyner wants F-16. I'm going to say he's a smart man, but and we're in violent agreement on that piece of it. So in my mind, Anda, you could do basically or you could do two of those things at the same time because of the number of pilots that they do have. And I will add to, so the MiG-29s aren't quite the same as the F-16s in the way they do the blocks. it's not that they don't have upgrades, but what they didn't do, and this is an F-16 and let's call it F-18 very specific thing. F-16, and that's true, the blocks don't have necessarily to do with the year. They usually, the block number, like the 10, the 20, the 30, the 40, the 50, 60, 70, usually has to do with a major airframe change. Kind of like in a car, right? A car, at least in the United States, doesn't change the shape for about 3 to 5 years. And so in 5 years, you'll get a new look to your F-450, for example, right? The dually truck or something, a whole different look. Maybe they block it out more or do whatever. So usually a block, and then the smaller numbers within that block are some type of upgrade that maybe the airframe's not changing, but there's an upgrade to that block. So if you have a block 72, it means they had a major airframe upgrade, which we know that they did. Even though it still looks like an F-16, maybe they put conformal tanks, they put like a certain fin on it, maybe they changed the size of the wing a little bit. That's kind of an example. And then this 2, and there would be like, they have, instead of a mech scanned radar, like a mechanically scanned radar, they put a AESA radar, right? That doesn't move basically. And so, or a software update is not necessarily tied to it, but if it's a major software update, they could tie it to it. That's kind of, so things that change within that block basically. And I think, hopefully I answered both of your questions.
Yes, you did. I think I see John Reed with his hand up, and I have a small other question going forward. If you still have a bit of time.
Yeah, I have time. I'm on California time right now, so I can be up a little bit later. Yeah, we can go to John if you want.
All right. Thank you, John.
Thanks, Sonda. Carlos, good to talk to you again. A question for you about conformal fuel tanks actually just reminds me of this. Do you know if the Navy is still moving forward with the CFTs for the Super Hornet? I had heard that it had been paused, I think sometime in 2021. Do you know if that program has since been resumed?
I think it's still on pause. I think they're fighting amongst themselves whether to do it or not. I know that the money's already been spent, if that makes sense. But I think that they can essentially reconstitute it if they didn't go forward with the program. As far as I know, they do have, they're out of operational test. And so they do have some with them. But I have to actually, that would be a good question for me to ask while I'm out here, because I'm working with those guys as well right now. And the problem that they had with the conformal tanks is for ship services, because you're adding weight, which means you have to sacrifice something else. And so more fuel is good for a lot of reasons, obviously, but more weight, and also the changing of the characteristics of flight. Conformals are really good for many reasons, but they take away top speeds, and then sometimes what you can carry, because you're now going into your maximum weight, beyond your limits potentially. So you might be able to carry less ordnance.
John, do you have anything else to add, or I can?
Actually, nothing, but it's one thing. Do you know if there's any major cockpit upgrades scheduled for the Block 70? I know for the Eagle EX, they're doing a total overhaul of the cockpit and putting in some big, touchscreen displays, F-35 style. Are they going to be doing anything like that for the F-16 in the near future?
Yes, they are going to. It's actually almost going to look just like the way the Super Hornet has it. So basically, no push tiles. It'll be all touchscreen, and it looks pretty cool. I mean, it basically, you're right. It looks more like an F-35 than it does the traditional F-16s.
Awesome. All right. Whiskey, do you have a question also on the topic?
I just wanted to reach out to Ryan really quick, if that's okay.
Do you want to talk to Ryan?
If Ryan's up, are you up, buddy?
We have
That's
some
not
music.
Ryan.
Yeah. Ryan it's in the listening panel. So he is in the room, but I don't know if he can come up just now. So I don't know what to say. Maybe if you can wait a little bit around, we can send him an invite to speak. I just did that, so maybe he can come up. John, and then I will ask my question.
Sure, Carlos. Have you seen from the Lockheed Martin presentation that's been doing the rounds? I think either from earlier today or from yesterday of the vertical launch PAC-3 MSE for the Mark 41 VLS.
I'm sorry, I was changing my earbuds. I need you to ask, was this for me?
Yes, I'm not sure if you've seen the Lockheed Martin exposition that's been going around on Twitter from either earlier today or from yesterday. They were showing off an adaptation they made of the PAC-3 MSE to integrate it in a vertical launch configuration with the Mark 41 for the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, I saw the brochure, and I think somebody had sent me to my DM something. I think they're in Fallon right now, actually giving some presentations to the wing that's there. But this is actually something I think tomorrow. See, tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Yeah, so Thursday we're going to be there, and I'm trying to vacuum up as much of this information as I can. I know the Lockheed guys will still be there.
Well, that's awesome. Do you have any insight into what would be motivating the desire for this integration? Because obviously Navy already has SM2, SM6 for kind of similar engagement envelopes, although the role is a little bit different. So do you have any insight into what the interest is?
The interest is that they had some fleets that they wanted to put this onto, and I believe the scuttlebutt that I heard it would go to the Gator Navy, which is the ones that work with Marines, basically. You know what I'm talking about, right? So you have your kind of your black shoe traditional Navy, blue water, and then the Gator Navy are like your Marines, your the USS Boxer, all of those kind of things. And that was the rumors that I had heard. Because you're right, otherwise the capability is the same, and I think they would then it would be a small distinguishment between the blue water and the Gator Navy. And then actually somebody already responded to me about the conformals. So just like I said, they basically have scrapped the program. They kept them on some of their Super Hornets that they have out, I think at Pax River is what he was telling me. And so that's pretty much it. So I think they just they decided it wasn't worth it.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah. Did you have something, Anda?
Sorry, Charles. Yeah, coffee didn't streamed in yet. Um, I I have a question, and it's about Gripen. So I know, at least in Romania, when back in, I don't even remember when it was, 2000, 2001, something like that, when we had back then 110, maybe more, MiG-21s, and I don't know, 20 something MiG-29s. At that point, we were just entering NATO, just entering or in discussion to enter in EU. And we had a very big debate here in Romania, which system is better, what to do with our systems, which is the best direction to go forward. And at that point, there were three kind of voices. One was upgrade what you have, buy later because we don't have money. At that point, Romania wasn't doing great. We were during a period of inflation, really heavy one. So it was awkward. The second options were F-16s variant A or B, and the third option was Gripen. And I think the other day, and in media, like a month and a half ago, Gripen was also one of the planes that were in discussion for Ukrainian Air Forces. And I was kind of, I don't know how to put this question. I was I was wondering if you can and have the patience to basically draw a parallel between the three systems and kind of explain why do we have these options? Why do we consider them as options, which are, I don't know, plus or minus very. So for me, let's put it this way, for me in the back of the class, so not an in-depth discussion, but very general discussion, just for general understanding, why do we see this in media? Why is it all still a topic, right? Why is it still a topic? Why is it not clear cut? This is the best one. Let's go with this.
Okay, so you want me to speak to you like you're a general? That's what you're saying. You said general twice. No, I'm just kidding. Now,
all right.
This is actually not. It's not as hard as we make it out to be. I think sometimes the problem is we get like when you have the Doolittle guys, we get very much into so many details that it can seem like it's a bigger problem than it actually is. So the way that I like to think of it is when you have a platform or a system that you're looking at, you want to look at two different things: its capabilities and then it's sustainability, right? So the capability piece, I would say, what you already have, if you were to just look at, let's just call it the MiG-29s, obviously it's something that you're already used to. You have people that you have a training pipeline. Maybe the conversation comes into acquiring other people's MiG-29s and making your fleet healthy again. But it's not as capable as a Gripen or an F-16. And that you probably just know, right? It's first of all, with a Gripen and F-16, you have a multi-role fighter. So you're already gaining a lot more combat power for one system. And then obviously it's newer, right? So it's also can be integrated with your allies. So capabilities wise, there is no other than saving money. So that's the budgetary piece. But if you had the choice, and it obviously Romania did, so did Finland when they chose to go from MiG-21s, by the way, to F-18s. They looked at this exact thing that we're talking about right now. The same thing, they moved from F-18s to F-35s. And then you look at the sustainability, and this is where really we need to take a closer look at it. So Gripen, F-16, in my mind, very similar capabilities. They have a very good air-to-air complement, air-to-ground complement. They're pretty much NATO standard in that respect. If you were to go head-to-head, I'd honestly say it's up to the pilot. An experienced pilot is going to beat a newer pilot and vice versa. And a lot of times you're going to end up in a neutral fight, and that's fine. So that's not really the important thing. Now we talk about sustainability of that fleet. And then that comes into the cost per flight hour. So if you think about how many F-16s exist, there are tons of them, right? And Lockheed Martin can support that as an OEM provider, as well as just parts that are in lots of different places. There's a lot of people that have trained on those systems for many, many years. And so therefore you have a density of a workforce as well. And and we already talked about Poland. Look at Poland in relation to Romania in terms of being able to maybe leverage some of their capabilities that they have in maintaining F-16s. So your cost per flight hour is going to be lower than, let's say, a Gripen, because if you look at all the countries that fly Gripens, yes, maybe you can leverage some of that. There's not nearly as many Gripens as there are F-16s, but Saab is going to stand behind their product, of course, and they're going to give a support package. So it really would just come down to that piece of it, I would say. At the end of the day, you have to look at the support package and how much it's going to cost you per flight hour, and that will end up, there's a budget that will be driving that.
Okay, I think I can get that, and as a plus, as a added topic, you also have, you want to move towards a homogeneous fleet, right? You want to have a homogeneous fleet because that means you don't train just pilots, you train technicians and mechanics and other people who actually need to fix them and prepare them to fly, basically.
Yeah,
Correct?
yes. And before we go to John, because I think he can add to this, the other piece to think about, the United States has done this in a very appreciable way. They used to have A7s, A6s, S3 Vikings, and F-14 Tomcats, and A4 Skyhawks on a carrier. Think about how many aircraft I just gave you, right? Plus E2 Hawkeyes and C2s as well. And then came out the F-18. The F-18 basically took the place of the A7, the A6, and the F-14. Now, it took a little bit of time for all those things to kind of go away because they had some life left on them and they phased in over time, right? But I just talked about one platform that now took over for all of those other aircraft. And then think about F-35. F-35 kind of took over essentially for F-15s and F-16s and pretty much everything else that we have. It can basically do a little bit of everything well, right? Not perfectly, but well enough that it could basically replace all those fleets. And now what you end up with is some level of homogeneity that you just talked about. They're homogeneous for the most part. I mean, there's we did get variants, I know, but anyway, I'm just trying to kind of to your point there. So if you gave, if Ukrainians purchased F-16s, they could essentially replace their MiG-29s and their Su-24s, for example, and have a multi-role fighter. And John, I'm pretty sure you could add to this. So
Yeah, just on the difference between capabilities between the F-16 and the Gripen, how significant is the difference between the F-16s and the Gripen's ability to operate from, shall we say, non-standard runways?
yeah, I would say that the Gripen has a little more, it's just less FOD problems, and the tires are a little more robust. But did you hear the general talk about this?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did. The reason why I ask is, I'm aware that the Gripen, that's one of the things that it's marketed. That's one of its main selling points, at least from Saab. But I'm curious how significant that difference actually is in reality.
Carlos?
Oops, sorry. Dang it, I was just talking to myself. I was going to say, I definitely feel like it's more of a marketing thing, John. Not to say that there's a level of truth in that for sure. I mean, so I will say, yes, that is true. They are a little more robust in terms of their airframe, the undercarriage part of their airframe. We're talking about wheels and tires now. However, it's not appreciable enough to an Air Force to say we're going to pick it for that reason. And because if you were, I totally forgot when the general reminded me. I was like, oh my gosh, I totally forget. We work out of expeditionary airfields all the time. In fact, I was flying over one today that's called the Self in 29 Palms. And for example, the F-18 has bidirectional, the Marine Corps has bidirectional arrestment gear. So basically, it's a cable that goes across the runway, put down your tail hook, and you land within a very short distance, right? And so that kind of takes that small piece out of it. And we've taken off on highways because we needed to prove that we can do that. It's, I would say that a country really just needs to build that into their infrastructure. And if I were a betting man, I would say that most countries do this. So if that makes sense, like have places where the high tension wires were purposely not put up, or you know what I mean by that. And so rest assured, there are places probably in every country, if they're smart enough, to be able to do exactly what we just talked about. Now, where they are is that would be up to the intel guys to try to figure out. But the point is, that was one of the first things that Ukraine did, and there's no surprise there, obviously, right? This is something that that they quickly knew they had to do.
And I think that's a very interesting thing to point out, because one of the, from an infrastructure point, one of the more notable distinguishing factors between Russia and Ukraine more broadly is that Ukraine has a much more well-developed highway system, And so my understanding is that it is generally easier for them to operate off of runways than, say, if the Russians, for whatever reason, say, needed to start dispersing their fixed-wing tactical aviation, say, in response to Ukrainian UAV or loitering munition strikes on airfields. The Russians would likely not be able to achieve the same degree of efficiency as Ukraine is able to, simply due to the fact that their road infrastructure is not that great, all things considered.
Yeah, that's hugely a part of this equation. And I think there's also comes this hubris, if you will, that can come into play to think like, oh, we would never have to worry about this within our own country. And so therefore, we don't need to put as much emphasis on it or improve those places or keep them somewhat up to date. The other thing to kind of think about as well, and I think it was, I can't remember who talked about this, but we talked about the Red Horse teams, if you remember this, John, which are basically the Air Force guys who can build runways or repair runways really quickly. And so it's not to say that there wouldn't be some things that happen. I'm telling you right now, like in California with all this weather, they had a couple of sinkholes that showed up on some runways. And, you know, it takes them down for a little while, obviously, but that's how quickly you can bring stuff up. I mean, so being able to repair not just your major runways, but other airfields is a competency that air forces and militaries have. Now, how well they train to it is a whole different question. But I'm just trying to make, excuse me, I'm just trying to make the point that it's part of the calculus about what we're talking about, not just the airframe and not just those expeditionary alternative landing locations, but your air forces and military's ability to quickly reconstitute things. Actually, I think it was Charles. Didn't we talk about this before, Charles? The Red Horse, or
I don't think that was me. I haven't heard about that before.
Okay, I was trying to give you credit, but yeah.
The Red Horse. No worries.
No, it's just I will say this: the one thing I really appreciated about the Air Force, and I use that these guys are actual Air Force, not the Chair Force, the ones that, but they are amazing at building these sites. They came over to the Marine Corps side of the airfield and gave us like tents and air conditioning and all this other stuff that we're not used to having. And they were just like, oh yeah, we're happy to do it. And, you know, by the way, if your airfield gets bombed, we come over and repair all that too. And it's like, okay, these guys are awesome. They remind me of, they are basically like Seabees, if that makes sense. It's just that they have a lot more tactical capability as well. Anyway, just it just reminded me to kind of flesh out that conversation of sometimes we do get really, people anchor on like, oh, A-10s can land anywhere and, you know, all this other stuff. And it's not to say that isn't partially true. Like your Super Tucanos, they can land in very short fields, right? And so I would say that they truly demonstrate a different type of expeditionary capability, but they're also not fighter aircraft, right? So when we're talking about this, we're talking about more of this kind of like upper level squadron fighter attack capability that every country wants to have, not the accoutrement of very lightweight attack aircraft that would be also great to have. Those are like cherries and whipped cream on an already good Air Force, if that makes sense.
I must say that sounds so typical that the Marines wouldn't have tents and air conditioners, but the Air Force would have an abundance of them.
Yeah, we learned we didn't have to steal them. We can actually ask the guys that cared about our health and comfort. Only one small story, not to detract, but when we were testing the O plan in Korea, they sent the Marines to a place called Yecheon. And we built these tents off of the end of the runway, which made no sense. So we basically couldn't get our crew rest because jets were taking off. and like loud noise, like you had to wear hearing protection in your sleeping bag. And we were in the mud, and it was terrible. And of course, the Air Force guys were staying in the Air Force hotel on Osan, all comfy during the exercise. It was awesome.
That's so typical. I just put the Marines in the other runway. It's a mud hole. That's okay. They're used to it. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they had us there, and we had Army. We had Army guys out there too, and so we felt like we could have somebody to join up and hate the Air Force with. It was awesome.
Yeah, you'll always have the Army on side for that one. Yeah. Oh man, cool. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this purchase by Canada for more NASAMS for Ukraine?
I did, but I didn't get any more information other than I think what maybe somebody put in the thread. Did you have any more details on it?
No, I was kind of wondering, maybe you, I don't know, John, do you have any more details on this Canadian purchase of NASAMS? How many they're talking about?
So at the moment, it just looks like one system, and the details are very sparse. But I presume that what they meant by buying it from the United States is they're buying it from Raytheon with U.S. government permission. The U.S. only has 2 NASAMS systems in inventory, as far as I'm aware, and those are both deployed for short-range air defense of D.C. So I don't think that my understanding is that the White House doesn't really want to part with those. So I presume it would be a new build order on top of the currently outstanding or yet to be delivered 6 new build orders previously placed by the United States. So that'll bring that total up to 7 plus the 2 that are already in theater. So that brings the overall total to 9.
Okay, that would be great. I guess Raytheon will have to build this thing first, I assume.
Yes, they had 2 systems that were more or less finishing production as of this summer. Those 2 became the systems that have since been delivered to Ukraine. The other ones, they're going to have to be built from scratch. I believe the U.S. was potentially looking at various different countries that operate NASAMS to see if they couldn't persuade them to give up their systems in the short term and then be backfilled from these new build systems in the future, so that way they could expedite the delivery to Ukraine. But I don't know if that has gone anywhere as of yet.
Okay, great. And then also on the air defense side, I'm just reading through the transcript of General Ryder's press conference at the Pentagon, where he got a lot of questions about the Patriot training. So then it's confirmed that the Ukrainians will be learning Patriot systems and perhaps enjoying a little bit of barbecue at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, 90 to 100 of them. And there's a lot of interesting tidbits in this press conference. General Ryder kind of outlines a little bit more detail about this. It seems like they will not actually fire a missile at Fort Sill. At least that was my reading of it. Kind of stopped at the idea of simulator training. So it'd be classroom on the system and then some simulator training. Also,
sling Patriot missiles around in the sky here. I mean, it's Oklahoma, but geez, Charles.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is the home of artillery, so I mean, it has a massive impact area. I don't know.
They do sling artillery rounds, but those are in specified designated areas that are well fenced in and say property of the United States military or the federal government. Do not enter. And I mean, you can go in there if you want, but I can assure you those thunder sounds you hear over the horizon at night are not thunder on a starry night.
Yeah, but I don't know. I thought they might fire 1 or 2 out there into the impact area, but I don't know how the Patriots work.
Patriot?
Yeah,
Come
sure. Why not?
on, man. You know how much those cost?
All right, John's got a thought on this. He's waving. Go ahead, John.
Somebody got them a slick contract to make a simulator program
to fire these things, and they probably get paid like $20,000 a simulated fire to simulate $1 million missile shot. But I'll let John speak because he's the resident expert on rocket science.
So the actual process for acquiring and engaging a target varies a little bit depending on which specific Patriot interceptor is on hand or is deployed on the launchers. But the general process is once the engagement order is given for a specific target, the process is essentially automated. I believe the tactical director sends it off to the relevant battery, and then it's more or less automated from there. The Patriot will autonomously select the optimal launcher, select the optimal interceptor, and then launch the interceptor itself. So my understanding is there wouldn't really be a need to do any test firing because there's just nothing to be gained from that, because in the field that is something that's handled entirely autonomously by the computers on board the Patriot system. The test launches are, again, to my understanding, are really only done for hardware validation. They don't really have any training value per se, because the actual launch process itself, once the engagement order is given, is basically completely automated.
Okay, all right. So that's fine. I don't know, Ryan. I thought you might enjoy watching, a Patriot fly up in the sky, as long as it wasn't coming towards you.
Honestly, I just want to take a bunch of those Ukrainian guys to lunch down at Medicine Park or over at oh shoot, what's the burger joint called? CJ and I were talking about it just the other day. It's not Irma's. I'll think of it in a minute. They have a seismograph in the restaurant. It's like part of the U.S. Geological Survey. Some local burger joint down around Fort Sill. It's not as good as the local folklore makes it up to be, but if you're in the area, you gotta go.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, let's see.
They have real bison burgers, so you can get buffalo meat if you really want to. It's leaner than beef.
Yeah, the farm next to my grandfather's raised bison. We used to trade them beef for bison. It's quite delicious. So any listeners on the space, if you haven't had a buffalo burger, go for it.
Well, I went to CU Colorado, and we're the Buffs, and you better believe we eat some Ralphie burgers, is what they call them, the mascot's name.
Yeah, I was gonna tell John Ridge not to laugh too hard because they probably serve Bevo burgers. We hate all Texans equally here in Oklahoma. We don't discriminate.
Listen, if the Ukrainian S-300 or soon-to-be Patriot operators have some time and would like to come and experience true American civilization, they're always welcome to make the couple-hour drive down south across the Red River into North Texas.
You know what? They're gonna fly direct in to the local Lawton Airport just so they can avoid landing at DFW. I'm gonna make sure of it if they're not already here.
Oh God, imagine if they make them fly commercial.
Surely they wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I kind of think it would be cool if they did, and I just randomly ended up on a plane back out of Oklahoma with a bunch of Ukrainian Patriot missile battery operators when I leave in February. How effing cool would that be? I would definitely pay for the in-flight internet so we could interview all of them. Of course, under pseudonyms. And I wouldn't ask any inappropriate questions just before Yehuda gets ahead of himself. I know how to mind my manners.
They teach manners in Oklahoma?
Sure they do. We have etiquette classes at the oil field companies. No joke. You could pick up lamb chops at the company restaurant after work. You could buy wine on like the company intranet computer system, and you could enroll in things like wine tasting and etiquette courses, because we didn't learn all those refinements in primary or secondary school. We had things like land run day at the grade school with Native American kids at it. That's not awkward to think back on. Not at all. Anyway, I digress. Oklahoma's grand. The metro's much better than the rural areas, but you know, there's something for everyone here. Cost of living's pretty low. It's kind of a pain in the ass to fly out of here. I would much rather live next to a major airport just so I could get cheap flights to go somewhere fun or, you know, somewhere important. But these are the costs we pay for cheaper homes and not atrocious commute times. John Ridge, go ahead. I don't know why I'm telling you to go ahead, but
I have to say, company internet, company etiquette classes, company snores, this all sounds very 1880s to early 1920s.
oh, no joke. They gave you like $150 of company birthday money that was spendable at the company store on things like company branded golf clubs. It was basically Google of the oil and gas business. Everybody wanted to work there. Nearly everybody had a free iPhone, which were something brand new at the time back in like 2009 and 10. We all had company trucks. We got free NBA tickets to the company owned NBA team locally here. I mean, it wasn't technically company owned, but the CEO of the company was a partial owner in the NBA team. So he would hand out tickets to NBA games. And then the IRS found out about it and they wanted to tax us as a fringe benefit. Such a pain in the ass. People and their rules. I'm being facetious, by the way.
You're presenting Oklahoma like, I don't know, the town of nowhere in the middle of nowhere. And I don't think it's it's your town. It's your prerogative to bash them.
It's a surprisingly metropolitan place. It's a sprawling whole bunch of suburbs. It takes up a larger land area, I think, than LA does. Population isn't nearly as dense, but it's because we don't really build a whole lot of stuff up except for the downtown business area. Everything else is just built outward. Not a terrible place to live. You just have to drive 20 minutes to get to the nearest grocery store. So it's kind of weird. You can't really live here easily without owning a car and spending a bunch of money on fuel. One drawback. Public transportation is junk. So I think in that respect, Europe is light years ahead of a lot of places in the US.
Europe developed differently in most cases because some of the towns were developed at
You have roads that are older than America.
they were developed on an organic way. So people bought their piece of land, not a patch of land to build their houses, for example, and nothing else. So I think this is the reason, the way it was the towns were developed was way different.
Yeah,
The,
that's
sorry.
it's abundantly apparent when you're in Kiev. The roads wind around and go up and down hills, and it's because the Vikings picked that area out along the river they were traveling. It created a high point where you could see along the river for quite a ways in both directions, and that's where some of the oldest churches in Kiev are centered now. But the very center of old historic Kiev is up on top of a hill overlooking the Dnieper River. And it's, yeah, roads that don't really seem to make sense. They just wind and curve and intersect each other at odd points, but it made sense 1,000 years ago. So why not make sense now? I will say I do prefer the modern paved roads of Kiev to the cobblestone roads of Lviv any day.
I will come back to this. Let's go a bit to John Ridge, and then come back. I will come back to this point.
So sorry to change topics slightly, but just on the topic of air defense, one thing I've always been curious about that I've never had anybody ask about this until now. So Carlos, I know AMRAAM has a home on jam capability, and obviously NASAMS can launch AMRAAM. So presumably NASAMS has via AMRAAM a home on jam capability. Now, at the moment, given the number of systems and the imperative of protecting against Russian cruise missile strikes, they aren't really being deployed. To the front line, but a tactical role. What kind of capabilities would having a home on jam?
mean, and the point is you had to use the host radar all the way till F-pole. And just for everybody, F-pole is basically when the missile actually hits the target, then you could defend yourself. Meaning that's like the point of which it explodes, if you will. A-pole is when a missile goes autonomous by itself, meaning doesn't need a host radar anymore. And so an AIM-7, or like a missile that's semi-active, it does need the ability to have a host radar kind of guided in. It gets mid-course upgrades all the way till its end game there. And the AMRAAM, which has come from the NASAM, is an active. It's got basically, it goes active, and so it has its own little radar, and it can find its way to the target. So it's pretty awesome, and just makes the people who are shooting it a lot more survivable.
I think we might be talking just past each other slightly. I wasn't referring to the active radar homing capability of AMRAAM specifically. I was referring to its ability to. I assume that the AIM-120 Charlie still. I assume that it has this capability, or at least I think it's publicly listed, anyways, to home in on sources of electron of ECM. That's what I was getting at. Is that has a published home on jam capability, and to what extent would that be useful in suppressing Russian aircraft they're flying with ECM pods?
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. You know what? Can we defer this to another time so that I can make sure that I'm not gonna, I'm driving at. Sorry.
Yeah. I was about to say it's electronic warfare, so it's always a tightrope.
Okay, what I will do is you and I will bring this up at the next Doolittle, and I will have I will be able to have that discussion at the level that we need to. I think that'll work.
Wonderful.
John, for the benefit of the audience, maybe you just want to briefly explain what home on jam capability is.
So home on jam is the capability of or some other type of munition home in on a source of electronic emission that's usually for the purpose of electronic warfare or an electronic countermeasure, electronic attack, depending on specific terminology. So aircraft may carry ECM, electronic countermeasure pods, that are designed to interfere with the ability of radar systems to either acquire them or be able to carry out a successful engagement, be it a ground-based radar for a semi-active interceptor or the active radar on board an active radar homing missile. And the whole idea is to essentially exploit that to enhance the survivability of the aircraft in the face of ground-based air defenses, as well as potentially other hostile fixed-wing aircraft. Home on jam refers to the capability of certain missiles to home in on those aircraft that have these ECM capabilities while those ECM capabilities are active, if that makes sense.
Okay, so let's talk about it in a way. Here's how I'll frame it. Let's talk about it this way. If you think about the same way that a HARM missile can find a radar emission, right? Because we're just talking about the same thing here. There's some type of the electromagnetic spectrum that is transmitting. So ECM pod or any of these other things that transmit something are giving some type of signature. And so what John's talking about, and I'm going to talk about HARM because we know how that works. It's a very similar thing in the sense that while that thing is emitting, the passive part of that missile is able to basically lock onto that and target it. And so that capability in other missiles does exist. Okay, and then it just depends on what they are. And there's also, as Anda was talking about, how there was difference in blocks. There's difference in missiles too. So, and probably John, you're familiar with this. There's like AIM-120Cs and AIM-120Ds, right? So there's very similar in terms of the way that blocks work. There's a C5, there's a C7. So there's different types of software, and each software will have some extra ability, if you will, or some type of program. But that's within the context of the conversation we're talking about. That's the way that I would explain it. So anyways, how about we go at an even higher level, just so we can say, anytime you have something that is passive like that, it gives you immense capability, because if I have to use something to actively find something, that means I am transmitting myself. The missile has to look at something, and or the radar, and it's emitting. If you have something that guides onto something that is emitting itself, that's they call it a passive missile system, then that capability is very good, right? Because it's just basically absorbing, it's looking for that. It's looking at that electromagnetic piece of the spectrum and then guiding to it. And how about that? Is that good? Sorry, John, is that good?
No, that's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. You explained it much better than I did.
Thank you, guys. Dave, you have your hand up.
I'd like to point out that 72% of the people on the panel right now are fellas. But go ahead, Dave.
Yes, so the store you're thinking about is Mears General Store. They have the seismograph.
Burgers.
Mears
There
Burgers.
you go. The Mears Burgers. Thank you.
I've been there
Mears
many
Oklahoma.
times.
Same. I've just forgotten it because it's something from my youth, I should say.
Mhm.
Don't get out that way much anymore.
We would hike back into the backcountry up onto Elk Mountain, and you could watch the artillery practice from there with some binoculars. It was pretty fun. As a teenager, of course, that was really impressive to see things get blown up.
Dave, what do you
Yes.
have in the background?
Sorry, that's my son. He has autism, and he's yelling at his favorite toy.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I thought I'd close the door, but I guess you can still
it's
hear.
no problem. No, it looked like it was an unfamiliar sound, and I was wondering. No problem. It's no problem. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that was all my comment was just to give Ryan the name of the hamburger joint that he was talking about. And they have some really big burgers. You can get some that'll feed like 5 or 6 people at once. Highly
Exactly.
recommend if you're in the area.
You completely understand why I would think that if Ukrainians are coming all this way and going to be stationed at Fort Sill for a short period of time, somebody needs to take them out to Mears.
Exactly.
Take them to Mears, take them to Medicine Park, and make them drive through the wildlife refuge.
Yeah. Go take a day in the Wichita Mountains. They're gorgeous.
Yeah, exactly. Oldest mountain range in all of the United States.
Yeah.
There's a reason all the rocks look funny around here.
Well, it's also because it's just big mounds of granite. It's one of the best climbing areas. There's a lot of really good climbing routes in the Wichitas.
As long as you
Which
dodge
most
the
people,
rattlesnakes.
yeah, most people don't think of Oklahoma as a big rock climbing destination, but it is.
All right. So for the climb from the climbers in the room, you could put up a new destination for rock climbing. Actually, it's a trend lately. I find that a lot of people are taking this type of I don't know, sport activity. Anyway, if you
The
want to
rocks in
laugh,
the Wichitas are similar to the rocks in Joshua Tree National Park, if anybody knows where that's at.
to me, all rocks are the same, Ryan. I used to make to go to a rock climbing facility here in Bucharest, and people told me that you know it will take you 3 or 4 days to get used to and to get your first course finished, and I finished it from the get-go, like first try, and I was like, what's hard about it? That's first question. And second question is, at least put a picture, you know, when you climb on when you go on a mountain and you go on top, you see something. So you have a reward, a visible reward. You see the valleys all over and everything, and it's beautiful, and you have a satisfaction when you climb in a I don't know, at least for me. So bash me if you want. When you climb in a room and you get on top, you see a wall in front of you, and it's I don't know, for
Oh,
me
you'll
it
love
was
this. You'll love this. They have grain silos in downtown Oklahoma City that are climbing venue. So on the inside of the grain silos, you climb up the wall. So what do you think you see when you get to the top of a grain silo, which is just a cement tube? Nothing good.
cement. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know.
At least put the climbing wall on the outside of the cement tube. People can climb up and sit on the top, maybe.
At least put the picture. That was my point, right? Like take a sweet banner, you know, with mountains and sunrises and something. I don't know. Anyway, uh, we digress, but I think it's a good topic. Um, I have a question for Colby, and until I lose him to sleep. Um, so there was a piece of news on his wall, on his feed. And it's about Turkey. So it says something about Turkey supplying Ukraine with 155 millimeters dual purpose improved conventional munition. What is that? Like, for me and other people in the room that read your feed, could you please help us with what is that dual purpose improved conventional munition? John, thank you. Save me from
So
my ignorance.
DPCIM, sorry, DPICM, I mean, stands for Dual Purpose Improved Cluster Munition, and it is a family of cluster munition. It's a family of cluster munitions for tubed artillery. So, for example, for 1 US/NATO standard 105 millimeter and 155 millimeter howitzers. And it was also the submunitions used in it were also adapted for the original MLRS multiple launch rocket system, the M26 used originally on the M270 MLRS, which is the actual launcher vehicle itself. So essentially what it is just imagine a conventional artillery shell, but rather than having a explosive filling, or an explosive filler, I should say, that's replaced with a series of submunitions. So imagine small, vaguely spherically shaped bomblets, in other words. So they're each a small spherical or cylindrical object, usually a metal case. They have a small internal filling of high explosive and fusing system, and in flight, usually in flight in midair, somewhere above its target, rather than whereas they say what's known as the unitary shell would just keep descending down, impact the ground, then detonate its large internal mass and explosive filler. A DPICM shell, or DPIC, I always keep flipping the letters around. DPICM shell will disperse these series of submunitions in the air above its target, and then these submunitions will then rain down in the general area of the target and each individually detonate. So the purpose of them is twofold. I should say, the purpose of cluster munitions is in general twofold. On the one hand, it was historically anyways a ways to compensate for the poor precision of unguided weapon systems, because in many cases the precision of an unguided system was sufficiently poor that for a reasonably sized unitary warhead, so a single large massive explosive, it wasn't realistic to be able to reliably achieve meaningful effects on target. So the way to deal with that was to compensate for the lack of precision by having the munition disperse a series of smaller submunitions that can cover a much larger area than, say, the blast effect from a single large unitary explosive warhead. And then that then ties into the second fundamental design idea, which is just to achieve area effects. So that is one of the reasons why, for example, cluster munitions have continued to persist, even to some extent, even with the advent of precision guided munitions, is that even if you can resolve the precision issues with using an unguided system, there are still cases where you want to achieve a desired effect on a target that's dispersed over a area larger than what can easily be achieved with, say, a single large unitary massive explosives. So DPICM, in terms of the submunitions themselves, more or less what they consist of is a heat charge, a high explosive anti-tank charge. It's a shaped warhead, so essentially imagine a conical metal liner, so in the shape of a cone. It's usually made of copper, and behind that is more or less a cylinder of explosive. And when that explosive detonates, due to the geometry of that liner, well, okay, I should back up a little bit. When the explosive
Teardrop
detonates,
of molten copper.
Well, it's not molten. It's a fluid. It's super plastic fluid copper. It's still technically solid phase, I think, but it's behaving super plastically, so it behaves like a fluid. So more or less due to the geometry, when the shock wave from the detonation of the explosive mass behind it contacts the metal liner, it will shape it and deform it into a more or less a jet of fluid copper that has an enormous amount of kinetic energy, and as a result of that can penetrate a large depth of armor. DPICM incorporates a central shape charge and then surrounding that. So you'll basically have a cylinder of high explosive, and then there'll be a conical shaped cutout that the metal that the usually copper liner fits into, and then surrounding that